for now, I was thinking as Austin and I were connecting, about 3 years ago, I got the call. Tony Robbins was doing a big, huge event, as always, these UPWs, but because of this thing called COVID that affected all of our lives, he was doing a virtual event. They asked me to do the sales presentation in that event. My sales presentation did $12.7 million, not all because of me, but because of the system. And today you're going to get an intro to the system. And I don't promise you that you'll be able to sell 12.7 million in a day, but once you see the system for your people and you master the system, there'll be more people that you can touch. But I got the call and I was ready. I know that it might be your next JV partner, could be your mission to help more people. You're going to be called to do something. And I was really fortunate that day to be able to share my experience in the framework that you're going to see today with so many people that help them make a powerful decision for themselves to enroll in Tony's program. I've been doing it for myself and thousands of other companies, showing them the system that you're going to experience here today. But I tell you, I was prepared. I had been prepared for a long time. I was able to answer the call, just like many of you are going to be called to take action, to share what was on my heart that day in a way that touch, move, and inspire other people to action. But I want you to know it's a system that anybody can learn. There was 25,000 people that had signed up for that event, but on the day of the event, it wasn't 25,000 people that were attending, because we all have this really beautiful gift that came from COVID called Zoom. Now everybody's on Zoom. And it wasn't just 25,000 people. I looked at those little screens and there was entire families. There was, couples connecting and learning, right there. So there was 75,000 people learning that day. Never before, has it been easier for you to connect and share a message that monetizes and truly changes somebody's life. You're going to learn the 5 steps here today, but we're going to break it down for you. But you need to be a person committed to action. For me, most of my life was not that. I was unknown because I was hiding. So I know all of you have gifts. I believe you're capable of more. I believe there's people out there that will go to bed tonight whose lives would have been better off had they given you some money, because you shared your story and the knowledge that's inside of you, the missions that's inside of your heart. So I want to do all I can to challenge you and push you and learn the system, to master the system, to spend some real time mastering what it takes to create a system on how you can share what's inside of you with other people so you can change the world. You do that consistently. Again, I don't promise you that you'll make 12.7 million in a day, but I know that you can all make a lot more money than you are right now by sharing your gift. And I also believe this. I believe that we have downloads. Let me ask you this. Have you ever had an idea for something that you thought was just amazing and you're like, you know what, I'm going to do this thing, and you didn't do it? Then a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, you see somebody else doing the thing that you said you're going to do. You're like, I had that idea. I believe that those downloads are coming down from God or the universe. They're coming down all the time. And you're not the only one getting those downloads. And if you're consistently getting downloads that you're not acting on, well, somebody else is going to take action. And the people who keep on putting out more value to the world are going to get more rewards, more downloads, more connection, more relationships, more, because they're living life at a higher level. They're ascending to receive more of those downloads. So I hope I show you the structure today in a way that really makes sense for you. We're going to make sure that you get it in your bones, but more than the information, because I believe this, and I said this before, information by itself does not change your life. Otherwise, every librarian would be a billionaire. Every YouTube troll would be worth trillions of dollars, but that's not the case. Those people are often angry because they're consuming, not producing. Today, I'm going to pour into you. I want you to consume fully everything that you learn here this day, but it means nothing unless you actually do something to commit yourself, to put yourself on the line and take a new action. In order for your life to change, in order for your business to improve, who wants their life and business to improve? Put a 1 in the chat right now. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to improve your life. Well, I believe there's 2 things that need to happen. 1, something new needs to come into your life. And again, I'm going to pour into you. You are going to get it today. Like, I've got a strong belief in an outcome for what I want to do with you to partner as a speaker in the world to make sure you're out there changing lives. So I'm going to put some things into you, and you're going to see some things today I don't believe you could see anywhere else. Even if you spent over 7 figures on coaching, even if you like went out there and paid some of the people that I've trained $250,000 for, an hour, or for a VIP day, or for like to go through their program. A lot of it's stuff that I taught them. Even if you spent that money, 250 grand with them, I don't think you would get what you're going to get today, because of the beliefs that need to shift inside of you around who you are, what your message is, what your mission is, and how to articulate and connect with emotion to put those beliefs and perspectives and ideas inside the minds and hearts of other people. That's what I want to pour in you today. But it means nothing unless you commit yourself to take action. Let me ask you this. How many of you have read a great book, gotten some great advice, like got a great insight, got a great download? Maybe you went to a seminar or an event like this, you got some great information, and then you did nothing with it. Raise your hand, wave at me if you've gotten some great advice in a book, a seminar, you went somewhere, you even paid good money, and you got some great information and you did nothing with it. Raise your hand if you've done that before. We all have.
Plenty of times.
How many of you have done that more than once? We all have. And if we're not careful, that becomes a pattern. And there's patterns in you and me, and there's patterns in all people that can make us very, very successful. There's patterns. I know that if you're here, you already are successful. You already are a speaker. You speak in public every day, so you already are a public speaker. I believe that you're already there, but if you're not knowing how to use the system correctly, your message is going to fall flat, or you're not going to have the confidence to truly serve at the highest level. And so we want to make sure that not only good things coming into you, but something comes out of you where you live at a higher level based on what you learn here today. Something new needs to come out of you. That's a new standard. That's a new commitment. That's a new level of taking action on what you learn here today, because regardless of what comes into you, if you don't commit yourself to take action, it's all going to fall flat. Does this make sense? Are you guys with me? Put a 1 in the chat if you're here, if I have your commitment. Because again, nothing pains me more than seeing good people like you spend good time, good money. It was like $97 or a few $100 to get here, not much to get here, but your time you can't get back. And a lot of people, I meet so many people, they have a pattern of wasting time, a pattern of putting things off. Someday, maybe, kind of, sort of, all the uncertainty in their life, and they expect to move people to a place of certainty to invest in them or get booked on a stage. You got to be absolutely certain when you're up there influencing people from the front of the room. Today, we begin the process of conditioning, not just how you speak, not just conditioning like what you say, but conditioning the certainty and the emotions and the love and the passion for what you believe about why you have been assigned this message on your heart to help people that are coming behind you. I believe the world needs more leaders. If you believe the world needs more leaders, and I'm not here to poo-poo on any political party, I think everything in the world is a mess right now. Like, it is such a mess. Never has it been easier for silly people to say silly things online just to get attention and likes and cause controversy. And we are in an attention economy. I think that people are drowning in information, like all these things trying to steal our attention, but people are starving for wisdom. People who truly show up powerfully and take people through a process that has the capacity to change their lives. People, they meet you energetically before they really even connect with you. And so I want you to be that person, to be that leader, and make sure that you walk away from today, not wasting time, but make some true commitments to change lives in the world. If you're committed to take what you learn here today, if you're committed to be an action taker, everybody just unmute yourself really quick. And I think you can do that by hitting the space bar. Is that right, Austin?
Yes. Yes.
You're committed?
I just confirmed that.
You say, I'm committed.
I'm committed.
I'm committed.
One more time, say it again. I'm committed.
I'm committed.
Committed. Somebody on the screen, look at somebody else and say, I'm committed. Are you?
I'm committed.
You? Awesome. Give yourself a round of applause for being here. Today is going to be absolute fire. And so I've got a lot that I want to unpack here for you here today. But Austin, did you have anything else for us to dig into as far as housekeeping before we kind of get into it?
No, man. Take it away. Do your thing.
Awesome. And so I got up early this morning and I was up late last night, just thinking about each one of you. And I was going through your questions and I was just thinking about, and I know many of you personally, some of you have been in my program, some of us have connected before, And I was just really just meditating this morning and praying and just thinking about, what I want for each one of you in the capacity to share your gifts with the world and share your voice. For me, some of you know a bit of my story. I had this experience so many times over and over again in my life that it finally really started to open me up. There was this one thing that I heard over and over again from so many different people. The first person I heard it from was a girl that I dated in college. And she would always say something to the tune of, Eli, why don't you see you the way that I see you? And I see people now that I've coached or worked with, and some people, they've got this mindset and this capacity and this pattern to just take action no matter what, and they have success. And a lot of times they're not the most talented people. A lot of times the content they teach isn't that profound, but they have a strong belief about why they're doing what they're doing, and they take action, they commit, and they just do the thing. And a lot of times we think that we need more, or we need this, or we need that, but it's all just an excuse and to keep ourselves safe. When you're speaking, like, you are out there, and some of you get to hide a little bit within this virtual world, but I think that you're going to be called someday, called to step up and share your voice. And I don't know if that's going to be, trying to turn around your kid who's contemplating suicide. I don't know if it's turning around somebody in your church or your business, or a sale that's gone the wrong way. I believe there's skills in communication. I believe the quality of your life is the quality of your communication, not only with others, but within yourself. And as you meet up against somebody else who does not have the same point of view as you, or they have a belief that's contrary to yours, you're going to meet up against this resistance. And so people have their own beliefs. And a lot of times when their beliefs meet your beliefs, you get triggered. And when you're speaking to somebody one-on-one in a sales context, or one-to-many, there's somebody that could trigger you. And a lot of you have asked questions, and I was going through the questions last night, and you're saying, well, what if this happens? And what if this happens? If you are from the front of the room, it's easier now with virtual, but if you are worried about doing a good job, if you're worried about being liked, if you're worried about what people think of you, you are being influenced by your audience, which is a far cry from you being influenced by them. We're going to take you through some processes today to strengthen what's inside of you, to have more certainty. And I know you've heard it before. It's anybody who talks about belief and certainty in the realm of sales got it from me. And so there are so many people out there just kind of mimicking these things, but it's words that fall flat. And the beliefs that are inside of you directed towards the outcome that we're going to define here today, it's like words, or I think of it like this, almost like a little stick pin, like off a woman's blouse, or like, for a man, you get like a shirt and there's like those little stick pins, and we're trying to get through to somebody. But when you have emotion and certainty and belief and outcome and conviction, and I'm going to take you through a process today, what's inside of you gets transferred energetically, and people can feel it. And when you step on stage, when it's a virtual stage or a live stage, or somebody interacts with you one-on-one, they will get a sense of resolve and certainty and groundedness, where you are like the oak tree, you're a rock for somebody where they can feel safe. Most of my life, and some of you know a bit about my story, I was voted the quietest kid in school. And now I don't shut up because I had about 18 years of just being really, really quiet. Had a lot of trauma in my life, a lot of sexual abuse, and I saw some things and experienced some things that no human should ever experience, but also had some blessings happen in my life. Some of you know, and I'm going to save the whole long story because I want to just make sure that this is as juicy as possible today. I'm just going to connect with you. Many of you know, when I was 16, my mom won the lottery. She won $7 million with literally our last dollar. And I remember her sitting me down, and she looked at me, and, she told me what had just happened. And she said, all of my prayers have been answered. It's because you're meant to do more in your life. You're meant to share your voice. And she knew I had no voice. And from there, she gave away 3/4 of the money. So we went from living on about $11,000 to $14,000 a year. She waited tables, to $52,000 a year, because she gave away 75% of it. It was about $1 million spread over 20 years. And so we weren't wealthy by any means, but she took all of she could and invested in me. I got to university. She went to school as well. And I started to learn. And I was a terrible student. I hated learning. Had ADD, all the things. I was on Ritalin up until I was 19 years old. It was really hard for me to concentrate. But there was people out there that I learned from on stage, people like Tony Robbins, people like Zig Ziglar, where they communicated in a way that I said, man, I wish I had gotten this shit when I was a kid. I would have paid attention. And so I'm going to take you through some exercises today to make sure that when you master your message, you do it in a way that people want to listen to. One of the first principles we're going to unpack is that you cannot bore people into buying from you. Your audience will forgive you for many things. Being boring is not one of them. So you're going to learn some exercises here today that are going to change some things for you. So I remember I ended up going to university with the money that my mom had made. I never planned on going to school. And I always felt lost there, like I didn't belong. I felt like an imposter because all these kids had money. I grew up with no money. I just kind of popped in here. I never planned on going to school. I was going to be a Marine. And I remember going to school and I felt lost all up until my last semester. I met a girl, the girl that I told you about briefly. She was the youngest person to ever work in the White House. She worked for Clinton. No, it's not Monica Lewinsky. I met this girl though, and she was really smart and really beautiful and really fun. And she saw so much in me that I didn't see in myself. And now it's so much, it's what I see in so many of my clients. I see in so many of you, like their potential. And this theme, you know, she came back to it over and over again. Why don't you see you the way that I see you? You're capable of more. And years later, very long story short, we had broken up, gotten back together. I met a man in Los Angeles where I was living, and he just became a friend instantly. He was best friends with Erica in college. His name's Paul. And very long story short, we got to be good friends. He was the manager for Tom Welling, who was Superman on the TV show Smallville. It was around 2003, 2004. He said, we thought our guy was a shoo-in for the next Superman movie, but he was turned down. Eli, I think you'd be great. And so they trained me for the role. They give me this script, like many of you have a script. They gave me the words. They gave me feedback. There were some things I needed to work on. And as it got closer and closer to them making a decision, and it looked like I had a real shot, what do you think I did? Do you think I went all in, or do you think I went back to hiding? Put it in the chat. Hiding.
Went back to hiding.
And it was probably me and a couple other people that had a real shot, but it meant that I would have had to have given up my job. He said, we're at a point now where you got to go all in. You need to quit your job. And I had just gotten out of a lot of debt. And I said, man, maybe this, that. He says, you can maybe wait tables. He says, you got to go all in your dream. I did not. And I got out of debt. I saved some money, but it sat with me. It sat with me. And there's a lot of people out there that'll tell you, like, forgive yourself for your past, and you should. But for me, I was like, this is not like just this thing. This is a pattern in my life. I keep on having opportunities. I keep on saying that I want to do this thing. And then when the moment comes to make a decision, I start hiding. And it messed with me. And so I read all the self-development books that many of you have, Mindset, Think and Grow Rich, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And it was all good. But my life wasn't really changing. And then I found something called NLP, which you're going to understand a little bit more about today if you don't. And it really got me to look at the patterns of belief and how I communicated with myself, my traumas, my experiences, the experiences that I had that I made mean something about myself, about my worth, about people, about communication, about life, about money, about time, the things that I experienced in my nervous system. And I got really, really clear, like, man, I've got some stuff that I want to change. And I started to see some shifts. Later, somebody said, well, if you're into this NLP thing, you got to check out this guy, Tony Robbins. And I said, who's Tony Robbins? He said, you don't know Tony Robbins? Who's Tony Robbins? You don't know Tony Robbins? And the next thing I know, I get the books and the CDs and I hear the tape and the voice. And the guy doesn't have any script. I feel like he's just having a conversation with me. He's got something there where he's communicating, not with just these canned phrases that sound really good and this motivational thing. I was like, there's something in this man. And he made an invitation on the CD program to come to these events where you walk on fire. And I was like, that sounds pretty interesting. What an experience. And so obviously I go to the event, I walk on the fire, and I have this experience, and I decided right then, like hopefully many of you will today, that I didn't want to let it go, because I knew that motivation and inspiration, I think it's useful. but I think it wanes. And so people might say you or me or Tony, whatever, is a motivational speaker, but we're not. Ultimately, what you and I do, and Austin hit it right on the head, this isn't about motivation. The question is, what is your motivation? What is your motive for action? What is driving you to stop? What is driving you to put your foot on the brake? And so this whole day is about going from an unknown speaker to an unstoppable speaker. And so when you have those downloads today, when you get that insight and that inspiration, and you get clear on the person today that you were designed to serve, that only your voice can help that person, only you, I want you to answer the call. I want you to do something to commit yourself to act and stop stopping yourself. I decided that day that I was not going to let this thing go. And so I harassed the company. I worked with Tony, and about maybe 5 years into my career, people always said, Eli, you're good enough to do your own thing. Tony had me do a UPW, the day 5 over in London. And people said, Eli, you're good enough to do your own thing. And the other speakers that I trained, all for Tony Robbins' company, they're like, Eli, when are you going to start doing your own thing? When is your thing? And I would do these events. And, when I worked for Tony, I would work half as much as everybody else. And I would 2X or 3X everybody else's sales working half as much. When are you going to do your own thing? And so the last few years, myself, my partner, this is our thing. And this isn't about me. This is about you making the decision. So I love Tony, and he's been like a father to me. When my father passed away a couple of years ago, Tony was there for me. And we talked about it, and it's been amazing. But what made him a great mentor is he has also pushed me to do my own thing. I'm going to be pushing you a bit here today to do your own thing. A lot of you have questions about how do you structure a talk. And Eli and I were connecting this morning. It's basic. It's basic what it is. The sales script that you have, 2 people can have the same script. When I worked for Tony, there was dozens of us. We all had the same script, the same structure. But there's something else. There's some magic inside of you. Once wildly, authentically, powerfully expressed, will be your X factor, because it's not about just copying what somebody else says, because nobody can copy your essence and your energy. And so you're going to find more of that today, where you can pour into people, and there'll be something inside of you that becomes your X factor that nobody else can model or hack or any of that. And so the structure, even for speaking, we're going to break down the structure for all 5 parts here today. But what you fill in the blanks with will be very different for you. And people were like, well, what should I talk about? We're going to take you through a messaging process, here today that's going to be epic for you. But realize this, there's health, there's wealth, there are relationships. It's going to be something in that bucket, but there's going to be something unique that comes out of you within the framework. But none of that matters until you're committed. Here's the thing. Think about maybe the wealthiest person alive today, Elon Musk. What do you think came first? His billions of dollars or his $1 billion mindset? His $1 billion decision-making, his $1 billion identity, how he saw himself. He saw himself solving problems. That's the thing that you're going to get really clear on today. What problem do you solve? When I connect with other companies or other speakers to put me on their stage, I just did an event with Ed Milet. They paid me $50,000 for an hour. I know what problem they have, and I know what problem they solve. You got to be clear in your talk. What problem do you solve? And it's going to be different for different audiences, or if you're getting on somebody's stage. We're going to talk about the business model a bit here today, but you got to be clear, what problem do you solve? And you got to get out of the comparison trap. I've made millions of dollars in speaking, but I would have made probably 100 million if I didn't stay with Tony all that time. So as much as I love him, it cost me, because there's time that I can't get back. So today I'm going to speed up time, because my mission is to serve you and serving more people. And it's going to go deeper, and it's going to be more impactful. And I'm all in going to pour into you. But what needs to change, and I don't think there's anything wrong with any of you. I don't think there's anything wrong with me, but I think this is a law of life. If you're not challenging yourself and if you're not growing, let me ask you this. If a plant's not growing, what is it doing? It's dying. And for you, I'm not saying you're dying, physically, even though we are. There comes a point in your life where you realize that every day you live is one less day you're going to live.
Yep.
Every day you live is one less day you're going to live. Every time you see your mom or your dad is one less time you are going to see them. And I'm not saying like, we're going to die anytime soon. I don't think that. And I certainly hope not. I want you guys to all live past 100 years old, but we only have so much time. And a lot of times people get into a pattern of not growing, becoming stagnant. And if we're not growing, part of us is dying. Like that mission inside of us, if it's not like nurtured and cared for and cultivated, it dies. And you see a lot of people out there, as Emerson said, living lives of quiet desperation, not really passionate, not really certain. And I know for you, so I am going to challenge you guys to be here because I know that if you've answered the call to be here today, you want to speak. And I could make this really, really fluffy and tell you some motivational quotes and we could clap and cheer and do all these positive things. But this isn't about motivating you. This is about changing you and improving you based on how you communicate with yourself. First of all, your own identity, how you see yourself. Sigmund Freud said the strongest force inside of the human psyche, that's yours, that's mine, that's all of us, is to remain consistent with how you see yourself. So you see yourself as somebody who hides. If you see yourself as somebody that's not worthy, if you don't see yourself as as anything but a powerful speaker who is here to change lives, you will not make it. You need to be certain in it. And I don't expect you to be 1,000% certain in that just today in this moment, but realize that's what you're working towards. That's your outcome. And that, just like learning how to tie your shoes or anything else, it's a skill to master your own mindset and create an identity for yourself that people want to follow. I think the world needs more leaders. And by being a leader, I don't mean that you have more followers like on Instagram or necessarily that people follow you, but it means that you live life based on your own rules and your own terms, and you figure some things out based on structure and framework, and you lead other people through the process so they can get the result they want. Business is simply a system that provides value. All of you here are business owners or entrepreneurs or salespeople, you're people of influence. And so understanding that everything in business, how you actually make money, it's a system that provides value. And what we're here to talk about today is speaking and scaling and communicating and influencing, but what moves the world? The history of the world is emotion, energy, and motion. And so there's an energy and a certainty inside of you that touch, moves, and inspires an emotion inside of somebody else that commits them to take action from the beginning of your funnel, to come to your talk, to give you money, to get their life changed. There's an energy, there's a belief, there's what comes through you in other people. It's this tantric relationship that you have with the world that moves people in a way where they start to level up. But it starts with you as the leader. And I believe that like having a signature talk that sells, not just inspires. I think there's so many amazing speakers out there. I got to share a stage last Saturday with one of the best in the world, a man named Les Brown. And this dude like changed my life with some of his motivational talks in the moment, because I saw some structure there that he doesn't necessarily teach. But I knew that for me and for you, I wanted to do more than that. I didn't want to just have rhymes and rhythms and acronyms and get people really inspired. It's not about inspiration, it's about transformation. And so for today, it's about changing, it's about transforming, it's about shifting what you link pain and pleasure to. Because if you have pain associated to this idea of being on stage, we've got to make that shift within yourself where you step into a new identity. Because the identity and the mindset and the beliefs and the patterns that you're not good enough or you're not smart enough or there's people out there who won't pay you, that's going to keep you unknown. I was tired of being the behind the scenes guy for Tony Robbins. I thought that was going to be my path, but I kept on being forced on stage. I could have been the Tony Robbins guy, but I mostly would have been the unknown guy. And I don't mean you need to be the next Grant Cardone or Tony or any of that. This isn't like a marketing thing. But for years and years and years, people came up to me and they said, you know what? I went to Tony's event and it was great, but I signed up because of you. It was my talk. And people are going to say the same thing to you. But what needs to happen is you need to take a step out of being unknown to unstoppable. Being unstoppable means that you don't stop yourself. You don't stop yourself from taking action. There are enough things in the world to give you friction and resistance be it other people, other ideas, and that's all part of the process. There's man versus man, there's man versus nature or woman, but there's also man or woman versus themselves. And 90% of your problems, of your fears, of your doubts, they're just inside of your mind. And so once you see the structure today, I want you to act on it, and I want you to do something with it where this day actually does something to change your life, but you've got to commit to the process and stop stopping yourself. If you guys are committed to play full out and not stop yourself, then I want you to put a 1 in the chat right now. Put a 1 in the chat right now. And in fact, everybody say this, hit the space bar and say, I'm unstoppable. I'm
unstoppable.
Say it again. 1, 2, 3. I'm
unstoppable.
I am unstoppable.
You are an unstoppable speaker. And so it's really fascinating for me today. You know, Austin has been amazing learning his process. I think Caleb is on here. We did an event together where I spoke with, I believe it was my buddy Mark Lack, Michael Burt, Dan Henry, all these events. Like I'm basically speaking 3 or 4 times a week right now. Everybody needs speakers. It is the best way to build your business. After I did the talk on Tony Robbins' stage, all of these people started asking me about what I was doing. So I would tell them, I would speak in other people's paid Facebook groups to their paid communities. The last weekend, I did a talk on Rudy Mauer's stage and my buddy Alok's stage. Everybody there had paid at least $50,000 to be in the room. I made a soft offer there and we generated income. Every time I speak, I make money. We have a process for corporates. How many of you guys want to speak at corporates? We have a process for speaking in other people's Facebook groups. This is where we get into multiply. You're going to see that later today. But I want you to know it has never been easier to book stages, to speak, and to sell. Sometimes you're going to get paid to speak. Sometimes you're going to make an offer at your talk. And sometimes you're just going to share a message where you generate leads. When I did the event with Hormozi, do you guys know Alex Hormozi? He came up to me. He knew who I was. And he said, Eli, I want to pitch you an idea. Basically, he wants to do a seminar every month where I do the sales pitch for him. Do you think that's a good opportunity for me, yes or no? 100%. And we broke it down, what it's gonna look like, but I want you to know, and Jim Launch just became a client. Eli, my business partner, we're on stage with him last night. And it's interesting, this little snippet here. So they have it down to one of 3 people they're picking to do the keynote at the next Jim Launch event that I'm speaking at. It's either going to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, The Rock, or Shaquille O'Neal. How cool is that? I'll be speaking right after one of those people. And so I just want you to know that speaking is what can really open up your world to being visible. Visibility is profitability. There has never been a time where more speakers are required. And through this thing called Zoom, where there's a virtual event or going to corporates, we've got a process that has allowed me to get booked over 3,400 times just for Tony. And I say that I've done over 4,000 speeches, but it's way more than that. I spoke 80 times just in 2019 on my own stages. I went around the world 4 times paid. Like I was paid to travel the world and speak on stages. And so we're going to be breaking down some of this today, but it doesn't matter what information we give you. If you don't have a clear target and a clear vision for where you want to take your life, you need to step into the identity. Again, the most powerful force inside of the human psyche is for you to remain consistent with how you see yourself. So I want you to really own into this belief and this identity that you are an unstoppable speaker. Before you go to bed tonight, before you look at yourself in the mirror, I want you to make sure that you have done everything in your power today to know that you put yourself, your family, and the people that you are uniquely designed to serve in the best possible position. The commitment comes first, and then you figure out the process. A lot of people just drowning in process, looking for more techniques, but until you commit to go, you will never get there. So you guys are unstoppable. Say it one more time. 1, 2, 3.
I'm unstoppable.
Unstoppable. Let's go. And so we're right at the top of the hour. Austin, did you want us to take a small break right now, or what is the next thing on the agenda?
Well, what we're going to do, actually, I just want to say visibility is profitability. That is so so good, because I think there is a lot of people that are on the other side of the spectrum where they're hiding and they're looking for more techniques and tactics to grow their business, but they're not doing what they know they should be doing, which is getting more visibility. So I'm with you guys. I'm writing down a bunch of notes as Eli's speaking here, but here's what we're going to do, guys. I want to have you guys come on right now and ask questions for this session. So we just got done with session number 1, which is going from unknown to becoming an unstoppable speaker. So any questions that you guys have about this, I'd love for you guys to raise your hand and we can do a couple questions, and then we're going to break for 10 minutes and then come back and resume session number 2, which that's when we're going to actually start breaking down the framework that Eli has at a high level, so you guys can see how all this starts getting put together. And we're also going to do some stuff for numbers for you guys, so you guys can start really imagining and envisioning yourself taking this and becoming an unstoppable speaker to how it's going to help you grow your business. Cliff, what's up, man? Hi, Cliff.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
What's up, buddy?
Good, sir.
Nice to meet you, man.
Good to see you too. What I wanted to ask you was, when we're doing the practice speaking after this is over with, do you recommend doing things like Toastmasters and speaking at local networking events? Or is that something that you think that we should kind of put off until we put the actual signature talk that you mentioned earlier?
You know, it's interesting. There's a guy that just joined our program. He was the world champion for Toastmasters.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's good, you know, being able to make a toast and all that. That's different than what we do. So this is about influencing and selling. Doing a toast, sounding good, having things that rhyme and a rhythm and things like that, like a motivate. It's nice, but this is different. And I started on that path. I remember after I saw Tony, I said, I want to get into speaking. And I went to a Toastmasters meetup in Los Angeles. And it was an audience. It was a bunch of people that I felt like were never going to really do anything with speaking. And there was nobody there that was like into this whole transformation. Like what I saw when I experienced Tony and really people that I thought I'd done Landmark Forum, I saw like these people that were changing minds. And I think a lot of people that are speakers, they're doing it to get attention and things like that. And it's good. And I think you should be able to do a toast. I think it's good, but you can learn that stuff in like an hour. There's like a YouTube video, but you just got to do it. And I think that in order to get really good, you need feedback. And I think that the intention of the speech needs to change, rather than from inspiring or sounding good or being able to do a toast to shifting your audience. And so there's a deeper level that's there. And once I saw what was there, I thought it was good, but I knew it wasn't for me. So is Toastmasters bad? No, it's awesome. It's a good thing, but it's really basic. And I don't think those skills translate to sales. So the outcome, there's a lot of programs out there in speaking. What I'm talking about here and what we're, really focused on, has been the focus of my life, is how do we influence through our talk? Like what is really the process of influence? So I don't think it's a bad thing. And getting more reps in practice, that's always a good thing. But I think the feedback, so this gentleman who's just joined our program, he was at the Hormozi Kale event, and they're clients now. And he was like, Eli, give him this advice. And he's the world champion. And I really nicely said, that's the stupidest advice that I could give them. If I said your advice to Hormozi, he would have zero respect for me. But this guy, he was being very nice, and he's the world champion. But I was like, for what we're doing here, that is really bad advice. And it was just something cute, and so it's not the target of what we do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I was just thinking about doing it so I could get some more reps in, but if
reps are always good.
But if it's going to take me away from the selling and more of just kind of like a rah-rah cheery type speech and not really moving and transforming anyone like you're saying, I don't think it probably is like the best way to get training. So I just wanted to clear it up and ask you, because I've seen a lot of people talk about it, but I wanted to get your opinion since I know you actually speak for a living to doing this and transform lives. So thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
Other people's Facebook groups, you can set at home, going into the community, going to gyms, enrolling other personal trainers in your thing, or going to places where, you're a fitness coach. You could go places and practice with people who are out of shape. And fortunately for you, there are like a billion out of shape people out there. So talk at those places and practice on those people where you actually can change their life.
Absolutely, will do.
Awesome. Any other questions?
I'm not unmuted. I wanted to just add to that a little bit, Cliff, that yes, I believe that more reps is always better. And we've heard this old idiom, or I'm not sure what it's called, but it's called practice makes, and then everybody says perfect. But actually, I would tell you guys that practice makes better. And typically what I will do is I will go practice it on my cat and dog first, and then I will practice it on my wife and then my friends, and then I'll go in my Facebook group and do it again. And I'll see their reactions and how they're responding. And every time I deliver that message, I will look at it and see how I can tweak it and make it better and better. Then by the time I do get to the bigger stages, or I'm going on a podcast, or I'm going, on a YouTube channel, or in front of maybe even a live stage or a virtual event like this, I'm well rehearsed, I'm well prepared, and I've tested the message multiple different times leading up to that. So, but everybody give it up for Cliff. Thank you, Cliff. Appreciate it.
Yeah, one last thing right there.
Go ahead.
I remember when I was living with Tony's son, and I'll tell you this story later, but I had all these questions for Tony. Obviously, I just started working there. I'm the top salesperson. Tony Robbins' son is now my roommate, which was awesome and not awesome in some ways, but I had all these questions, and I'd say, Jarek, can you ask your dad this? Can you ask your dad this? And Tony eventually started contacting me personally and had all this just sage wisdom. I mean, it's Tony giving me advice on what we do. And Jarek was asking his dad about some things, and he shared a voice note. Tony gave him a voice note giving Jarek some personal advice. And because Jarek wasn't selling, and he had big rooms full of people, but couldn't sell. I had used car lots and banks. I had the worst human beings to talk to because they had to work on the weekend. I had every excuse, but I was selling everybody, and all of my good meetings with people that could pay me were taken away, and they were all given to Jarek. And so it was kind of frustrating, but I, was open with Jarek and all of that. And he had a lot of questions for his father because he was doing a good talk. He was getting lots of claps. He was getting lots of cheers. I wasn't getting any of that, but I was getting sales. And Tony said something that stayed with me to Jarek. He let me listen to this voice note. He said, at the end of the day, you need to know that the audience is pretty nice. People clap for you. They'll tell you good job. They'll cheer for you. But you need to know that people vote with their dollars. People vote with their dollars. And so once they see something in you, they're like, I'm willing to invest in you. People vote with their dollars. And so you need to know, each one of you need to know, I said this earlier, you already are a public speaker because you speak in public every day. But if you're not getting dollars for what you're saying, well, we might need to spend more time on making sure that you're communicating what you want to communicate in a way that has the certainty of the belief and the structure that's going to move people from not knowing you to investing in you. That's what I did for Tony 3,400 times. I had one talk that was a microcosm of what Tony did in 3 days at his UPW. I edited it down to a very powerful 1 hour. And I did that talk 3,400 times, not just for Tony, but I did it selling other people's products. And I sold over 9 figures, well over $100 million with the framework. But it wasn't just the framework. It was some of the framing and some of the deeper elements of what I was actually doing and my outcome, not just to get likes, not to get claps, but to create conversion. Because again, people vote with their dollars. Does it make sense?
That is awesome. All right, let's move on to the next person, and let's do it quickly here because we want to get to the next session. Felicia, what is up, Felicia?
Hey.
Hey, How's it going?
Great to see you.
Quick question. Likewise. I'm happy to be here. Quick question. So I understand, like, on the NLP side, like strategies, scripts, tactics, there's still a little bit of a gap for me in like the why of NLP, or like when we say certain things or do certain things to invoke a certain action or emotion, like why we're doing it, or what is getting ready to happen for that person mentally. Like there's still a little bit of a gap for me in that understanding. Is there like a NLP 101 kind of resource that you could share that breaks like that part down? Because that's the only part that's like a disconnect for me, if I'm making any sense.
You know, the NLP is basically just the science of excellence in communication. And with that said, somebody explained it to me really well one time. It's basically being able to put, using descriptive language to put thoughts and emotions inside of people's mind. There's a combination of different therapies that are in it. Hypnosis, Rogerian, Gestalt. Gestalt is basically getting people to take responsibility for their own circumstance. So the outcome of the communication must change based on the model. And what we're doing with NLP or hypnosis or anything, you already realize this, that there's a conscious mind and there's an unconscious mind. In between, there's a gatekeeper. And so there's ways to get people to bypass the critical factor and be able to communicate with somebody's unconscious mind. And so one of the ways we do that is creating emotional states and anchors and frames. We have an entire course where, we're making it part of our next program where we teach a lot of the frames. And so you saw some of that when you were here. We go really, really deep on it. That's what we were just on a call with Jim Launch and Kale and Hermosi and all those guys about how to do that. There's not like a 2-minute answer on that. And I went to like every NLP course, I read every NLP book out there, and 80% of it was garbage. But there's frames and language patterns that I do unconsciously a lot now. It's when you're watching Tony, it's all of that. And so we've done the best that we can to extract it, but it's like, it would take more than a day to master it. But ultimately understanding the outcome, and we're going to go into that a little bit today, but understanding the outcome of your communication is to get people to bypass that critical factor. And a lot of what we're doing, even with an audience, is we're creating some compliance. There's physical compliance, verbal compliance, mental compliance, where we're getting people to bypass their critical factor and connect and anchor them in a place where they unconsciously start making different decisions. And so that's, it's a large body of work kind of condensed down to like a 2-minute soundbite, but that's what's happening. And one of the key tenets of NLP is, and Think and Grow Rich, is to never communicate without an outcome. And so we're going to go into outcomes a little bit today. What are the beliefs you want to shift? Like what's ultimately happening? Because NLP is a huge body of work. And even if you studied it and went to every course for a year, some people still have trouble there. But for now, just understand that we can use language to produce states in people, and we can anchor those states, and we can compel people to action by changing the frame through which they see their experience or themselves or you in the process. And that's what's going to help them take the emotional journey required to get the result they need in your program. Does that make sense? Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Boom. Awesome.
I was just saying, mic drop for Eli. That was awesome. I love that. Thank you, Felicia, for coming on. Andrew, what is up, Andrew? Last question. Then we're going to move on to session 2 here after the break. Hey, Andrew.
Awesome. Thanks, Austin. And hey, Eli, how are you doing, buddy?
What's up, Andrew?
Learning, loving it. Thank you.
Awesome.
My biggest question was really like for you, when you kind of went from that, being in hiding to kind of coming out into the open and kind of getting used to being on stage and in front of people more. How did you ever experience the like fear of speaking in front of people and like that nerves and anxiety and stuff? How did you overcome that to really like be able to focus on your message more than like the fear and the anxiety side of it?
And we're going to talk a little bit about mission and message here today. I'm going to go over some of that in session 3 and 4. I remember when I was really young, maybe my early 20s, I heard this this quote from Martin Luther King, and he said, if a man has not found a purpose in his life that he would die for, then he is not fit to live. And I was like, I don't have any huge racial cause or save the whales or like the Vietnam War. Like I've got like, what's my purpose? I'm supposed to do this big thing. Like I don't have any mission. And I was just like, I felt really lost for a long time. And I think through just association and being around people, I've had several mentors in my life. And I think, and you've heard this quote before, who you surround yourself with is who you become. And so I started surrounding myself with people who were on a mission. And part of that absorbed into me. And we're all a product of our past and our conditioning. And my parents, I love them dearly, but they weren't people like really setting the world on fire. They weren't really people up to much. And I heard this quote a long time ago, iron sharpens iron and people sharpen people. So I knew I needed to get in the room and be around people who were up to something. Like woke up in the morning with a fire in their belly that were doing things and spoke and led in a way that mattered to me. My first mentor was that I worked at a dental company selling dental products over the phone. And the gentleman there that was one of the owners became a mentor of mine. Really, really amazing man. And then of course I met Tony, and I've had several mentors in my life, but I started getting around it. And I started digging into people, and I started to notice problems. And so a mission comes not just from wanting to have a mission to say, have a mission. A lot of people say they want to do things like, feed 1 billion people or whatever, but it sounds nice. But like, okay, what did you do last week? What did you actually do for that mission? They say these things, but they're not consistently taking action. And so I had a congruency gap in my own life because I said I was going to do all these things, but I wasn't following through. And the more that I dug into the weeds, I think it's something, you have experiences in your life and you start to see problems and you start to solve some of your own problems in your own life. And then it becomes your mission to help other people solve the problem that you figured out. And in the Tony world, of course I got the job there, and I'll tell a little bit more of that story later. They gave me a script and they said, come back in 2 weeks, do not F up one word of this freaking script. And I came back and I nailed it. I wrote it out, I rehearsed it, I practiced it. I nailed this thing and they gave me the job. They put me in Philadelphia first, and I had a roommate, and my first meeting was in South Jersey. I remember driving, everything went wrong. A bus hit the rental car I was in. It was just like all these things happen on the way down there. I get there, I'm sweating, I throw up, I'm so nervous. I throw up on my tie. I have to throw out my tie. I'm thinking I should cancel. I want to make all these excuses. I'm going to tell them I'm tell all these things. I'm trying to chicken out. I'm like, it's my moment. And I'm right there. The mind is just going crazy. And I remember thinking to myself, I believed in Tony, and I knew that he was on a mission. And I was like, you know what? I want to be a product of the product. And this whole motivation thing, this whole influence thing, this whole belief that somebody can change their life, if I don't go through with this today, then it's like I'm basically saying this is a lie. Like if we're not willing to do the thing to change our life, we're saying it's impossible for other people to change their life. So this is leadership. This is being the example. And it was like something just switched inside my brain right in that moment. And I was like, I got to do this. And even if it sucks, I got to do it. What happened was I did it. It wasn't great my first time, but I sold everybody. Downside is about a week later, they had a conflict. So everybody had to cancel for the thing. But it felt really good in the moment. And I learned some things. There was really not much I could have done to save the sale, but I gave my all. And I was honest and authentic. And I knew that this was like part of the process for me. And then I did some other talks, and then I got referrals, and I built it. And they would drop us off in a city. I've done like 40 cycles where we'd be in a city 2 to 3 months and then go to, so I've lived in every city in America multiple times, and they would drop us off not knowing anybody. And my mindset was like, I'm like a Navy SEAL. We're like Navy SEALs being dropped off on a mission, knocking on doors, getting referrals, going to used car lots, like the most awkward places in the world. But I say this so many times, it's the mission that saved me. And some of you might have seen me speak before. Some of you, I know, have seen me live. If you take a soundbite of some things that Tony said or that I've said, if you took just a soundbite of some things that I've said to people, you'd be like, Eli is an absolute douchebag. But the people I was communicating with felt like that was required, and they allowed me to say these things that might have been, if there was just a soundbite, seen as negative or like I'm putting them down. If somebody's in a burning building, you don't just knock, you don't just call them, they're asleep. You kick in the door. And my mission, because people felt like I wasn't doing it to them, I was doing it for them, they allowed me to challenge them in a way that might have been seen as abrasive or rude, or where I'm using strong language, but I'm interrupting the person's pattern, and I'm doing something unique and provocative and powerful in the moment. And I'm constantly changing my approach to move them to an emotional place where they do something. And if somebody is in depression and apathy, I know that talk about inspiration and you can change the world isn't what's going to move them. If somebody's in apathy and depression, it's often challenging them and getting them angry. Now they've got some more emotion in their body where they're frustrated, and they've got some, so I'm moving energy inside of a person. And so I became fascinated, and going into it, even for myself, going back to answer your question, I wanted to move energy within myself in the room to make the world better, to ascend the consciousness. And that's kind of my secret ethos behind everything that we're going to experience today. And for my life, I believe the quality of our lives is the quality of our communication. And I want people to ascend in our lives. And I believe like we can live in survival, we can live in tribes, we can live in our power, we can have discipline, we can have success. Like there's a structure to it. And my whole outcome is to help you all evolve consciously, spiritually. But I know that you can only do that by processing your own emotions and freeing other people from the traps inside themselves. So that became the ethos to get me out of everything that I was experiencing. And I really bought into, if I have fear and trauma and doubt, it's a process. And the only way to go through it is to actually go through it. And it's not I was going to feel good, but if I want to be this person and listen to the assignment that's on my heart that I feel like I'm designed, and you were designed for as well, it's going to be messy and there's going to be a lot of commitments, but it's going to be the mission that saved me. I was able to say some of these things to people because they felt like I was on a mission not to make them wrong, not to make myself right, not to put them down, but on a mission to actually shift something inside of them. And so they took the ride with me, and they voted with their dollars because they felt like I actually cared, and I did. And so one of the principles we're going to anchor back to today is having a mission and purpose that's bigger than your fear and bigger than your excuses. Your fear is always going to be there. Your excuses are always going to be there. But if you have a purpose and a mission that's bigger than that, it'll start to change for you. And going back to the Martin Luther King quote, if a person hasn't found a purpose in their life that they would die for, they're not fit to live. I think we all do. But the process of finding it requires us to get a little messy. We all have one. Finding it requires us not to sit at home and read books where it's safe. And we've all heard the cheesy quote, ships in the harbor are safe, but that's not what ships are made for. You know, just hiding and reading books and consuming is safe. And we feel like we're doing something, but that's not what you're made for. And so when you figure out what you're made for, the process of finding out what you're made for is often what makes you. It's like iron sharpens iron. It's like if you have a sharp sword, people are banging on that sword and banging. And life is sometimes going to bang you, but then you become sharp and you can pierce through a lot of noise because you've conditioned yourself and you've weathered yourself and you've weathered the storm in a way where now you are like iron. And your words with that iron and that emotion that pierces somebody based on your presence and your experience, they send something inside of you that can't be fake. And when you have this strong belief in mission, we're going to go into tonality and some different tools that you're seeing me do with gestures and all of that. But when you have strong belief in mission, there's an animation to the face and the voice and the eye contact that you can't fake. Like it's got to be real. And there's so much fakeness out there. When it's real, people experience it. And because it's so freaking rare, they will pay attention and they will take a journey with you and they will buy from you.
Thank you so much. 100%. Like you could have just answered that question like with the one or two sentences, like most people would, and just the passion and the commitment to your calling and everything to really dig in and really help me understand that better is amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Really.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Somebody said in the comments, I love how Eli answers everything with an analogy. So congrats. Thank you. Who was that came on? I forgot his name. I'm sorry. Anyways, guys, we're gonna wrap up this session, but I want you guys to participate with me right now. And in the chat, tell me a couple different traits about being an unstoppable speaker. I want to know what you kind of learned from this session. Just give me one or two traits that you have. So that could be like speaking authentically from the heart, or has a purpose, a mission bigger than your fear, like Eli said, shows up, takes action. What are some traits that an unstoppable speaker has? Yes. So Andrew says has a mission. Simon says certainty, visibility. That was so great. I love that quote. Visibility is profitability. That was good, Eli. That was like a soundbite that I'm going to be taking and doing something with later. Not hiding, Greg, good. Commitment and certainty. Energy, mission. Yes, you guys are goes all in, Seth. Yep. Excitement, passion. Awesome, guys. All right, so let's wrap up this session. I want everybody to tap on your chest right now before we go to the next session and just say, I am an unstoppable speaker. I am an unstoppable speaker. And I just want you guys to declare that and bring it into your heart so that the rest, because that does, nothing else matters. The tactics, the strategies, nothing else matters unless you believe in that. All right. So Seth, go ahead, cue up the break video. We'll be back in about 12 minutes and we're going to be uncovering a couple different things. But one of the things is the recipe for success, the 5-step stage impact system that you guys can start implementing on and taking action on and start creating your signature talk. So talk to you guys soon. Be back in 12.
See you guys.
Eli Wild has been incredible. I knew him from the surface, and I really came here to see that. I'm so impressed with his integrity, his genuine caring, and he is a master, absolute master at the craft of teaching everything there is about effective sales and how to speak effectively and move people.
And so coming to this weekend was like stepping into like a dream. Like I've been like a huge Tony Robbins fan for a while and had these like fantasies about stepping onto that stage and really inspiring people. And what I got out of this weekend with Eli is he's like Tony reincarnated, but it's almost even better because he's stopping and explaining all of these amazing tools and techniques. He's reinforcing them, giving us the frameworks. But I think what's most important is that he does it with a soul and the real intention of caring about people. And I think that's what sets him apart from other folks is his ability to really deliver compelling performances, but also break it down in real time, explain it to you so that you can implement it yourself. So I've got so much out of this weekend that I can't wait to implement, and I'm really excited about everything that I've got. So if you're on the fence, you're thinking, I want to speak, but I'm not sure where to start, or if this is like for me, check it out. You'll learn so much. You'll really enjoy it. It'll be really worth your time and money.
Eli is the best in the world at what he does. Not only how he actually presents and teaches and influences, but also how he is able to break the concepts down so simply that we get to ingrain it into our nervous system while we hear him present and speak.
This is actually my second time coming because the first one was so good, and I'm actually in his coaching program, but the content is so rich and so powerful, and being someone that's already doing corporate trainings and keynote speaking, the level of mastery that he teaches is like nothing that I've ever seen nor invested in.
How do you put a value on your own belief? How do you put a value on figuring out that you're not here for yourself, that you're really here to help other people transform? The value's been infinite. It's unlimited for me to be able to reach into this pool of potential that I know I have and my ability to really give back to other people.
The small investment that I made with Eli is at least worth 10 times what I paid today. Why? Because not only did he showcase the strategies and the tactics, he demoed it for you and then gave us a chance to practice and see it in action.
If you're selling coaching or you're selling anything from stage or you're trying to get on stage, having the confidence of having that structure, is invaluable. So, especially if you're selling any programs, $5,000, $6,000, 8,000. I mean, you can quadruple the investment with one sale. So I don't know how much more it's worth, but that one investment made here will pay over and over and over and over and over.
My biggest takeaway was really having an outcome is really bigger than having somebody like you. Realistically, having the outcome of influencing them means that you might be firm sometimes. You might be mean to them sometimes. They might not like you, but you're helping them out. That was like a really big shift for me.
I was having a hard time in really realizing my potential, my capabilities. I would hide and not show up for Zoom calls, making excuses, allowing the obstacles I had to really get in my way. And being here with these incredible people and Eli and his way of helping you see your greatness, helping you see beyond all the limitations, and how, for me, I was taking myself out and not showing up fully for me and therefore the incredible women whose lives I'm gonna change. And all of that changed at this event.
So over 2 days, I got the answer to the question that I was seeking, and that was for me to connect deeper to my purpose and my why and feed my audience from that place. That way they know that I got what they need and I'm absolutely here to serve, and it's all because of Eli. So if you're thinking about coming to this program, don't think, just do it, because whatever you're looking for, the way you want to take your message and your soul and give it to people to make the world a better place, he has a formula and a strategy and a framework to help you do that. So just say yes and sign up.
Had the pleasure to spend 2 days here with Eli Wild and his entire crew, going over influence and sales, and specifically speak from stage. Honestly, coming here is one of those things I really wanted to have an open mind, try to get a lot out of it. Biggest thing for me, though, was really I wanted to make sure that I could find a way to take a topic that's generally not sexy and make it sexier. And by far, I would say that everybody in the room said at the end of the day, it was much sexier. Biggest takeaway, though, truly is going to be prepping and not winging it for your conversations. Even quantify this. This is something that's easily going to produce well over $500,000 for me over the career of my life and everything like that. So highly recommend it. Can't suggest enough. Eli and team are amazing and definitely worth the investment.
Just being in that environment helps out alone. And then I learned the sales, how to speak, positioning, body language, vocal tonality. There's so much things on top of that.
I knew he would completely over deliver, which he has. He blew my expectations out of the water, and I knew he was my next mentor. I am hanging on every word. My brain is so happy right now with information. They really care that I'm getting the information and I'm able to use it and that I get the help that I need. And that is perfect.
I've been a great asset to many companies because of Eli and Eli. They have helped me massively in my professional career, all the way to being a very confident sales professional that can even lead and teach other sales professionals.
A lot of deep information. Eli knows his stuff. There's all these amazing people that are doing really well with their businesses, and the fact that I get to meet them and also befriend them, and we were just like sharing each other's secrets.
After working with both Eli's and the team, I've been reaching a new level in my clarity of my purpose and my vision for my company. I really, now that I have these skills, feel empowered to go out there and make a difference in a whole different way.
I got more value out of this 2 days than I've gotten out of paying $50,000 and more for a course. It was just unbelievable. I mean, so much information, really useful, valuable things that I can implement in my business right away. These are tools that I can tell that when I just start implementing them into my sales strategies, my public speaking, it's going to make a massive impact on my business. So I am just like stoked to put it into use.
Eli is one of the greatest salespeople that have ever lived, one of the greatest human beings that I have ever interacted with in my entire life. There are going to be infinite dollars that are made from this because these are principles that I will use for literally the rest of my life, both in one-on-one sales calls, one-to-many stages, and just in day-to-day life.
It's a blessing that the event even exists. I would live with so much regret if I would have never came, and I couldn't imagine continuing life without the information that I received in these 2 days. It's a totally different experience to witness it live. I cannot put it into words, the gravity of seeing the mastery that Eli has in person.
I would say it's the holistic package. You get to understand first fundamentals, you get to understand very deep concepts, but you get to understand the why and the how. Being around someone like Eli, who's put in the work for decades to become a master at his craft, can not only shorten the period of time that it takes to get to anywhere near his level. It's something that has drastically changed my life financially, relationally.
Eli has this God-given talent and desire to take everything that's in him and literally pour it out into you in a way that's digestible and in a way that's actionable.
I love how genuine he is and the fact that he cares. Like when he speaks to you, like he speaks from his heart, you feel that type of energy and vibration. So it connects to the soul. He's here like to teach you. He wants to like change your life.
It's so clear to me, looking at Eli, working with Eli, hearing him speak, hearing him break down what he did, that he had true brilliance in the basics, not only in him doing it, but in his ability to teach it. And that has been transformational for my business.
Eli himself was absolutely phenomenal. When you are working with someone of that caliber, it's kind of natural to be almost hesitant, but he's super chill, super unattached, and that's what makes him so different, is that he's only doing things and asking you to do things that are truly in your best interest.
If you're someone that loves people and somebody who wants to communicate better, get your message out to the world, you absolutely need to not walk here, but run here as fast as you possibly can. Get moving, get your butt here. If you have a message that you want to get out to the world and you want to be a better communicator, you need to get here. You need to run, you need to get here as soon as you possibly can.
The ability to get on stage, to impact, to influence, to be able to move them emotionally, to be able to put them in a position where you can actually change their life. He knows what he's doing. He's done this for decades alongside the best of the best. It was just a no-brainer to learn this skill.
I've been speaking for 15 years, and I think at that point, you sometimes get jaded, like, there's nothing else that I can learn. But like, there was so much that I got out of the past 2 days.
For one, he's brilliant in the game of sales, but I think also he's just a constant student of the game. And I feel like the amount of people that look up to him in his craft, he is the expert in his space, something that's definitely admirable.
Just coming here, and it was just seeing that there's so much more to what he teaches in all of the online trainings. You know, it helped us go from making $20,000 a month from being stuck and not closing sales to recently hit our highest ever month. We did 400K a couple of months ago.
One of the biggest things that I took away was how to have a bigger tonal range. And something this weekend clicked, and I realized that if I want to have more tonal range, I need to have more emotional range. And the moment I had that thought and that belief, it all just came so naturally.
And what Eli shows you how to do is not only make your speech compelling, but you're getting them to move emotionally.
The people that are in the room are phenomenal as well. And so not only just learning from Eli, but then learning from everyone else for the past 2 days has been phenomenal.
If you're interested in leveling up your game as a sales rep, getting better at sales, definitely have to be at this next event for Eli. It was a total game changer for me, and it's going to change your life as well.
So if you've been thinking about learning the skill of influence, of speaking from stage, of selling from stage, then don't hesitate to sign up for Eli Wild's Influence event. Trust me, it'll be one of the best decisions you've ever made.
All right, who is excited to learn the 5-step stage impact system? Because that's what we're going to be learning about in session number 2. Let's put something in the chat. Put a let's go in the chat. Eli Wild just said, let's go. And what I want to do before we start this session, and we're actually running a little bit behind, we're already like 38 minutes into it, but typically what I like to do is I like to do a couple of ahas at the beginning of the session. So I would like 1 or 2 people just right now, raise your hand and come on and tell Eli your biggest takeaway, aha moment, golden nugget, shift that you had in the last section. He wants to hear from you guys. So raise your hand if you want to share. Ingrid, what's up? Hello.
Hello. Did you guys hear me well?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. So I think something that resonates with me is about the mission, you know, because you don't have a bigger purpose. So, and as you're hiding behind your own fears, so you don't pass your mission. And I think in my case, that happens a lot. I have a big audience in the Hispanic community, and I'm very, very dry. And I'm like, oh my God, we're going to do this good. But sometimes I'm in fear that and I can deliver it really well. So thanks for that. That was great.
100%. Yeah, that's a huge distinction. And, I used to go, and I know a lot of you have bought sales programs or whatever, and there's like sometimes a mindset or a mission, and we kind of skip over that. We're like, yeah, just give me the tactics and stuff. And that was always me. Like, just like, when are we going to get to the good part? And then I was like, man, that's actually the thing. And even if you learn all the tactics and frames and you're perfect, if all of that's not connected to a mission, and it's truly an 80-20, like the mission and the purpose is the 80% that drives everything, the belief in why you're doing what you're doing. And there's a 20% tactics. And I've spent more money and time in that world and had more feedback, and even getting coached by Tony Robbins himself on those tactics. But he was really big. It's, on just really ingraining me in the mission. And for each one of you, it's going to be, it gets refined over time. But we always say, and I love this quote, God can't steer a parked car. And that mission, it's like, if you're not moving and learning and, it just falls flat. But when there's something in you, and people, they meet you energetically before they meet you in any other way. And there's something in you. It's like, there's an energy there, and you automatically become that much more attractive. And, when I saw Tony, even, I was like, I'd seen all these other speakers. And then when he came on, I was like, I want some of that. Like, and Oprah said this too. She's like, I want to know what he eats. Like it's that. And when people have that experience of you, that you know the thing, you know what you're doing, but a lot of times too, it's the energy that moves them emotionally that they buy into. And I can see you've got great energy, and so we're here to expand it even more. So I appreciate they giving us the share.
Thank you.
Thank you for being vulnerable there too, Ingrid. And did I say your name right? Is it Ingrid? Am I saying that right?
Ingrid.
Okay. Everybody give it up for Ingrid. Thank you, Ingrid. Lucy, what was your biggest takeaway, aha moment, golden nugget?
The biggest thing that I've realized is mission over ego. I've struggled because I've done a lot of things that were pretty precocious in my life. I recently ran for United States Senate from Indiana in 2016 and 18 on the Libertarian ticket, but I keep editing myself. So I have this big grandiose vision of I should be fighting, the WEF and the cabal and, all of these things as my, a politician. But then I feel like a little flower that's coming up, and just as I break through the soil, I get smashed down, and I can't get over the feeling that in reality, I'm the one smashing myself down. So what I've learned this morning is that the mission has to be bigger than my ego. I have to set all of that aside and make sure that I'm on mission, because if I'm not accomplishing the problem solving for other people, there's really even no reason for my existence.
Huge insight. I have on my wall here in my home, I have some of my favorite quotes, and I look at it right before I walk out the door. And one of them is, did you think it was going to be easy? And then I say, no, it's like, it's not supposed to be easy. It's like, well, this is what hard feels like. And so it doesn't have to be. And there's frameworks and there's skills that, we're going to speed you up with, once you fully get the process. But sometimes too, it's like realizing, yeah, this is exactly the doubt that's in my mind. This is the doubt that most people have. That's why I keep going. Like, it's just one more over and over again. Say, oh yeah, that's, that energy coming in. And this is like, I'm being tested. Like, if this is my real thing, and we're all going to be tested. Some of you are going to be tested today, and your resolve and your commitment. And so that never stops. And I've talked to people that are bajillionaires, and they're like, yeah, it never stops. It's always going to be there. But I think that's part of the universal design, and that's why we're here.
Kind of like keep pushing into it, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. It's like when we go to the gym, and if you lift the little pink and green and silver weights in the corner, not much muscle. But if you take on more than you handle, the only reason muscles have reason to grow is when they take on more than they can physically do, then they're forced to grow. And I think it's the same thing with our emotions and our mindset and our spirits and our souls. So kudos for you for that's a big game that you're playing. So kudos to you. Thank you for the share.
I'm just curious. I'm sure a couple other people are curious. What do you do exactly? Because I see you got the Credit Hero shirt. I'm just like curious.
Okay, so quick 30 seconds. I started as a mortgage broker in '96, and so finance has been my thing. I read The Creature from Jekyll Island by J. Edward Griffin as a teenager, And so I learned very early that the game that we're playing is rigged and stacked against us. One of the ways that I'm fighting them, believe it or not, is I've been married to my husband for 32 years. We have 10 kids and I have 3 grandkids. So my entire mission is to leave a world, we say liberty in our lifetime. So I know that my mission is to wake people up to the fact, first of all, that we are economic slaves. We're slaves to the programming that we've experienced. But then we have to choose, right? And this is the struggle that I'm going through. If you choose to be free, you also have to choose the work that goes along with it and radical personal responsibility. And coming from a middle class, lower middle class background and the lack and the scarcity and everything that comes into that, there's a real deserve level problem. And maybe other folks here also have that deserve level problem. Who am I, to be the one that is rich and fights the cabal, and then the self-doubt of, well, will money change me? Will money make me one of the people that I'm actually fighting? So, and I want to make sure that I'm not a narcissist, and I see all this stuff online about that, just because I have this grandiose vision of, fighting David versus Goliath, does that mean that, I'm a narcissist? I don't think that I am. My friends tell me that I'm actually an empath, but, who else is struggling with this? And how do we overcome that self-doubt and really step into our power with grace and confidence?
Yeah, it's going to be great for you to be here today. And, I think all of us can hear there's some inner conflicts. I want this, but that. I want to be wealthy, but I think wealthy people are bad. It's like, I want this, but that. And I think that's stops a lot of people not only from speaking more, getting elected, whatever. It's got to be 100% aligned and congruent, like this message. And you see people, they say one thing, they say they believe this, but their actions are here, their words are scattered emotionally all over the place, but your thoughts, your beliefs, your actions, your identity, all in alignment. I believe it's like, we're like antennas, our spinal cord, our nervous system, and we get downloads based on the alignment we have. But most people, their actions and their thoughts and their behavior out of alignment with what they say they believe, or they've got mixed beliefs. I believe this, but not that. And it's just not the process. And so sometimes, and many of us have heard this too, we've been conditioned. When you watch any movie, the bad guy is always the wealthy guy. Some of the wealthiest people I know in the world, like they give more than anybody. Elon Musk, not even from America, he paid more in taxes last year than any American in the history of America.
Wow.
And he gave to charity, and he's trying to take us to another, and he's not even American. And so, I would say, and I don't know him personally, and some people say, oh, he's dark. I don't know. But at the same time, a lot of the judgments that are on him, obviously is not stopping him. He's just taking action. And I don't know what his intentions are. I think he's doing a good thing. And I know that people can, say whatever, but he gave more money back to America through taxes than anybody else. And he gives to charity. I know he does. And he's doing all these things, but none of that's possible without money. So a lot of us have money beliefs about people and wealthy people, and it's been indoctrinated in every movie, Hollywood. It's like, because they don't want you to be wealthy, so they want you to have an idea against wealth, and even World Economic Forum, like wealth, bad, control. But honestly, money is energy, money is currency, and we can move things in the world with money. And so part of what we're going to go into today is you removing any belief that you have about money, charging more for it. And you've all heard this before, when people pay, they pay attention, but it's true. And getting people fully invested and feeling good about asking for money. A lot of times, when I was coaching people just in sales, maybe 10 years ago, I started, people with no money in their bank account were asking for $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 on a sales call. And it felt big to them. Like, hey, it's just 50,000. It's just 50,000. And we sometimes need to change our own mindset around money. Like, what is big? 50,000 for some people is nothing. For some people, that's how much money they make in a year. So how do we level up? We've got to change our mindset around money before it ever just starts showing up in our life, and change the bigness of it, because the bigness of it makes us shrink.
We've been so indoctrinated too with Hollywood and society with envisioning wealthy people as evil people. And it's like, it's even that term, like when you mentioned that term came up to me, filthy rich, right? And it's like, I don't know any wealthy people who are filthy. So where did that term even come from?
Yeah.
Thank you, Lucy, for coming on. Appreciate you. Gabriel, you're up, man. Biggest takeaway, aha.
I just love the whole morning, but the first thing you said was just the punch in the face of like the real reason I'm here. And it was about stopping hiding and all of the like subtle ways that I'm not getting in front and leading from the front and using my voice. And there's so many ways, sophisticated ways to hide. Like I even wrote a damn book, and there's something about the written word that while it's also powerful, it's still hiding because I'm not standing up, I'm not speaking. And so it's the speaking open the mission and moving the world and fueling the mission with the money that moves the world is the reason I'm here.
Beautiful. And when we talked, great insight. And when we talked about, Garrett doing something similar to you. A lot of people not going to align with him, but you're also helping married businessmen. And so you're uniquely designed, like you already have proof of concept, and there are millions of people out there that other people like him can't touch, that only you can touch. So got to stop hiding.
Great stuff, Gabriel. I love that. Everybody put stop hiding in the chat. Stop hiding. All right, Eli, what do you want to have some opening words about this session, and then we'll get into it?
This session, I've joined so many masterminds, and in one of them, there was a process that Austin's about to take you through, just as it relates to like communication and value, like to really think differently about what these offers are and what you're communicating to the world. Like, how do we actually get paid? Like, what is the value in what you present? And it's not more stuff. People don't want more stuff. So you're going to see that. It's really powerful. And I've gone through this process and take you through that. And then I'm going to piggyback off of that. And we're going to create a map for you. You're going to make some decisions today. I'm going to take you through a process by Frank Kern called the Freedom Multiplier. I went through this years ago, and it just made like who I work with, how much I charge, like who I need to be, the character traits of the people I want to work with. It made it all so clear. So we're going to break down like a 4-step process, this Freedom Multiplier, but also I want to remind you, today is about you making decisions. Like you're going to have to decide on your avatar. Like you're going to decide in this session. There's some things, some people take 5, 10, 15 years, figure out the decisions that you're going to make today. Like you're going to make them. Can you change them sometime? Maybe, but you're going to commit to get in the game. Like you're going to make some solid commitments today. I'm going to take you to this Freedom Multiplier, and then I'm going to give you an overview of the 5-part process inside of the Stage Impact system. And you're going to see how all this fits together. So this is a packed session.
Great. So let's go ahead and get started. So guys, what I'm going to talk about is called the 4 levels of value. And this is really why this play works. This is why speaking and communicating and having a signature talk is the play that you guys are going to want to have, okay? And it's called the 4 levels of value. And this is actually something that I learned from Myron Golden. Anybody know who Myron Golden is in here? Just a show of hands. Okay, got a couple people here. And I want to let you guys know, even if you've heard this exercise before, I still want you to participate, because the deeper you embed this mental syntax, the more successful you will be, all right? So what I want everybody to do is grab a piece of paper, and I got some paper in front of me and my marker here, and basically it's called the 4 levels of value. So I want you guys to draw out a stair level with 4 levels on it, okay? So this is what that should look like. That should see that. Great, great, great. So, and then the takeaway here for this entire lesson is it's not about working harder, right? It's not about working harder. It's actually about working higher up this ladder. So I'm going to draw a little arrow here. You guys can see that. We want to work higher. That's what we want to do. Okay. You know, I grew up in a family, and they meant very well to me, but Did any of you guys ever experience your parents saying things like, hey, in order for you to be successful, you need to go to school, get a degree, then get a job. And what they don't tell you is the job is the journey of the broke, right? J-O-B. And then you will be successful. How many of you guys have heard that before, just by a show of hands? Yes, right? And how many have you discovered, like me, that that is not true? Yeah. So again, this exercise is about not working harder, it's about working higher, all right? And society will actually pay you more based on which level you're working at, all right? So level 1 is what is called implementation. I'm gonna write that down right now. And at the bottom level, implementation, all right? So you guys gonna draw it like this. And what is implementation? Implementation is people who do the thing. They are people who use their hands to do the job, the work, right? They use their muscles. I probably should have showed that. That's here for you guys, not against you. But basically, think of implementers. Implementers are people who like wash cars, paint houses. They do landscaping. They're construction workers. They're cashiers. They're waitresses. They're the people actually implementing and doing the thing. And there's a cap for these people. The cap is they make anywhere from minimum wage upwards to about $80,000 a year. That's typically what implementers will make. And there's a lie that implementers have been told. They've been told that the key to success, like I just mentioned, is working hard. Okay? How many of you guys know that wealth is not attracted to hard work? Wealth is actually attracted to working smarter, not harder. Okay? So implementers will use a resource called their muscles. So they're using their muscles all the time. There's actually 5 different resources that we're going to talk about on each level. And the resource for them is their muscle. And then they're usually capped, again, between $0 to $80,000 a year. And unfortunately, most people go through life thinking that they have not been dealt a good hand and that they're the victims of circumstance. How many of you guys know those types of people? And the truth is they've just never seen another level. All right. And again, this exercise is about working higher. You guys ready for the next level? Give me a Baptist nod. All right. Awesome. All right. So the next level is what is called unification. All right. So unification. Yep. Eli says work hard is not the answer. Implementation. Yep. Unification. So what is unification? Unification is people who manage other people. So this is people who keep it unified. They have systems in place. They manage other people. They make sure that mass chaos does not happen inside the company that they're managing, right? And think of these as like store managers, operation managers, construction managers, even doctors. What do doctors do? Doctors typically are managing nurses and assistants to help with their practice. Dentists, directors, things like that, right? And typically with unification unifiers also have a cap. And their cap is anywhere between, I would say, again, minimum wage all the way up to about $250,000, maybe $300,000 a year, okay? And there is a lie on this level as well. And the lie is they believe that more education is the key to success, all right? They believe that if they go to school and get a master's degree or a bachelor's degree, a certification, a credential, then they will be wealthy. How many of you guys know a person, I could think of a couple right now, even somebody in my own family, who has a lot of letters behind their name, but they're in the struggle bus? You guys know those people? And the biggest problem and the resource that this level is going to utilize is management skills, right? So society pays higher the higher you are on this level. So again, anywhere from anywhere up to about $250,000, $300,000 these people will make. And the biggest problem is you have to manage people. And that's complicated, right? That's kind of like herding cats. Anybody ever heard that term before? I have a couple managers on my team who manage other people for me, and it could get chaotic when they go away on vacation, and then I have to sit down there and be like, okay, like, where are we at? Where's the project and stuff like that? So I want you guys to realize that wealth is actually created on the top 2 levels, okay? And this is the levels that you guys want to be on. So the 3rd level is called communication, okay? So I want to write that down. Gabriel's like, they love the struggle bus. Yeah. So communication. So communication is people who use their mouth to create wealth. All right. They've mastered communication, and communication is valued higher in society. So I want you guys to think about this. Actors. What do actors use? Put it in the chat. What do actors use? Eli, you can yell out loud if you want to.
Communication.
Communication.
Voice.
Yes, their voice, their words. So think of Tom Cruise, Leonardo DiCaprio, Dwayne Johnson. These people make a lot of money using their voice and their words. Think about singers, Jason Aldean, Taylor Swift, Katy Perry. Authors, talk show hosts, Joe Rogan, for example. Great communicator, great interviewer, right? Coaches, mentors, and speakers. Speakers are in this category, all right? And the resource that they use, so R for resource, the resource that they use is their mouth, okay? Now, the cap for people who typically use communication is anywhere from 100,000 all the way up to 100 million. So now it's way more. And in fact, there's a quote actually by Warren Buffett, Eli. I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but he said, Warren said that you can instantly increase your net worth by 50% by simply becoming a better communicator.
100%. Yeah, he took a course with Dale Carnegie when he was like 21, really basic stuff. You know, we have some advanced stuff that we're going to teach you today, and we go really deep into it. We make it super simple, like how to be more influential. And the #1 influence book in the world is actually How to Win Friends and Influence People. That's the course that Warren Buffett took. And it's like, say people's names, be nice to people. So really basic stuff. But even that was the most powerful course he ever took, because communication is everything. I think that in the last 50, 60 years, the game has gotten more advanced. So you need to be more advanced, and we can break that down for you. But just realize this, and I say it all the time, the quality of your life is the quality of your communication with others and within yourself. So like Lucy, the inner conflicts, that's communication within the self emotionally. If somebody doesn't sign up for your thing or rejects you or gives you an objection, there might be some limiting beliefs that you have about yourself. God's punishing me, I shouldn't be doing this. So communication, mastering communication, this is the level. Like when we really talk about mastering it, using your mouth to move the masses, that's what we're going into right now. So realize it's not about working like really hard, implementing. It's not about being a manager, but when you really have this capacity to share a message, like the artists and the actors and the speakers, that's what you're doing on video. That's what you're doing on a stage. That's what you're doing on your Facebook Lives. Like the playing field has been level. You all have access to a platform now. It's not about getting booked on stage, but how you show up on video, even if you're a salesperson. You know, you saw probably in the video, right before we came on here in the break, a lot of people tripled, quadrupled their income in our speaker program, but they just do one-on-one sales because they're on Zoom. Changing the frame and the mindset of how you communicate with others and yourself in this dialogue with people, whether it's a group or one-to-one, changes everything. Communication is the name of the game.
Communication is the name of the game. And the reason why, again, guys, society, this arrow right here, society gives more value to communicators, and that's why they can command higher prices. your hard work is not making you wealthy. So stop working harder. When you're on the bottom level down here, implementation, you're using your muscles. Basically, you're getting paid hourly, an hourly wage to use your muscles. And there's so many hours in the day. That's why there's a cap at that level. Then with unification, working harder is going to school, getting another degree. But even with that, there's a cap. But when you get to the third level here, like Eli was talking about, using your mouth and using your communication skills to move people, shift them, and get them to buy into you, who you are, your system, and your product, now you're transforming lives, and you can command a more premium price because society pays higher for those individuals. All right, who's ready for the fourth level? You guys excited about the fourth level? Put a 4 in the chat if you are. I want to see, there's 83 of you in the room, so I want to see 83 4s. All right, awesome. Okay, so the last level here, and this is like crazy land up here. The last level is what's called imagination. Imagination. I'm gonna ask you guys, have any of you guys ever had an invention or idea that's made you money? Have any of you had an invention or an idea that's made you money? Because this is, the top level is where the Imagineers live. And imaginative people such as, think of Elon Musk, Walt Disney, Bill Gates, Steve Jobs. These people imagined a new reality. They imagined a new world. They imagined a new program, a new software, a new product that would change millions and millions and even billions of lives. And the cap for this level is anywhere from $1 million to $1 billion. One good idea can be worth $1 million to you. And that's why we have you on this event right now, because we want to shift your perspective from the lower levels to the higher levels, so that not one, you're only using communication, but you're also thinking about, how can I imagine, what is this signature talk going to look like? How am I going to structure this around my mission, my business, and how I help people, right? You're one idea away from making 100,000, 500,000, millions of dollars. And the crazy part is that this top level is, some people call it the process of manifestation. But if you read the Bible, and excuse me if this might offend anybody, but if you read the Bible and you believe in that or those types of things, it's also called creation, right? And this is the crazy part, because like, when God decided to create the world, he started with what? What level did he start with? Put the number in the chat. Level 4, imagination, right? Because verse 2 says, the earth was void and without form. There was chaos in the world. And for us to step into chaos and be fearless and to imagine, when you guys imagine and you're creating things, chaos always follows creation. I want you guys to realize that. Chaos always follows creation. So these people in the imagination realm use their mind to think of inventions or ideas or ways to better the planet, better the world, make money. And then what do? They step into the chaos and they use their mouth, level 3 communication, to speak into it. And then when they speak into it, like when God started creating the world and putting everything together, he said, water over here, land over here, stars over here. And he created systems, unification. You start thinking about unification. Unification is systems on autopilot, gravity, the way the moon spins around the earth, the ecosystem, the ocean, right? Those are all systems. And then he finally put somebody in the garden, the implementer, right? So what I'm trying to say to you guys is, here's the point. You want to be working higher, not harder, all right? And you want to be operating at the top 2 levels. And then find the people who can implement the thing for you and do the thing. Eli?
Amazing. You know, I think of this so much. My mind spins on this whole idea of higher levels. And I said, you know, I kind of gave away one of the secrets here. The ethos behind everything we do is to help us evolve consciously, like as a planet, a universe, as individuals, like taking what's inside of us. And I believe, you know, and I'm not an overly spiritual person, and I'm certainly not here to preach at you, but I think we all realize we have this soul and a mission and a purpose. And as we get those downloads and take action on them, we learn and we experience and we share the learning for others to follow. And I think that's really what this whole communication game is about. And the more we listen to that voice and that insight or whatever that is, you know, thinking about, you know, even in the Bible, you think about this all powerful being, like God said, let there be light, and there was light. Like he decided and it happened. Like, let there be land and animals, and it was there. And I think what takes people out of their power is this time to make the decision to act. Like this guy said, let there be light, and it was light. And so powerful beings, I'm not saying that you'll ever be able to manifest $1 billion or anything like that in a second, but the people that are most powerful, it's the speed at which they make things happen. It's like going from idea to making things happen. So it starts at the highest level with a vision and an idea, and then having the skill set to communicate that into the world in a way that touches the hearts and minds of other people. So the idea, level 4 into level 3, into people and systems, managers, into the workers. And so there have been some people in the world, maybe some negative things they've communicated based on their negative imagination, where they're communicating a lot of dark things in the world, and there's people that are putting this out there, and we're all at the effect. And so to really connect with a higher mission, whatever's on your heart, like this idea that you have, that is the shift that you want to see in the world, like you've got that already. You might need to spend some more time, energy, and attention with that. Because if you want to have a relationship with anybody, including yourself, your partner, your kids, you got to spend time. So you taking some more time to journal and connect with this idea, this vision that is uniquely yours, learning how to communicate that is where we're at today, to the people who will do the stuff to actually create the change in the world, because it takes people to support your missions, people support you, and they will happily pay you if you're clear and powerful and use the structure that we're going to break down today. But before we get into that, first of all, give Austin a round of applause. That was powerful. 4 levels of value. First time I saw that, I was like, boom. Give him a round of applause. Woo! Austin, you're a rock star, man. That is awesome. So I saw this, and I gave some segue to this earlier as we came on here. And this is something from, I didn't invent, it's a man named Frank Kern came up with this. It's called the Freedom Multiplier. So just inside of the chat, put FM, standing for Freedom Multiplier. So this is going to be really simple, a really simple exercise. Because right now I know that you're thinking ads and YouTube ads and organic marketing and reels and Hormozi style this and webinars and funnels. And there's so much stuff. There's so much. It is like a full-time job just to keep up with all the new things that are in marketing. And by the way, many of you have already heard of this before, but I want you to think about this as you're being bombarded with all these new messages. When people say, here's the news, it's not anything new. It's not even news, but they're saying that it's new. The mind prioritizes things that are new. Some of you have heard Russell Brunson talk about this. You don't want to have an improvement offer. You want a new opportunity. New. So I want you to understand right now, you want to take some processes, and when you communicate your message and we label the message, you want to make sure that it's seen as something new. Are you guys with me? Put a 1 in the chat. So this process, I'm letting you know right now, is not new. It's simple. It's super simple. And it's based upon what works. And so I'm not going to say it's this new thing just so you're excited. This is the foundational thing behind all things. And part of the process is creating something that's marketed as new. But this process is not. It's foundational and it's simple and it's easy. And so on a piece of paper, does everybody have a piece of paper? Wave at me, got a piece of paper? You're gonna make like a plus sign. You're basically gonna do like a line down and then one in the middle. So you'll have 4 sections, 4 quadrants on a piece of paper. So like 1, 2, 3, 4. In the top left corner, write a 1. Top right corner, put a 2. Bottom left, put a 3. Bottom right, put a 4. And so we are going to make some decisions here today. And in the first
for imagination. So guys, what Eli's about to walk you guys through is a plan for you guys to get really clear on how to grow your business using speaking. All right.
So in the first box, number 1, I want you to write in that box, how much do you want to charge per client? And so remember, you're a person of influence, and it's not, oh, what would they pay? What do I think it's worth? Well, think about it. If you can change somebody's marriage, what is that worth? If you can change somebody's health, what is that worth? If you can show somebody a system like we do to make more money, like what is that worth? Like what is it really worth? And so I also want you to know that as you think about this number, people don't want more. Like you see all these offers with like 1,000 things, like do this stack. It's like $1 bajillion and we got like this thing and this thing and this thing and this thing. It's like overwhelming. People want simple. And you've heard this before. It's like solve rich people problems. Do you think that if somebody could join like say a 3-year program for 100,000, like say it's 100,000, it's $30,000 a year for 3 years, like I'll make it more value if I make it 4 or 5 years. Well, you're saying that it takes 5 years to get a result. Wealthy people, they think differently. They realize that time is infinitely more important than money. How many of you here have ever like run out of money before in your life? Wave at me. Run out of money before? Were you able to get some more money? Yes. What happens when you run out of time? You do not get any more time. And so they realize that time is infinitely more valuable. And so if you have a program, say it's $100,000 and it takes 5 years, well, people think I'll make it more valuable. I'll give them 6 years. You make it more valuable by doing it in less time. So if you have a result that takes most people a year to get and say, look, I can get you this result in 6 months, you can actually charge double if you can get it for them faster. So more stuff and more time is not it. Simple scales. That's why we're taking you through this exercise to really frame your mind around what people want. Like if I said, I've got a course that is 12,000 modules and 18,000 1-hour videos where you can learn all this stuff, or I have this one piece of paper where it has all the answers to everything that you need specifically. And all you need is this. I could say for these 18,000 videos, it's $1,000 because you got to go through it. But this one piece of paper would be worth millions. If I met an Elon Musk and I had this one piece of paper with all the answers on it, he would pay millions and millions and millions for it. So simple is what scales. So realize your clients think this way, but you need to be thinking this way too. So in that first box, write down, how much do you want to charge? How much do you decide? You decide to charge. Yep.
I want you guys to think about this right now. What we're doing is we're starting with the end in mind, right? This is going to be, what is the goal of you actually putting the signature talk together? What is the program that I'm going to sell? And I don't want you guys to even think about what's in the program. I don't want you guys to think about like, I don't even know if my clients will pay me. I don't even know what my offer should be. That's not what this is. Box number 1 is how much do you want to make for each client that signs up after your signature talk? All right. So put a number down. I want you guys to put it in the chat right now. We want to see what you guys are thinking about doing. Eli, what do you think is a good number to start? Like what number do you want to use?
Minimum 10 grand.
10 grand?
Because here's the thing. A lot of times people are like, well, I've invested this in myself and I've done all this. A lot of times we attach our own value. Like, I'm worth it, and we got to try to convince ourselves, I've invested all this in myself and I can do it. It's not about you. It has nothing to do with you. How much do you want to charge? Like, how much, like, is it worth to their life? Minimum. A lot of you are trying to be in the lowest price person in town, or take other things that are not uniquely you and just shove it into a program or give people more stuff. That's how people become a commodity. Your X factor is your voice. And so making it super simple, write down how much you want to charge per client. And so I think, like, to change somebody's life, save their marriage, what is that worth? Turn around their health?
50% is what it's worth, everything.
Yeah. I have a health coach. I pay him it's a little over $2,000 a month. So $25K a year.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you guys get to imagine what you want. This is where you get to decide how much you charge. So put a number down. I see a lot of people. Ingrid says $50,000. That's awesome. Aaron says $120,000. Zach's $30,000. Sue's $25,000. You guys got some big numbers here. I like that.
50.
So we're at 10 right now. So what's number 2, Eli?
So put your number, whatever it is, in box number 1. So for each one of you, for this example, I'll put 10K. Most of you have numbers higher than that. I love to see that. Sylvia, 11 to 13,000, not 12, but somewhere in the 11 to 13 range. I love that. In box number 2, fast
action bonus.
Yes, in box number 2, preface this. This is not what you're going to do. Everybody say not. This is not what you're going to do. But here's what I want you thinking. Here's how I want you thinking. I want you to think of the person that you want to serve. Think of the character traits that they would need to have. The character traits they would need to have. Who would you love to work with? And this is the type of person that, let's imagine for a second that you only got paid if they got a result. Now, you're not going to do that. Again, you are not going to do that. But imagine if you only got paid if you got them a result. Again, if you only got paid if you got them a result, what kind of person would they need to be? Write this down. Write down in box number 2, what would they need to be? Would they be committed, decisive? Would they need to be an action taker? Like, if you knew, like, you're like, oh, this person, I would definitely get a result for them. And you would take them on without them paying you because you're so confident. And I've gone through a lot of programs, guys, and every program has some success. And a lot of programs out there don't have success. We're teaching what no other program can teach you inside of what we do. But I want you to know this. It's the people that you attract. It's the context of the content. It's what you create inside the environment that allows people to change, but who would they need to be? So give it to me in the chat. Who would they need to be? What are the character traits? If you could, they would need to be an action taker. So I want to write this. Everybody put this in your box. Action taker. That is a good one.
Coachable.
Coachable. Everybody put coachable. That is a great one, Todd. Action taker. I love that. What else would they need to be? Content of the context. They need to be moldable. Yeah. Oh, and you're asking me a question. The context is the container through which you create in your environment. They need to be a certain way in your program in order to get a result. Obedient.
Ready for change. Honest.
Obedient. We'll say they're committed. I like that word, but I like obedient. Obedient to the message that's inside of them. They take action. They got to be hungry. Les Brown.
Nikki says consistent. I like that one.
Consistent. We got a good list here. Urgency. They have to have urgency to change. Urgency. They can't just procrastinate and say they're going to do it. Have to be resourceful. Have to have a purpose. A burning desire. Am I missing some, Austin? A risk taker. I like that.
Resourceful. That's a great one from Zach. You got to be resourceful.
Mission driven, full of faith, God-centered, open. Well,
and it's going to be for everyone. So it's whatever's based on your offer and what kind of result that you are getting for them. Everybody's going to have some different character traits here.
So think about it. If you knew that they would definitely get a result if they had these character traits, what would they need to be? So we've got a great list here. Now, here's the interesting thing. I'm not a huge law of attraction type person. It's definitely a piece. I think it's important. We've all heard this phrase though, birds of a feather do what?
Ooh, flock together.
Successful people attract successful people. So if you want to attract people who take action, that means that you need to do what?
Take action.
If you want people who are coachable, that means that you need to be what? Coachable. If you want people that are committed, that are hungry, that are congruent, that have urgency, that are resourceful, that are purposeful, that are risk takers, that have a burning desire, if you want to find those type of people, you need to be what? Those type of people. Birds of a feather flock together. And so we don't attract what we want, we attract who we are. And so oftentimes too, if you've had clients in the past that you're frustrated with that aren't doing things, you might be emotionally triggered by it if you're not doing things. Otherwise, it wouldn't affect you. That's the superpower. That's where congruency comes into play. It doesn't affect you unless it's showing up for you for a reason. It's called the law of the mirror. Like if you keep on getting people with money issues, I can't tell you how many times I've coached a company where it's the same funnel, same ads, same sales script, same offer. There's 3 salespeople. One always gets the money objection. One always gets the partner objection. One gets some uncertainty objection. Turns out salesperson number 1 had money issues. So the universe kept on giving him money issues until he handled his own money issues. Second person, he was scared to talk to his spouse about things. So he kept on getting the spouse objection and he justified it because he was he had empathy for it. Yep, I understand. You got to talk to your spouse because I have that too. Because he hadn't dealt with it himself, the universe kept on pushing that objection to his face because he hadn't dealt with it. Birds of a feather flock together and we attract not what we want, but who we are. And so in order for you to attract those people that you know you can get a result for, you need to be the person. Everybody put it in the chat, be the person. Jillian hit right on the bat there. Be, do, have. In order for you to have the thing, you got to do the thing. But in order to be able to do the thing, you got to be the person. And I love this. I got this from Myron. He says, all work works. It's not working for you. It's working on you. And it's going to continue to work on you until you become the person for which you make things work. My buddy always says, you have 2 options. 2 options, only 2 options. It has to work or it has to work. When those are your only 2 options for this game of speaking in life, it either has to work or it has to work. Those are the only options. And so now you're clear on who you need to serve, but also who you need to be in order to attract those people that pay you the 10, the 20, the 50, the $100,000 for what you do. Because these are the people you know you can get a result for. Some of you saw in that testimonial video we have 7-figure, 8-figure people. We have an NLP course that, one of the founders of Google's gone through it. Russell Brunson's gone through it. It's amazing. And so people kept on, and we don't do much marketing. We're just starting to put it out there, but it's word of mouth because we attract the right people because I started taking action. I started having a burning desire. I was really hungry. And so these people that have done much more than me are still investing heavily with me, 6 figures. Why? Because it's the birds of a feather thing. So those people are out there for you as well, but we got to show up consistently and powerfully. Step number 3, box number 3. Everybody ready for the 3? Awesome. And so these people that you're going to get a result for, I alluded to this earlier, it's not 1,000 things you're going to give them. They want simplicity. They want to save time. So inside of your offer, what are the 3, 4, 5 things that you would do with them in order for them to get the result? What are 3 to 5 things that they would need to do So if you have a health offer, maybe it's like first you get their blood work done or you do an assessment. Then you put them on a fitness and a workout plan. Then it's some customized feedback. It's daily check-ins. Maybe it's like a VIP day with you where they get to see how you optimize your home and you take all the toxins out of your environment. Like, start thinking about what would they need to do? What are the 3 to 5 steps? Austin, do you have any more clarity? Because it's basically a really bare bones, like what are the basics that they need to do for their offer? For us, for example, I know that people need to design, they need to get really clear on why they're doing what they're doing. They need to design a talk and a message that they can do to get leads, they can do for corporates, they can do on Facebook. They need to have like one signature talk, and it can't be like the perfect webinar from Russell Brunson. That's good, but everybody's heard that before. We always say a tactic shown is a tactic blown. So we need to have a customizable, like really strong presentation that is great. You need to tell your story. You need to have a short version for podcast. You need to have a longer version for the stage. There's just a few things that you need to do. You need to have this talk. You need to be able to create JVs. You need to come spend time with me so I can give you feedback. You actually need to do your presentation in front of me so I can give you feedback on it if you really want to be good. And then you need to take that feedback and do it again a few times and then go out there and create JVs and partnerships and start to do your own events like we're doing here today. So those are the 3 to 5 things for me. It's like putting together a talk, getting feedback on the talk, and then figuring out a way to get booked on stages. And there's no way you're not going to make money. There's no way. Maybe not $12 million in an hour, but there's no way you're not going to make more money. So now you have like how much you want to charge, who you're going to attract, and what are the 3 to 5 things. Austin, was there anything else that you wanted to share or add to that?
Yeah, so again, what Eli's saying, this is just 3 to 5 key things that your customer needs to do in order to get the result, all right? So we already talked about how much you're going to charge. We talked about what kind of character traits does that person need to be, and then also who you need to show up to be to actually attract that type of person. But also on number 3, we're talking about 3 to 5 key things, all right? I'm going to ask you guys right now, how many of you guys feel like you need to put more, and Eli already talked about this a little bit, but how many of you guys feel like, because I saw some big numbers, some of you did like $120,000. How many of you feel like you need to put more in your offer to justify the price? Can I get a show of hands? Anybody? Actually, I'm not on grid view. Anybody have that thought? Okay, a couple of people. All right. So people who want, what do people want? People want results. They want to get there as quickly as possible. All right. So Eli gave a good example of this, and I'll just grab a couple books right here. What if Eli, because, okay, so in the next, what we're about to reveal to you is Eli's 5-step system to developing an amazing signature talk that sells and scales. But what if Eli said to you guys, okay, now to do the system, you got to read all these books. You got to read this book. 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 You got to read all these books. And then after you read all those books, there's going to be a course where you're going to consume 100 hours of video content. And then after you get the 100 hours of video content, you're going to call these 50 people. And then after you do all that, then we can start actually putting together your signature talk. Or would you like it if Eli just had a 1-pager with 5 things for you to do? Those were the 5 things that you had to do. What do you guys want? The 1-pager or all the books? Put it in the chat. The 1-pager or all the books? What do you guys want? The page. Exactly. So stop stuffing your offer. Stop stuffing your program. Stop giving your clients extra stuff to do. I'm going to be blunt, they don't give a shit. They want to get the result as fast as possible. All right? So don't make your program longer. In fact, I was just talking to somebody the other day, Eli, and they were like, I was talking to them about increasing the amount of their offer. They had a $15,000 offer, and I said, let's make it a $30,000 offer. And you know what the guy said as soon as I said that? He said, I should make it longer. Why? People don't want to spend a year or 2 years figuring it out. They want the result faster. I was like, that's the opposite of what you should do. And in fact, this guy even said he can get them the results in 3 months instead of 6 months. And I'm like, you should make your program shorter.
Yeah.
Stop making things complicated. So for box number 3, you guys are just going to write down 3 to 5 key things that your client needs to do to have success. Is everybody real clear on that? I want you guys to put actually in the chat, if you could, before we go to step 4, I would like to know, what are your 3 to 5 key things that you help people do?
Simple scales. Simple scales. That is one of the biggest mistakes I made years ago, thinking that more meant worth more. It actually decreases the value of what you're doing. And I heard this from Michael Jordan a long time ago, and it changed the way that I thought about coaching. Michael Jordan said he never lost a basketball game. He simply ran out of time. He never lost a basketball game. He ran out of time because he was committed to the result. And as it was working for like me working with clients, I know I can get anybody a result. Like I might need to, for some people, I need to go to their house at 5 a.m. I need to wake them up. I need to make sure they take a shower. I need to dress them. I need to baby them. And I know I could improve their life. But then I would be getting stronger and I would be creating dependency on me. I would actually be doing more. And that wouldn't serve me or serve them. I'd be conditioning them to have dependency on me. You don't want to create a relationship with your clients where you're breeding dependency into them. You want to make sure that every session, every connection, everything that you have is so clear and so powerful, they're inspired to act. Because even if you coach somebody 1 hour a day, 23 hours a day, they're left to their own devices. So you want to make sure there is depth to what you're doing, your communication, where they are shifting their identity in a way where now they're becoming the person.
Yeah.
But in order for you to help them become the person, you need to be the person. And there's only a few things, super simple, they need to do. People are already overwhelmed. They don't need more stuff. They need to make it simple. The sooner you get that's what they want, they will pay you more for giving them less, but there's got to be a depth and a stronger container and a stronger commitment from you and from them.
I'm going to add one more thing to this, and then we'll go to the next step here. I want to give you guys the big picture. Why are we doing this right now? Why are we doing this? Well, you're going to find out as we go deeper into Eli's framework that part of his signature talk is that people buy into you and they buy into your process. Okay? This is essentially your process to getting a result. So that when you get on, like, even if you had a one-on-one sales call and you got on the phone with somebody and you were like, these are the 4 things we're going to do with you. Step 1, we're going to do this. Step 2, we're going to do this. Step 3, we're going to do this. Step 4, we're going to do this. Then you're going to reach the result that you want to get, which is why you're on this call anyways. That is where all this is fitting in. So this is super important for you guys to figure out, again, what does your 3 to 5 key step process look like? What does your blueprint look like? What is your framework to getting a person's success and not stuffing it with a bunch of other unnecessary stuff? Go ahead, Eli.
Amazing. Yeah, and so you're breaking down those 3 to 5 things. You have them right there. As we've already told you, my process, for example, guess how many things there are in my process that have allowed me to sell over 9 figures in coaching? There are 5. I've told you many times, there are 5. We're about to go into that, but you're understanding for you that it's just 3 to 5 things. Simple is what scales. Next box number 4. Write down how much money do you want to make per month? Because based on the information you already have, we're going to reverse engineer your income. How much money do you want to make per month? Per month. Zach, 100K?
Okay.
Got it here.
Gabriel says 100K. I like your numbers, guys.
100K is a great 300K per month.
Claudio says 100K.
Awesome, 100K net. And for those of you messaging me, just to message everybody, because it kind of messes up my chat if somebody just messaged me individually. 300K, 1 million a month. By the way, let me ask you this. All of the numbers that you guys are putting there, are there other people out there making that kind of money right now? So I want you to really think about it's possible. And I tell you, I think everybody is brilliant and amazing in their own way. I know like the top people in every industry, and I see some people that I think are absolutely brilliant that don't make that much money. And I see some people that you most likely wouldn't say they were brilliant, but they make a lot of money because they make things simple and they take freaking action. The best actor in the world is not the highest paid actor. The best actor in the world, the highest paid actor in the world is probably The Rock right now. He's just basically himself in every movie, but he's awesome. But he owns himself. He knows what he wants. And he's just super simple what he does every time. And it's going to be the same thing with you as a communicator. Just putting it out there, being really simple. So get clear, like how much money do you want to make, and realize there are other people out there with less skill, less talent, less ability than you, or maybe the same, that are making more money than you because you don't have the right process or you've tried to overcomplicate it. So I want you, as you're dreaming these numbers, I don't want you to think that it's just a dream and you're manifesting, because a lot of times people say something like 1 million or 300,000 or whatever. Like if you've never made 10,000 a month or 20,000 a month, don't say you're going to do 1 billion. But I know all of you could at least quadruple the amount of money that you're making right now with the right system based on what you already know. But you got to simplify it. So we have some great numbers here: $500,000, $100,000. All due respect to The Rock. Yes, all due respect. He's amazing. I'm not putting down his acting skills. Aaron Spicer was his acting coach. He was my coach for a bit too, over in Los Angeles. And so I've worked out with The Rock several times in Gold's Gym in Venice, and he's a great guy. I love the guy.
You're so pumped.
I'm lucky to be around some of these people. The Rock used to date my ex-girlfriend, her roommate. The Rock used to date, so I'd see him there all the time. So amazing guy, but he's in great shape too, by the way. Awesome dude. He's about 50, jacked. Anyway, on the subject. And so we got some big numbers here. And these are amazing. Again, I want to remind you, other people are doing this. And now, you know how much you want to charge. So remember how much you want to charge? You know who these people are. You know what simple 3 to 5 things you're going to give them. Now, let's do some math. I know math isn't sexy. This is going to be the one boring part of the entire event, but math can be sexy once you know why we're doing what we're doing. So think about this. Remember the number that you said that you're going to charge per client. So let's say that you're going to charge $10K per client, and you want to make $100,000 per month. So that means you need to get how many sales per month? How many sales for you? So in this example, my example right here, 10K, 100,000, it means I just need 10 people to say yes. 10 people to say yes. But here's where it gets really interesting. We have a process, and you're going to see the process here as we go into it in the next section. When you're speaking, the way that we have the system, so you're going to speak to sell. Sometimes you'll make a direct offer. Sometimes there'll be an opportunity for people to engage with a phone call after you speak. And I've done this before and generated hundreds of leads, and a large portion of them bought something after. So I'm going to break down the system in a bit. It's what Tony Robbins does from stage. He makes an offer back. So I'm going to break down the system here today that you're seeing all of the time. You're going to understand the steps, and it's super simple. But I want you to know this: when you make your talk and you connect and you do your event and you do your speech, we estimate, and this is lowball numbers, 20%. Like if I speak to a room and say I've got like 100 people, just simple numbers, 20% are going to say yes and take the next step. So that means like for every 5 people, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, one of those people is going to say yes. If I'm speaking to a room on Zoom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that person's going to say yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, one person's going to say yes out of the 5. So we're shooting for 20%. And we've got processes to make sure you get 20%. So for this month, this number, say in this example, to get to 100K, got to have 10 people to say yes. So that means that each month, you need to talk to how many people? Take the number of clients that you need to have, say for 10, and multiply it times 5. Multiply it times 5. So say you want to make 100,000 and your offer is 10K. You need 10 clients multiplied times. That means you need to speak to 50 people a month. 50 people a month. So you might do 4 small talks or 5 small talks with like 10 or 12 people in them. So if you talk to, say, 200 people a year, that means that you would make $200,000, or no, $400,000 in this example. $400,000 if you just got in front of 200 people a year. But once you see the system, you're going to want to do it every quarter, every month. You're going to want to do a lot of these. Get yourself in front of people, share this talk, and then have your 20%, and that's how you're going to make your number. How many of you would say this entire process, like when we make it like this, hitting your number, is it less realistic and harder, or is it easier than you thought it would be? Is it easier? Do you guys understand this? Yes or no? Are you understanding how easy this is? A lot easier. So I'm curious to hear from you guys, what are some of your numbers? How many people do you need to say yes every month to hit your dream income? Got 10 for Denise. So that's 50.
I'm just going to say a couple of things. So what Eli just kind of pulled you through here is like, if the example is $100,000, I want to do $100,000 a month. I have a 10K product. Then to do that, I need 10 new customers right here. Sorry, my thing's backwards. I need 10 new customers. So 1, we want to know how many customers do you need? And then 2, how big of a room do you need to be in to just hit that number? And it could literally be 1 room. It could literally be 1 virtual event. It could literally be 1 Facebook group where you go in and deliver your signature talk in front of 100 of your ideal customers, and then you get them to take action at the end. Because again, it's not just about speaking and inspire and help people and shift people, but it's also about selling. You don't need a big room to make this work.
Yeah, it's awesome that I got, for me, I got to speak a couple thousand people or 75,000 people on Tony's stage. But those events too, they're very expensive to put on. Small rooms are the best rooms, and anybody can do it with Zoom. Like, it's great, and it's great to do that someday and be on a big stage, and I think all of you will, and you can. It's available to you. But the easiest thing, I mean, I've done thousands of talks going to companies. Do you all have companies in your area? Do you have Chamber of Commerce in your area? There are stages everywhere, and you can get on these stages. We can show you the process and then design a talk, and you can have endless leads and clients, people right in your community, or virtual rooms just like this, where you speak and present, and it doesn't take that many people once you have this system. Does this make sense for everybody? It is closer than you think to get what you want, but we need to make it super simple. We got to get clear on what we want to charge, not what we think the market's going to pay us. We need to get clear on who we want to attract, who we say yes to and who we say no to, but also who we need to be. We need to make it super simple so they actually do it. And then we just need to have a process to get in front of some people and consistently make offers month after month after month after month. And you're going to get better, and it's going to move faster, and you're going to learn referrals and systems and how to really build this thing. I averaged 2 talks a day, 2 seminars a day for over a decade. You can do this. And I went right into it. We're going to break down the process today, but it's super duper simple. And so now, do you guys have a dream of your dream income, and you see that it's closer than you think? If so, put yes in the chat right now. It's closer than you think. Give me a yes. We'll make sure you're with me. All right. So now, in this next session, I'm going to quickly, just because we're behind on time, I'm going to quickly run you through the 5-part system. So the first part is mission. Step number 1 is mission. Like, you need to have a mission that's bigger than your fears, and we're going to go through some exercises today to help you define that We don't have time to go through the entire process, but I'll tell you this, inside of our program, one of the first things we do is get you rock solid clear on your mission. We have a process called the VIP session. It's one of the first sessions we take you through. It's all about, the VIP stands for your values, your identity, and your purpose. So you have to get clear on your mission. Even if you don't have one, well, then your mission is to find your mission. It's like this. And I heard somebody say it one time, if you don't know what it is, like sit down, figure it out, or get around people who are on a mission, and it will absorb your mission because you already have one. You might not have given it the time, energy, and really the distinctions that it deserves, because the mission is what should be driving your life. This is like your purpose. In the great book, Think and Grow Rich, it talks about definiteness of purpose. People that have a definite purpose, whenever I'm doing anything, I'm always communicating with an outcome. I hang out with my mom, I want to make her feel a certain way. I'm definite in why I'm doing what I'm doing every single moment, every day, and it's become a conditioned habit of how I live my life. The opposite of being definite is drifting. Drifting through life. And you do not want to be a drifter. Get out of the drift. No more drifting. Having a definite purpose. And so right now, already, based on this exercise, you know who you want to serve, how you want to serve them, you know what you want to charge, you know what it's going to do for you financially every single month. So you need to have the commitment to get in front of those people every single month. We made it super simple for you, but now you need to be on a mission where you go all in or committed to serve those people. It's got to be your mission. And I once heard Carl Jung say this, or I didn't hear him say this, but I read this quote. It's like, if you don't have a mission for your life, and you don't have a strong purpose for your life, if you don't tell the world what your mission is, the world will create a mission for you. And you might not like that. It might not be the one that you want. So if you don't choose your mission, the world is going to tell you and control you, and you're going to float back down to that level of implementation, where now you're working hard for somebody else's mission. Or maybe you're unifying and you're managing for somebody else's company, because there's a message, there's a mission out there somebody else has for you, but we want you working, but you're going to work harder. So we want you to work higher. So the more clear you are in this, and it's going to refine over time, the more things change. So step one is mission. I spent so much of my life feeling like I didn't have a mission, but then once I got around people that had the mission, it became clear. And a lot of times we have this self-doubt. You need to really get clear that, I mean, it is obvious. Sometimes we're in our own way. Like so many times I've heard people say to me, Eli, why don't you see you the way that you see you? But you need to realize you have special gifts and talents. There's certain things that are your gifts and your talents. But you got to put more time and energy into those things. Like, you have unique gifts. To say that you don't is a slap in the face of your creator. You're here for a purpose and a reason, but you got to get really clear on what that is and put it out there. I spent so much of my life drifting, drinking, partying, doing so many things that were just ruining my health, ruining my relationships, making my mom upset, just all these things where I wasn't really aligned. When you have this sense of purpose and it's bigger than anything that can stop you, you become a force in your life. Like, everything you do matters. Like, your intention. And when people feel like they have a mission in life, they feel like what they do doesn't matter. And when you feel like what you do doesn't matter, well, it doesn't matter if I eat this or eat that. It doesn't matter if I work or don't work. When people go into this pattern of feeling like what they do doesn't matter, they start feeling like they don't matter. And a lot of people in that place, they commit suicide. Now, I don't think that's any of you, but a lot of people are committing like dream suicide. Like, they haven't gone all in on anything in their life because they have so much fear. And so they feel like what they do doesn't matter. You need to know that what you do matters. I heard this quote from Bono one time. He said this: every time I speak, God is listening and history is recording my words. Now, is that true? I don't know. But he believes it. Every time he speaks, God is listening and history is recording his words. And so, do you think he puts care, time, energy, and attention to how he communicates? Obviously, he's a famous singer and his songs have been played 1 billion times all around the world. But what came first? The songs going around the world affecting millions and billions? Or the mindset and the belief and the identity and the mission? The mission came first, and then he got the result. He wanted it to be true. He believed it was true, and then he made it true. You want to make sure that you're living inside out, not outside in. You want to make sure that your mindset and your mission is a result of what's on your heart, not just based on feedback from the world. Because if you don't have a mission for yourself and the world will tell you what your mission is, and you might not like it. So step one, you have to have a mission that serves you. And when you have that, it is amazing how you show up in the world. You see through so much BS and you show up powerfully, and people are already attracted to you, because just like when I saw Tony, I said, I want some of that. People are gonna see that you're on a mission, and they're gonna say, give me some of what she has. Give me some of what's inside of him, because people are hungry for that. So step one is mission. Is that clear? Somebody put mission in the chat right now. Mission in the chat right now. Boom.
Mission.
And the quote is this, Mr. Sanchez, to me, the world will ask who you are, and if you don't know, the world will tell you. So mission is key, number one. Step number two, somebody put a 2 in the chat, it's your message. So what is the message? And in the next session, we're gonna go a little bit deeper into message, but message is basically like what's on your heart that you want to design into the world. Some of you have asked, what are the steps for a signature talk? I can break them down for you in 20 seconds, so I'll just give it to you now. You want to have in your message a dynamic opening. We teach there's 20 different types of opening. It could be a story. It could be something that currently happened. I had a talk just the other day, and I opened it up with a connection story to connect with the audience. And here's what I said, just so you guys can get an example. I opened it up, I said, I was at the grocery store the other day, and there was like 3 lines all about the same. I was looking for the fastest lane. I picked one. It was not the fastest lane. I go to, I'm driving down the road, grocery store. I gave several examples about being in line, looking for the fastest lane and not choosing it. But I said, fortunately, when it comes to growing your business, I have found the fastest lane. So universal connection story. So there's a way that you open the talk. There's a way that you get participation and tell your story, a way to frame the audience, and then you introduce your signature 3 to 5 part system. Heaven if you do, hell if you don't. You create some content that goes really deep on the what and the why, not too deep into the weeds as to how. You make sure that you've got a strong transition, a closing story, and a dynamic offer, and then what's called a pitch and or a re-pitch. That's what's your message. That's it. Doesn't matter if you spend $50 or $100 or $200,000 or over $1 million like I have on every speaker program out there, and you're gonna have to go, I want to see what was out there because I knew we were gonna do something like this. I spent $250 grand in a year on every speaker program out there just so I could go through them and make sure that we were doing that, something that no other course could do. Based on advice I got from Tony, running 4,000 events, doing 9 figures, all the framing, all the NLP. We want to do something so unique, but it's always simple at the first level, but there's tools to make sure you get it that I know that we do in a way that nobody else can. And I know that you have ideas and concepts inside of you that you can share your message in a way no one else can. So step number 2 is your message. How do you craft a message that allows people to want to be led by you? There's so much talk about leadership these days, but you think about it, not like creating followers on social media, but when somebody looks at you and says, that's my leader, I want to be led by that person. Think about how you have to show up. I've had several mentors in my life where, I paid a lot of them. Some of them, like Tony, I worked for, but I was like, that's my leader. Like when he says jump, I say, yeah, hi. I'm like, this person's leading me. I trust in this person. You need to be the leader with a message on their hearts that takes people through an emotional journey. And it is a journey. How you connect with them, how you tell stories, how you shape your content, how you create your IP, how you transition, and how you make a dynamic offer that connects, that isn't over complex, but is simple. That's what you do. That's the message. When you have a message and you have our syntax that you take people through that is customized to you, you see the steps, but then you learn how to make it your own. It is your unique message, your story, your IP, your framework. Once you have that, you automatically become credible. You become an authority in your space. You get to see yourself on stage, and other people see the credibility and the authority you have based on how you communicate your message, and it already puts you light years ahead of your competition because they connect not only with you, but with your system. So you want to make sure that you have a dialed in system, and you make sure that it's not just you who's their savior, it's the system. So think about Tesla and Elon Musk. The brand, personal brand is Elon, the system is what's in Tesla. Jeff Bezos, Amazon. So your signature story, your signature solution, your signature system, all tie in together around your signature offer. That all needs to be part of your message that you're putting out there to the world. If you don't have this, people will be like, well, what did they do? It's not clear. So you need to be able to take people consistently on an emotional message that connects. Small soundbite here. I want to give you this one little insight. At Tony's events, many of you have been to put a 1 in the chat if you've been to a Tony Robbins event.
Oh yeah.
And so the through line for all Tony's events was commit to mastery. I'm going to teach you more on this later, but committing to mastery. At the event I spoke at, the first one, the virtual UPW, 25,000 people, ended up being 75. The through line changed. The through line was create your own economy. Now listen to this. A lot of uncertainty in the world, COVID, all these things changing. The only way you can become certain in these uncertain times is to create your own economy. So the message was all about creating your own economy. People bought into the idea of creating their own economy. We showed them the steps to create their own economy. And then it just so happens all the things that you need to create your own economy that you've already committed to are inside of our program called Business Mastery. You've already committed that you need to create your own economy. Here's how we save you time and energy. And the best product and process to get you the thing that you already want is Business Mastery. So we sell the process through the message before we sell the product. So this is called a through line to an event. Everything in all of your communication and your messaging needs to tie to the through line where your process, they buy into that, and then they are hungry for your product. Put a 1 in the chat if you're understanding this. This is advanced level stuff. Awesome. And so are you guys clear that you need to have a message that converts? Step number 3, somebody put a 3 in the chat. Give me a 3. I better see some 3s. There we go. There we go. It's popping up now. Oh, there we go. Awesome. It is mastery. Mastery. So now you've got the syntax. Now you've got this message on your heart. Mastery requires a couple of things. One is feedback from somebody who is where you want to be. Constant feedback, constant never-ending improvement, absolutely key. And today I'm going to break down some things specifically that you're going to work on. I'm going to pull some of you out individually where we're going to work a bit on the mastery of your communication. I've said this many times, the quality of your life is the quality of your communication with others and yourself. Now, I hit on this earlier as far as mastery communication with others, being dynamic in your communication will be affected by many things. But before I even mention what they are, put in the chat, who is somebody you think is an amazing speaker and communicator? Could be anybody. Put somebody there. Eli, wow, I'll take it. Myron, absolutely amazing. Jesse Elder, one of my favorite. TD Jakes, bam. Les Brown, Bill Clinton, Ed Milet, Garrett J. White, Tom Bilyeu, amazing. I've done events with just about all these folks. And when you think about it, now this is a tenet from NLP. Change the way I saw everything. In NLP, we break things down into a process. It's like a recipe. And so we want to just not model what people do, but model their beliefs and their mental syntax. So NLP, based on the context of NLP as it relates to the mastery, everything is a system. NLP is about excellence in human communication. So what are the beliefs? What is the mental syntax? What is the picture in somebody's mind? What is the breathing rate that affects their tonality, the story that they tell. And so with Les Brown, there might be a rhythm in a story, in a rhyme, in an acronym or something like that. There's a pattern. And so all communication, there's excellence in communication, and everything is repeatable. So just like baking up the perfect chocolate cake or a hamburger, there are ingredients and elements that go into a syntax, and in order at a certain degree, it bakes up this perfect burger or cake or whatever it is. But there's beliefs that we can install, there's images, there's vision, and there's patterns and tonality and gestures and eye contact and challenging the audience in your tonality, where we're strong, or we're a lover, or we're speaking like a CEO. There's ways that we can communicate which create associations in the nervous system of the listener that make people engage with you. When you don't have mastery in your communication, even if you have great content, if it's great content, but there's no range and there's no like dynamic structure to what you're doing and how you're pulling people in, because everybody you mentioned, they're all dynamic in how they communicate. If your presentation is flatlined, much like a heartbeat, it is dead. And I said this right at the beginning, the audience will forgive you for many things, being boring is not one of them. So I'm gonna show you when we get to the mastery section, what you need to be more dynamic. Because again, we are in an attention economy, and you cannot persuade somebody or sell somebody or get somebody to ride in your funnel or show up for your talk or stay for your talk if you're boring. So what makes you more dynamic? It's the message, the mission that we talked about, but now in mastery, giving you some feedback on how you can captivate their attention in a way where they want to take that emotional journey with you to being sold in a way where you can change their life. So step 3 is mastery. Somebody put mastery in the chat. Jim Rohn, Darren Hardy, absolutely amazing. Mastery. Next, are you ready for the next one? We have multiply. Somebody put multiply in the chat. Multiply, 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 multiply. So I mentioned this earlier, and I know I'm kind of tooting my own horn here, but you want to learn from me, so I'm just pouring into you. I've done 3,400 talks just on behalf of Tony. Do you think I got pretty good at booking myself on stage? Yes. And every 3 months, we get dropped off into a city where I didn't know anybody. And this is before social media when I started. This is like 2005, 2006. I was literally knocking on doors. This will require you to knock on some digital doors, meaning sending people messages, but it has never been easier to get booked. Like you could literally speak every single day. It'd be so simple. And we have pre-written scripts on how you connect with strangers or warm audience or people that have non-competing offers. Like we can tell you exactly what to say. Once you have your talk, you've got this mission in your heart, you got a message, you got a signature talk, you've gotten some feedback, you're dynamic as a communicator, you've got a great offer. You can do JVs. You know, every week now, I'm presenting to other people's audiences, often their paid audience. It's interesting, a lot of coaches that have programs, sometimes they coach weekly, and sometimes they're really busy, and I say, hey, I'm sure you're really busy. How about I do one of the coaching sessions for you? It's non-competing. You have some marketing stuff, or you have personal branding stuff. I'll teach them. Do you think it would help them to learn some sales stuff? I will do a talk for them. I will teach them some stuff. And at the end, I'll invite them to join one of our programs. I'll make a $2K offer. You get half, I get half. Or if I'm selling like a $50,000 thing, I'll say, look, I'll give you $5,000, I'll give you 10% for every single person that buys. And then they're pushing people to buy my 50K program. And they are happy to do it. There are lots and lots and lots of these opportunities out there. It has never been easier. I'm going to remind you, as it relates to multiplying, we had a process we called BAMFAM, book a meeting from the meeting. Meaning, for every meeting that I did, I wanted to get a referral to book my next meeting. Inside of our program, we can teach you many different ways how to get referrals and how to reach out and how to connect, but you can be bombarded with opportunities to speak. And that's how, if you want to be a master, and I know you guys all want to master this, it does take some repetition. But the quickest way is just to start. Make it super simple and just get out there. And I'm still learning. Tony Robbins is still learning. You're always going to be leveling up. It's not like you get ready and then get in. No, it's ready, fire, aim. Ready, fire, aim. It's not get ready, aim, never fire. It's ready, fire, aim. And so it's getting out there, taking this message, shooting it out there, firing your shot, and then aiming up, getting your referral, booking a meeting, from a meeting, bam, fam. So consistently getting yourself booked is how you multiply. And there are people out there who are willing to share your message with their audience. Could be a free Facebook group, could be your local community, but this is where you really begin the process of scaling. If you're clear on what it takes to multiply, put a 1 in the chat right now, because you need to be able to consistently get opportunities. Not only does it help you with your mastery, this is how you really build a business. The job that I had for Tony, all the processes I learned, it's the same job Tony had for a man named Jim Rohn. Jim Rohn was Tony's mentor. Tony was my mentor. Now, even better than anything Tony did, we've taken all the digital stuff, just because the world is different now. There are ways to book stages digitally where it's never been easier. It's never been easier than right now. So multiplying is how you really build a business and create a mission. You create a movement. Step number 5. This is the last step. Everybody at 5 in the chat right now. Give me a 5. This is monetize. 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 This is where we actually make money. And so a little bit later today, I'm going to go deeper into each one of these 5 sections, but essentially you want to make sure that you're actually making money. So when it relates to the business model of speaking, you can get paid to speak. Now, I just did a talk where I got paid 50 grand for an hour. I got the next event with Hermosi, paid me 30 grand for an hour. And a lot of times too, I do re-pitches or I do pre-pitches. Inside of our program, I can show you how to do that, where I often will connect with a company and say, hey, you got an event coming up. After you already make your offer, I'll do my talk right towards the end of the last day, and I will make a re-offer of your same offer. And these are people you would not have sold, and I'll get 20 to 30% of that pitch. So say they make a $25,000, $50,000 offer, all the sales that come in that day, I'll take sometimes 10%, sometimes 20, sometimes 30%, because they wouldn't have gotten those sales. So there's many different ways to get paid. I broke down a little bit about JVs, where I might make a low ticket offer to somebody's group and we do a 50-50 split. They're happy to do it. So one of the things we show you in the program is how to reach out to people, but also what to say and how to craft your offer to consistently be monetizing. You already know how much you want to charge. You already know who the people are that you're looking for. You know the simple system you're going to give them. And now you know how many people you need to talk to live, in person, other people's groups to help you hit the number. So it's so important that you have a clear target to hit. Without a target, without an outcome, you're all over the place. And so now you know how many people you need to be talking to every single month and how to make offers. We'll go deeper into that, but it's JVs, it's local stages, it's virtual stages, and it's your own event. You want to be able to have one signature talk, and there's ways that you can expand it. But when you look at Tony Robbins, he's got about 50 pieces of content and about 50 stories that he's been telling for 40 years. Grant Cardone, he's got about 20 to 30 stories and 20, 30 pieces of content he's been doing for over 20 years. 10X, like everything relates to the through line. Anybody you follow, they get a small handful of stories and a small handful of pieces of content that convert, and they're always changing the offer. They're always changing the offer, but the signature talk remains the same. Inside of our system, we've taken the exact blueprint from the highest converting offers and systems in the world that I've been a part of and broken them down for you step by step. And then when you have the system where you're consistently making offers, getting in front of the right people, this is how you monetize. Is this clear for everybody? Put a 1 in the chat if you're still with me. I know that was a fire hose in this section, but did we make it more simple for you? Yes, give me a thumbs up. Awesome. Very cool. I know I've gone a bit over. Mr. Ford, what would you like to cover before we take a break? Oh, I think you're muted.
No, I was saying that this is amazing, the system that Eli has developed here. And I want you guys to think about the system, and like, there's a reason why there's 5 steps. There's a reason why you need to do step 1 before step 2. How many of you guys have ever baked a cake before? Show of hands, anybody ever baked a cake before? What happens if you don't follow the recipe? What happens to the cake? Put it in the chat. It gets ruined, right? It flops. Tastes like shit. Todd says. Yeah, right? And this right here, I want you guys to know, this is a recipe for success. This is how Eli is going to help guide you along the process, because if you're not clear on your mission, the rest of this doesn't matter. If you don't hone down on your message and exactly the structure of your message, the mastery of the message isn't going to matter. The tonality, the rate of speech, all the things that he was talking about. And then I also just want to point out, I know he mentioned doing this on physical stages, but you know, this method also works for virtual. It works for live events. It works for podcasts. It works for going on YouTube channels. Like you guys have your numbers, and I don't think anybody really is grasping the concept behind this, because did you know that there are let's just take YouTube. There are channels on YouTube that have hundreds of thousands of followers, if not millions of followers, that you can tap into. And most of these influencers, they don't know anything about monetizing. So when you come up and say, hey, I would love to do a free training in front of your group, in front of your YouTube channel, on your podcast, and then you could JV with them and give them a portion of those sales on the back end, but you're tapping into the hardest part, which is the audience. Yeah. Getting into those people. And the cool thing is it's a warm referral, because if Eli comes on my virtual stage inside of my Facebook group and I say, hey, this guy, he is the best at communication and skills and developing a signature talk. Now that it's a warm referral, people are going to listen to him more. And you know, sales increase when it is a referral. So this is a recipe for success that he just outlined. So yeah, we are like super over time right now, just for this session. And I know a couple of you you dropped some questions in the chat. You were asking him to slow down and explain a little bit more. We're actually going to go deeper into the system. But before we go deeper in the system in the next sessions, I want to ask if you guys have any questions, all right? And we're going to I'm only going to do about 7 minutes of questions. Then we're going to break. You guys go grab a snack, grab a bathroom break, and then we're going to come back here and we're going to start diving into some of the frameworks and systems that Eli has, so you guys can be super successful and hit those numbers that we talked about on the Freedom Multiplier exercise. There are so many people out there dying to have you guys come on their stage and talk about how great you are and what you do. You're only literally one stage away from hitting your income for the month. Somebody put that in the chat. One stage away. You are one stage, one audience, one Facebook group, one YouTube channel, one physical stage, one virtual event, any of this, one stage away. Just got to find that. And that's what he's going to talk about in Multiply. All right, questions. Ben, what's up, Ben? What's your question?
Hey guys. I was wondering if this whole system, this whole process, does that only work when you interact with an audience, or would that also be possible if you like record a VSL, for example, or like, something that you can upload and like send paid traffic to?
Yeah, this process works for everything. VSL, webinar, recorded. There are elements, obviously, when you're live with people to be able to engage with them like you and I are now. That's going to be high converting. So they always say, nail it before you scale it. So once you have a really good process and it's nailed, the outcome should be VSL, webinar, evergreen, where you can scale it. But we want to make sure that you actually nail it first. And conversion's always going to be higher when there's a human to human, like we are now, dynamic. But with anything, you obviously want to be able to scale it. So yes, the framework, how you frame your content, how you tell your story, whether it's a VSL or a webinar, whether you're selling one-to-one or one-to-many, because even like a VSL, a Loom video, how you communicate and tell a story there. Hey, John, I know we've got a call next week, or you send somebody a cold DM, you have a conversation, and you can send them like a 5-minute VSL in the DMs. That can be a process too. So the system works in many different ways to indoctrinate people in your message and your mission and move people to the next step. So the system is broken up in many ways, but this can work on any platform, small, short, one-on-one, recorded, live, whatever.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Yep. Awesome, bud.
And everybody give it up for Ben. Yeah, and I agree with that. Your highest converting is actually going to be live, not a pre-recorded thing. And Eli's right. Nail the live and then record it, or put a session of you doing it live as the recording. Gabriel, what's up, man? What is your question about session 2?
I don't know if it's so much a question, but it's like just a metaphor I just want to bring into this, because when thinking about designing a talk, the metaphor I recently heard was about the Rembrandt in the attic. Have you guys ever heard of that? It's like somebody sells a house with a certain price tag, and you think the house is worth this, but then they find a super rare original Rembrandt in the attic, and that's like worth 100 times more than the house. Well, part of why I'm here is I'm good at sharing the frameworks that I know work, and a lot of them that I use are borrowed. But what I'm hunting is the more personal IP, like the Rembrandts in my attic. I believe everyone in this room has Rembrandts in their attic, like the stories, the medicine, the frameworks. And yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I don't know how to phrase that as a question, but I'm just surfing that out into the room here. Does that make sense?
I think so. I phrase it as a question. I don't really understand the question, but I think what you're getting at is you've got a lot of frameworks, you've seen processes and all of that, but even, you look at the best, a lot of things are borrowed from the Bible, or, Tony from NLP, a lot of things, but they put their own unique spin and essence on it. And almost all of Tony's content, even if you look at 6 human needs, it's basically Maslow's hierarchy. The 5 needs in the hierarchy, he just added 1. So Stephen Covey, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, 7-step process to a result. So anybody, Garrett J. White, Body Balance Being Business, none of these things are new, but it's you, the messenger, and who you want to design your talk for, the person who is like you, that's aligned with you, mission, values, purpose. That person is going to connect with your story in a unique way. With your IP and all of that, your Rembrandt in the attic, you're going to pull that from your own unique experience. So it's your experience, and that is your X factor. And so a lot of times people aren't willing to pull from their own experience because they keep on learning from other people. I want you to also understand this distinction, because today I'm speaking to you. There's a little bit of consulting and training we're doing here because I'm installing a framework. So I want to break down just what this is and what you do, because I think this is really important for you to understand what happens for you guys as leaders and influencers, you guys and gals. There's speaking, which is sharing a message. There is selling, where you're gaining commitments. You could be selling an idea. You could be selling a vision. You could be selling something where they engage and do something. There's coaching, where I ask you questions and pull something out of you. Just for time constraints, for Gabe, I would ask him questions if I was coaching him, but for time constraints I'm not going to, but I would pull it out of him. Consulting is where I just tell you what to do. Coaching, the presupposition is the answer's inside of you, and I ask you questions, and you discover or uncover what's already on the inside. So with coaching, I'm really just asking you questions and pulling it out of you. And I know for Gabe and for each one of you, you need some coaching to pull it out of you. Consulting, and I love being consulted, and I love consulting. This is where you just tell somebody what to do. I'm like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, here's what you need to do. And so somebody just tells you what to do. And as a consultant, you can make a lot of money because you've got expertise, and you just tell people, like, just do this. And you're like, okay, it feels good to be told what to do, because a lot of times we're overwhelmed, and when you have somebody that's an authority and they just tell you what to do, you don't have to worry. And so it's great. But there's a distinction between coaching, so the answers are in you. When I say consulting, answers are me. So you're getting a little bit of both here today. And then there's training. Training is showing you a framework, training you in a framework versus teaching. I'm teaching you the framework. Training is the installation of the framework. So I'm teaching here today, and training is like over and over again, just like training your muscles, conditioning you. So those are the 6 different systems inside of all of your businesses, whether you're aware of it or not. And so for each one of you, if you need more clarity as around what is my unique thing, we can pull some of that out of you, and that's what coaching does. But you need to first understand that you have gold inside of you from your own experiences. And it's from those experiences that you've had challenges and wisdom and insights that are going to be what you reflect back on. As Steve Jobs said, you can't connect the dots moving forward. You can only connect them moving backwards, looking through all the mistakes and all the things you've been through. And so when you have that, you're able to create a journey for other people to follow from your learning. So some of that will be learning from other people, but a lot of it will be you taking those frameworks that could be from other people, but blending and basically infusing your own hero's journey inside of that process, where now people want to follow you as their guide, and the frameworks can be the same, but you as their guide changes based on your experience, your pit moment, what you've done, and who you are is how you create the message that connects. Does that make sense? That's your Rembrandt and the Addict. It's you having an authentic, vulnerable, true experience that is yours. And then you can use whatever framework. Like I said, Tony, he owned his own story, but he used NLP as a framework. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel, but there are elements that need to be uniquely yours that you own. And you have the belief in the mission that there's nobody else out there that can serve like you do. Like Tony Robbins, I think is great, but I know, and I've had this experience where other people, they said, Eli, I went to the Tony event, but I only signed up because of you. And I got so much more working with you than I did with Tony. Because I think Tony's the best, but some people don't like Tony. Some people are not gonna like Frank Cardone. Some people aren't gonna like Derek Chauvin. Some people, for whatever reason, I'm not saying that these people are wrong or better than you or whatever, but some people are only good there. I believe for each one of you, there's certain people in the world that are meant to be led by you and only you. Is that true or not? I don't know, but I believe that it's true and it serves me. So it's a belief that you might want to take on. I believe there's people that only you can help, but you got to show up. Make sense? Awesome. Cool.
I love
that. Everybody give it up for Gabriel. Boom. Awesome.
Okay, guys, rapid fire Q&A right now. We got to wrap this thing up. Eli, you get 30 seconds to answer everybody's questions. So we've got Cliff Brooks. What's up, man? What's your question?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Real quick, is there a reason why you do this type of Zoom meeting versus some people do the Zoom webinar presentation?
I'll let Austin answer that one.
Because we like to interact with our audience, see their faces, and bring them on stage. Now, it depends on also the room size. If it starts getting over 1,000, then you got to do a webinar, and you can still bring people on, but I like to see people's faces as we're interacting with them and doing the virtual event. Good question, Cliff. All right, everybody give it up for Cliff. Jesse, what's up, man? What is your question?
Hey everyone, I just, I guess kind of quick question. And, you know, what my story that I share on stage is more of my history in life of adversity and overcoming it and perseverance through it. Like, my question was, can having one story to share be, like, can that be able to be profitable and repeatable where it doesn't feel like it's overshared? I think that's like a limiting belief for myself, that I think I have that one story and that's my main story that's done well, but I just feel like, when does it get old, right? I don't know.
That's the thing. You know, there's a lot to unpack here, but I got to be tight. One, a world-class performer like Bono, Madonna, Aerosmith, they've been singing the same songs for 40 years, but they sing them every time like it's the first time. Pearl Jam, sing it like it's the first time. So a lot of times we tell our story, you think your story's about you. Your story's not about you. And so making it new, like really being associated to the people that are in the audience and what they need to hear, because your story's never about yourself. If you're being triggered or you're bored by it, it's like you're not emotionally connected to your story, like something in there. So you might need to change your story. After a while you can, You master the story, you want to master the delivery, because we all have a law of familiarity. And if it's just you telling the story another way, instead of being focused on the emotional impact of the story or how you get better at it. So there's always things that you can change in your communication of the story and the people and the audience. And for me, I have massive amounts of certainty in what I'm doing because I've practiced, but also have uncertainty and adventure and the fact that I'll never be able to share this story in this way at this time to this specific person. So it's new for me every time. So but I, even if I've done it 1,000 times, I make it new. Because if I go through it with the energy of, this is like my 4,000th talk, and I'll tell you guys all straight up, I've done well over 4,000 talks. I have not woken up every day of my life like, yay, another seminar. Yay, I get to talk about my story today. But you get up and you show powerful and you do it anyway because you have a mission that's bigger than you. There's a principle, and I am going to expand on this one bit, so give me an extra 60 seconds here. I heard this thing a long time ago, and it was this: life supports that what supports life. If you're not married and you have decent money and it's just about you and you have no kids and you have a day you have to go to work and share your talk or do the thing, but you already have your bills paid and you don't feel like doing it, so you can lay in bed and just say, I'm not going to work today, and it's fine because it's all about you. But then a lot of you have had this experience where you have a family, a wife, a kid, a husband, and now you don't feel like going to work, but now you need to show up. But now you show up not for yourself, you show up for your family. And when you show up for your family, more of you shows up. When you show up for your community, when you show up for the world, when you show up for your clients, when you show up for all the people out there that need to hear your story, you show up for them, more of you shows up. When you show up for humanity, when you look at a Mother Teresa or a Gandhi or Martin Luther King, these people expanded, like they transcend time and space, and they have messages that last like decades. And we still hear that today, a message from 50 years ago, it still affects us because it was a timely message about humanity. And so they showed up for humanity, and life supports that what supports life. That's how we remember their names. And when you show up in that way for something bigger than yourself, people will remember your story, your name, your message, and they will give you money. Make sense?
Yep. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Like I said today, something new needs to come into you, but also something new needs to come out of you. That's a new commitment, a new standard, a new belief about what you're actually doing. So that's what needs to come out of you, regardless of how good your story is, regardless of what it's doing, but it needs to be something new out of you every single time. So everybody give it up for Jesse. Awesome. Thank you.
Ingrid, my question is.
Ingrid.
Yeah, boy. Can you repeat the 5 parts of the signature talk? I know I got it, dynamic, opener, and the rest.
We did a overview of everything. I'm going to go deeper into each section in the next two sections. We're going to go through the entire thing. But yeah, we're going to go through the message section. So that's coming up. We're going to break down the entire thing.
Cool. And last question, everybody give it up for Ingrid. Greg, what's your question, man? Then we're going on break.
Oh, you're muted.
Unmute.
Oh.
There we go.
We're good?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'm a physiotherapist, and most of my talk is more movement-based, me demonstrating and explaining things to people. So, of course, I have my own story of why I became a physio, but how do I integrate all these features into my talk? Is it baked in throughout? Yeah, I guess that's kind of, this framework is installed, especially when I'm doing it online. I want to be able to show people exercises throughout. So I don't really know necessarily how I've given many presentations before, but to really, I guess, get the emotion into things a bit more, sprinkling it throughout the whole, presentation.
Well, whenever you speak, there'll be an opening, there'll be your story, there'll be your unique signature solution or system, there'll be some content, and that can be exercises or what's called a demonstration. There could be case study stories, connection stories, an expert positioning story, which is how you created the process that's unique to you. There's a transition and an offer, and then an emotional ending. And that's basically the framework right there. So what you put in the content section, that could be your exercises right there. But there's key things that are going to make you memorable and change the perception, the pre-frame, the perception or the frame through which they see your content. So your content, if it's exercises, might stay relatively the same. But we talk a lot about in the program, we have a whole section on this. We call it change their POV, which is not point of view. It's the perception of value. So there are people, you guys know that there are people out there teach very similar things to you, but are paid way more than you for the same stuff. It's the position, it's the perception of the value based on your brand and your communication is how they're judging you and how they're paying you. Or you're not relevant enough based on you've not shared your story with enough people consistently enough. So the perception of value is what we're changing. So part of your content, we do have a process that we don't have time to go deep into today on how you frame your content, but know that outside of the connection that you have with your audience, the most important thing is the frame, or what's called the pre-frame. It's a frame through which they see the lens of your teaching, where they attach value to it. The pre-frame is huge. So in one of my conversations first with Tony, he said outside of connection, the pre-frame is the most important thing you need to have in communication. So it's the framing. We have dozens of frames that we've invented, that we've created. So there's lots of frames to reframe how they see you, how they see your content, how they frame the meaning of your offer. So we're always framing and reframing to change belief and perspective around you, around themselves, and what they think is possible for them, and around your offer. So we call this, and I'm going to introduce this in the next sections, the trust trinity. Getting them to trust in you, trust in your process, and trust in themselves that they can do it. So I'm going to go deeper into that in the next section.
Perception of value, is that under the message or is that a master framework?
That is message. We're going to go into the message, and it's going to be sprinkled throughout because there's 3 parts. So we're going to anchor back to this many times because it's our signature framework that has all the NLP inside of it. It'd be impossible to teach all today, but you'll get an understanding of why this is so powerful and what Tony or anybody who's great on stage, what they're doing with frames.
Awesome. Okay, guys, thank you for the question. Let's go ahead. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So go use the restroom, grab some snacks, and we'll be back here to go over. I think what we're going to do too is we are going to combine session 3 and 4 together. So we're going to cover the message and the mastery all in that session. All right. So go get refueled, and we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes.
Awesome. See you guys.
Eli Wild has been incredible. I knew him from the surface, and I really came here to see that. I'm so impressed with his integrity, his genuine caring, and he is a master, absolute master at the craft of teaching everything there is about effective sales and how to speak effectively and move people.
And so coming to this weekend was like stepping into like a dream. Like I've been like a huge Tony Robbins fan for a while and had these like fantasies about stepping onto that stage and really inspiring people. And what I got out of this weekend with Eli is he's like Tony reincarnate, but it's almost even better because he's stopping and explaining all of these amazing tools and techniques. He's reinforcing them, giving us the frameworks. But I think what's most important is that he does it with a soul and the real intention of caring about people. And I think that's what sets him apart from other folks is his ability to really deliver compelling performances, but also break it down in real time, explain it to you so that you can implement it yourself. So I've got so much out of this weekend that I can't wait to implement, and I'm really excited about everything that I've got. So if you're on the fence, you're thinking, I want to speak, but I'm not sure where to start, or if this is like for me, check it out. You'll learn so much. You'll really enjoy it. It'll be really worth your time and money.
Eli is the best in the world at what he does. Not only how he actually presents and teaches and influences, but also how he is able to break the concepts down so simply that we get to ingrain it into our nervous system while we hear him present and speak.
This is actually my second time coming because the first one was so good. And I'm actually in his coaching program, but the content is so rich and so powerful. And being someone that's already doing corporate trainings and keynote speaking, the level of mastery that he teaches is like nothing that I've ever seen nor invested in.
How do you put a value on your own belief? How do you put a value on figuring out that you're not here for yourself, that you're really here to help other people transform? The value's been infinite. It's unlimited for me to be able to reach into this pool of potential that I know I have and my ability to really give back to other people.
The small investment that I made with Eli is at least worth 10 times what I paid today. Why? Because not only did he showcase the strategies and the tactics, he demoed it for you and then gave us a chance to practice and see it in action.
If you're selling coaching or you're selling anything from stage or you're trying to get on stage, having a confidence of having that structure, is invaluable. So, especially if you're selling any programs, 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, I mean, you can quadruple the investment with one sale. So I don't know how much more it's worth, but that one investment made here will pay over and over and over and over and over and over.
My biggest takeaway was really having an outcome is really bigger than having somebody like you. Realistically, having the outcome of influencing them means that you might be firm sometimes. You might be mean to them sometimes. They might not like you, but you're helping them out. And that was like a really big shift for me.
I was having a hard time in really realizing my potential, my capabilities. I would hide and not show up for Zoom calls, making excuses, allowing the obstacles I had to really get in my way. And being here with these incredible people and Eli and his way of helping you see your greatness, helping you see beyond all the limitations, and how, for me, I was taking myself out and not showing up fully for me and therefore the incredible women whose lives I'm gonna change. And all of that changed at this event. So over 2 days, I got the answer to the question that I was seeking, and that was for me to connect deeper to my purpose and my why and feed my audience from that place. That way they know that I got what they need and I'm absolutely here to serve, and it's all because of Eli. So if you're thinking about coming to this program, don't think just do it, because whatever you're looking for, the way you want to take your message and your soul and give it to people to make the world a better place, he has a formula and a strategy and a framework to help you do that. So just say yes and sign up.
Had the pleasure to spend 2 days here with Eli Wild and his entire crew going over influence in sales and specifically speak from stage. Honestly, coming here is one of those things I really wanted to have an open mind, try to get a lot out of it. Biggest thing for me though was really, I wanted to make sure that I could find a way to take a topic that's generally not sexy and make it sexier. And by far, I would say that everybody in the room said at the end of the day, it was much sexier. Biggest takeaway though, truly is going to be prepping and not winging it for your conversations. Even quantify this. This is something that's easily going to produce well over $500,000 for me over the career of my life and everything like that. So highly recommend it. Can't suggest enough. Eli and team are amazing and definitely worth the investment.
Just being in that environment helps out alone. And then I learned the sales, how to speak, positioning, body language, vocal tonality. There's so much things on top of that.
I knew he would completely over deliver, which he has. He blew my expectations out of the water, and I knew he was my next mentor. I am hanging on every word. My brain is so happy right now with information. They really care that I'm getting the information and I'm able to use it and that I get the help that I need. And that is perfect.
I've been a great asset to many companies because of Eli and Eli. They have helped me massively in my professional career, all the way to being a very confident sales professional that can even lead and teach other sales professionals.
A lot of deep information. Eli knows his stuff. There's all these amazing
people that are doing really well with their businesses, and the fact that I get to meet them and also befriend them. And we were just like sharing each other's secrets.
After working with both Eli's and the team, I've been reaching a new level in my clarity of my purpose and my vision for my company. I really, now that I have these skills, feel empowered to go out there and make a difference in a whole different way.
I got more value out of this 2 days than I've gotten out of paying $50,000 and more for a course. It was just unbelievable. I mean, so much information, really useful, valuable things that I can implement in my business right away. These are tools that I can tell that when I just start implementing them into my sales strategies, my public speaking, it's going to make a massive impact on my business. So I am just like stoked to put it into use.
Eli is one of the greatest salespeople that have ever lived, one of the greatest human beings that I have ever interacted with in my entire life. There are going to be infinite dollars that are made from this, because these are principles that I will use for literally the rest of my life, both in one-on-one sales calls, one-to-many stages, and just in day-to-day life.
It's a blessing that the event even exists. I would live with so much regret if I would have never came, and I couldn't imagine continuing life without the information that I received in these 2 days. It's a totally different experience to witness it live. I cannot put it into words, the gravity of seeing the mastery that Eli has in person.
I would say it's the holistic package. You get to understand first fundamentals, you get to understand very deep concepts, but you get to understand the why and the how. Being around someone like Eli, who's put in the work for decades to become a master at his craft, can not only shorten the period of time that it takes to get to anywhere near his level. It's something that has drastically changed my life financially, relationally.
Eli has this God-given talent and desire to take everything that's in him and literally pour it out into you in a way that's digestible and in a way that's actionable.
I love how genuine he is, and the fact that he cares. Like when he speaks to you, like he speaks from his heart, you feel that type of energy and vibration. So it connects to the soul. He's here like to teach you. He wants to like change your life.
It's so clear to me, looking at Eli, working with Eli, hearing him speak, hearing him break down what he did, that he had true brilliance in the basics, not only in him doing it, but in his ability to teach it. And that has been transformational for my business.
Eli himself was absolutely phenomenal. When you are working with someone of that caliber, it's kind of natural to be almost hesitant, but he's super chill, super unattached. And that's what makes him so different, is that he's only doing things and asking you to do things that are truly in your best interest.
If you're someone that loves people and somebody who wants to communicate better, get your message out to the world, you absolutely need to not walk here, but run here as fast as you possibly can. Get moving, get your butt here. If you have a message that you want to get out to the world and you want to be a better communicator, you need to get here. You need to run, you need to get here as soon as you possibly can.
The ability to get on stage, to impact, to influence, to be able to move them emotionally, to be able to put them in a position where you can actually change their life. He knows what he's doing. He's done this for decades alongside the best of the best. It was just a no-brainer to learn this skill.
I've been speaking for 15 years, and I think at that point you sometimes get jaded, like there's nothing else that I can learn. But like there was so much that I got out of the past 2 days.
For one, he's brilliant in the game of sales, but I think also he's just a constant student of the game. And I feel like the amount of people that look up to him in his craft, he is the expert in his space, something that's definitely admirable.
Just coming here and it was just seeing that there's so much more to what he teaches in all of the online trainings. You know, it helped us go from making $20,000 a month from being stuck and not closing sales to recently hit our highest ever month. We did 400K a couple of months ago.
One of the biggest things that I took away was how to have a bigger tonal range. And something this weekend clicked, and I realized that if I want to have more tonal range, I need to have more emotional range. And the moment I had that thought and that belief, it all just came so naturally.
And what Eli shows you how to do is not only make your speech compelling, but you're getting them to move emotionally.
The people that are in the room are phenomenal as well. And so not only just learning from Eli, but then learning from everyone else for the past 2 days has been phenomenal.
If you're interested in leveling up your game as a sales rep, getting better at sales, definitely have to be at this next event for Eli. It was a total game changer for me, and it's going to change your life as well.
So if you've been thinking about learning the skill of influence, of speaking from stage, of selling from stage, then don't hesitate to sign up for Eli Wild's Influence event. Trust me, it'll be one of the best decisions you've ever made.
right. Who here is excited for session? Let me know that, guys. Dude, just this 5-step stage impact system that Eli just like uncovered in the last event is just so amazing. I want to know specifically from you guys, put it in the chat right now, which section are you most excited about? Let me know what section. Are you excited about the mission, section 1? Are you excited about the message, section 2? Mastery, multiply, monetize? All right. Andreas says mastery. Aaron says the message. Lucy says multiply. She's like, I already got my signature message. I just want to multiply it now and produce that income and that impact. Love it, love it. Eli, mission and monetize. Okay. Cool, guys. So in this session, we're going to be talking about unpacking your mission and message. But before I get into that, I do want to do some takeaways, some breakthroughs, some golden nuggets that you guys got. So go ahead and raise your hand. Eli wants to know, what was your biggest takeaways from the last session?
Give it to us. What are you taking away from this?
If nobody raises their hand, I'm just going to call on people. Where you at? Where you at, guys? Remember, we want you to be with the information. All right, Lucy's up. What's up, Lucy?
Hey, I guess I'm the loudmouth of the group. Anyway, what I got from this was it's repeatable. Like, you can do this stuff on purpose. For so long, before I got good sales training through Sandler, I thought that what I was doing was just because I was lucky or I had natural charisma or enthusiasm because of my personality type. And then I realized that that's all great, but it's all secondary to real skill.
100%. And I love Sandler. It's the questions. Very similar process. Some of you might know Jeremy Miner. He's a really great friend. And there's the logical questions that are there. But when he came to us as a one-on-one client, we put together his signature talk that he's now made millions and millions with. He wanted to unpack the emotional side and have more of his natural voice and essence and story there. So that's one of the things that we worked on, because as great as he is in understanding the sales process, doing it one to many and unpacking that universal gift that's inside of you by sharing your story, that's where people connect. And so that was the biggest thing we helped him with. They've done over 80 million so far this year. And about
I'm on his
challenges
list.
and stages, about a third of that revenue, 25, 30 million, has come from the signature talk that I helped him write and design. So it's a process. Once we added the emotion to it, for any of you, like, that's the key. And once you understand that part of it and you have a syntax and a system for it, that's when things really get crazy. Yeah, so kudos to you. You're getting it. And I just want to say for everybody here, I love how you're showing up in the chat. I love how you're showing up here. Just want to acknowledge you. I know that we're sitting here in Zoom. It's so cool that we don't have to travel. We're here, but I see you guys and I look at the chat. So if you see me looking down here sometimes, I see you guys right here. And I love how you're participating. I love the energy in which you're sharing and asking questions and just that you're so present here. Like, the engagement that you have here, you're gonna be able to pull into what you do. You're rewarded in public for what you practice in private. This is like a private session. We're here out from the world, and what you do and how you show up here is going to affect the impact you have out there. So I just love how you're showing up here and just want to acknowledge you for that. Kudos to you. And for you, Lucy. You're not the loudmouth. You are the medicine to help other people want to speak as well, because I know they have questions and they see you showing up as a leader. It's going to make everybody show up too. So we appreciate you.
Thank you, Lucy. Appreciate you.
Yeah, for Lucy.
Guys, how is Eli doing? Give me a rating 1 out of 10. Is Eli bringing the heat? Let me see it in the chat right now. All right, you get 100, 12, 1,000, a million, fire. Yeah, awesome, guys. All right, so a couple more. I know you guys learned a lot of great things in the last session. I just want to have a couple of you guys come on here. Where are my speakers at? You guys are here to learn how to develop a signature talk. So let's get that. There we go. Andreas.
Yeah, I heard from Eli Sanchez that it's not about what you say, but how people perceive it over the phone. So I like that perception of value, how it is, how people value what you're saying. So I think there's a link there. I think it's just a new framework.
Yeah, 100%. And I remember my dad got put in a wheelchair when I was really young, very charismatic guy. We grew up super poor. My mom worked waited tables at a country club, and she picked me up after school. Then I'd hang out upstairs in like this little, almost like attic apartment thing with a TV upstairs at the country club. And I'd walk around and I'd see how people reacted there and communicated. And these were very successful people in my small little town, but I noticed something very different when my mom or dad, again, great people, but when they opened their mouth and they spoke, people had a reaction. When these people who had a great mindset, were very wealthy, very powerful people, when they walked into a room, when they opened their mouth, when they connected, people responded to them very different. And it planted a seed in my mind at a very young age. And some of you might have been through my talks, and I break down this example. I show a picture of like a homeless person and Warren Buffett. And I say, if they both came up to you and gave you the same exact financial advice on what to do, because a lot of you are wondering, like, what do I say? We're going to break down a little bit of it, the framework, but it's you as the messenger that's more powerful, because a bum and Warren Buffett could give you the same exact financial advice. You would only follow the advice of one of the people, not based on what they say, but who they are. And who we are has a lot to do with our identity and how we see ourselves. And so I want you to all know that just by you being here, you're already a public speaker and you're already a leader. Some of you might need to own it a bit more than you have, because there's people out there that I think are not necessarily the best at what they do, but they own it and they get a lot of rewards for it. And they're no better or smarter than you. Some people are amazing at what they do, but they don't communicate it very well. And that's what the world rewards or incentivizes. It's the capacity to consistently, powerfully share this message with strong belief. And I'm going to break that down in this session, like what it takes internally inside of you to be able to create that frame where people buy into you and you create the context. So that's what we're doing. Boom. But yeah, I love the insight.
Wow. Thank you, Andreas. Appreciate you, man. Andrea, I'm sorry. Oh,
Charmaine,
sorry. Were you first?
Oh.
Go ahead.
Hey.
Hi. So I did quite an extraordinary thing. I don't have a medical background. I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist. I had an interior design business. But my son was diagnosed with an incurable disease when he was about 8. And by 18, he was blind and deaf and suicidal. And I decided that in spite of all the specialists that we had seen telling us that it wasn't possible, that I was going to find a way to help him see again. And I did. And so I have a center in La Jolla in California. And we've seen about 500 people over the last 5 years. But nobody's written anything about us. I don't speak on stages, and I know that it's time to do that. And so there's this amazing story, and I think I have a lot of fear. Eli, you said something really powerful to me, that it's not about me. It's about the people that get to have a difference made in their lives. And what I've found as I've worked with these 500 people over the last 5 years is that it doesn't matter what somebody shows up with. I can make a really profound difference in their lives. And that's both really humbling and scary. And I'm really grateful for this workshop that you're doing today, because it's already made a massive difference for me in terms of being able to see that there's just one step between me and being able to make a big difference. And next week, I'm being flown out to Atlanta to work with a retired Hall of Fame football player and his wife on their relationship. And it's such an honor to be able to do that. And I'd like to be able to charge more for what I do. I give a lot away. And actually, I'm working with them for free. I've been working with his wife for a year. And they're flying me out and they're paying me to stay somewhere lovely and everything. But I wanted to work with them for free because I want to make this big difference for them, and then be able to make a difference for other families that are also in that athlete community, because marriages in that community are under such pressure. And if I can make a difference in those relationships, then there is a trickle-down effect around the world. And so, yeah, I'm grateful and thank you.
Grateful for you. You're so powerful. You're going to change so many lives. And, in this section, I'm about to break down a framework that is going to help all of you massively to really get a beat on where you are specifically as far as the internals around your message and your mission. That's the focus of this section. But I'm also going to break down like the beliefs that guide what I do and what serves me. And, you know, I believe people want to hear my message. I also believe that people want to pay me money. When two people meet, the person that is more certain about what they believe will influence the other person. And I believe people love paying me money. You know, it's interesting. I was talking with my business partner, Eli, just earlier, late last night. It's all kind of blurred into one here the last couple of days. We've been coaching so many people. We had a long session with Alex Hormozi. I don't know if you know him, but he sold his company to Gym Launch. They become a client. And we showed him some things with like the framing, call it category of one statements, time, money, pre-frame, that put audience in a receptive state. And so it has massively, you know, changed what they do at Gym Launch. We had they had a $42,000 offer from Stage. We had a 98% conversion. So about $3 million off the pitch that I wrote, but it was all because of these simple frames. And I told them, it's like, these are broke gym owners that have no money, but I really installed into Kale. They want this. They don't just need this, they want it. So you have to believe that people want to pay you. Now, I've definitely talked to people that did not want to pay me, but I believe they want to pay me and they got absorbed into the frame. So belief is everything. And so I believe, like, I also believe that these people would get more out of the session with you if they paid you a lot of money. So a lot of times to our own self-worth and not valuing experience, and talk about a unique experience you have with your son and all of that. So much wisdom.
Yeah.
So we're
yeah,
now.
He's the first person in history to have reversed this disease.
Wow. And it's
it's purely the power of belief, the ability of the brain to shift the biology.
Wow. It's interesting in this world of coaching, everybody gets into this special snowflake thing. I can't lose weight because I'm big boned, my genetics. They think there's some special thing about them that stops them from having results. But you really do. You really did have that unique thing. Most people, based on their need for significance and to feel special, they create problems and stories. Oh, this won't work for me because of this special thing. But it's all a mental thing. And anybody who's ever done anything, like whenever you read a book, somebody has created a process. There was no process for the first person who did it. They had no book to read. All they had was a mission, and they committed to figure it out. So these people are the trailblazers. These are the, you know, it's the reason we live in the West. You know, somebody blazed a trail because they had a mission and a desire. And so each one of you, we have frameworks that we can help you get this out there faster, but you'll just spend the rest of your life consuming frameworks and processes unless you get moving. And your experience is so profound, you're going to change so many lives when you really crystallize this and own it.
Yeah, that's what I really want to do.
Awesome. Yeah, you're doing it. That's why you're here. Awesome.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Awesome. Give it up for Charmaine. And you are muted.
Yep. Sorry about that. That's awesome, Charmaine. There's so many great comments too. So go back and read them. And everybody give Charmaine a heart in the comment section. I mean, it was just, the message needs to be shared, what you do.
Thank you.
Andrew, what's up? What was your biggest takeaway, your golden nugget?
Thank you for reformulating things, stuff I already knew. It starts to make sense now for me, and I can now, the bits and pieces I had, I kind of put together to a whole thing, and it starts to make sense for me now with these 5 points. Yeah, it was very clear now for me, and I had a lot of bits and pieces who I never knew how to put together to a whole stuff.
Very cool. Very cool. Congrats. Yeah. This session is going to be really powerful. So mission and message, we're combining both of them. So you see it in here. And I really do believe this, and you're going to find this as a tenet throughout the rest of this day. 2 ways you can live your life. One is outside in, the other is inside out. But successful people, they live with this sense where they're full of themselves, full of mission and purpose, and they pour into other people like I am to you. So you're emptying your cup a bit, but when you go out there, I want you full of purpose and certainty so you can pour into other people not to be at the effect, but truly be at cause. And so we're going to circle back to this concept. But in this section, I'm going to take you through a couple of frameworks that are going to help you really crystallize what it is inside of you. And yes, there's further that you can go. We're going to open up the door and get you to really see where you are and where you want to be in this next section, and figure out where the gaps are as it relates to your mission and your message, so that you can have the 80% so rock solid that you have the commitment and the certainty and you're clear in the message and who you want to serve. And now you already have the numbers. Remember in the last section, the session 2, we went through how much money you're going to make. So that's what's at stake. How much money you're going to make this year, the people that you're going to serve, the amount of people and the income, that's what's at stake. But what's going to drive all that through the syntax and through the system that we have is what's inside of you and the commitment to serve those people powerfully and showing up over and over and over again, not for yourself, but for something bigger than you. And so that's what we're about to break down. Cool.
And let's go ahead and get into it, Eli. So Romain, Ben, sorry, we're gonna shift into this session, but I'll remember your names for next time we do the breakthroughs and the takeaways. So go ahead, Eli. Stage is yours, man.
Awesome. So in this section right now, I'm about to share my screen, and I want you to notice something. I'm going to take you through a process right now. It's going to be really powerful, but I want you to also notice I have not had a lot of slides. There have been a lot of slides. Have you noticed that? Not a lot of slides? And so when you see these presentations, and they're great, that just a bunch of webinar slides, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. If you're speaking and maybe you do like a slideshow presentation, but people start to tune out. It's different when somebody's speaking right directly to you. There's no slides or anything like that. So you got to understand the framework. I'm using a framework throughout how I'm connecting with you. And I've done this more than once, but you want to be able to master the framework as soon as possible. I am going to share a slide right now so you can see it. And that's going to provide the context for the rest of this section, because it's all about you figuring out where you are, where the potential hidden gaps in your communication, as far as your message and your mission and your avatar and what you want to do. This is going to help you get clear on some of the internals as far as where your focus is, where your feelings and your emotions might not be aligned with what you want to do, and the impact that you're having or not having, and exactly why. So that's what we're about to break down. If you're ready, give me a 1 in the chat, wave at me, say something, because this is really powerful. And a friend of mine actually created this framework. And just so you know the name of this, because I'm teaching you a lot here, this is something called an ascension model. Put down ascension model. And I'm going to circle back to this later on as we begin to understand message and syntax. But this is going to help you discover your gaps. And I truly believe every single person, doesn't matter who you are, we've all got a gap. The most successful person in the world, the reason they're successful is because they're always redefining what is that next level, discovering their gap, and doing all they can to commit to close the gap. You're going to discover where you are and where you want to be. We've done that. We figured out what you need to do to get where you want to go financially and the people you want to serve. That's where you want to go. But where are you now? A map from California to New York does you no good if you are in London. So I'm going to help you map out the process, but for each one of you, it's also a personal journey. So it's your beliefs, your values, your commitment through our process is what's going to get you there, but it's going to be unique for each one of you. And so now we get you clear on where you actually are and how to close the gap. Can everybody see this sexy triangle on my screen? See this sexy triangle? Give me a 1 in the chat if you do. Ascension time. All right, we got it there.
Or we can see it.
You guys can see this. So at the bottom, oh, and it should say, I want to make sure you see this right here. So we've all heard this statement before: where focus goes, energy flows or gets stuck. So this dude, Tony Robbins, has a really simple model for NLP that I'm fascinated with, and he calls it the triad. Understand that you, me, all of us do things for emotional reasons and justify with logic. So how do we produce an emotional state of certainty within ourselves and an emotional state of connection and vulnerability within our audience where they're willing to be led by you? Focus is a big deal. So a lot of what we teach in questions and NLP and framing, it's all about controlling focus. But before we get to the part where you can control somebody else's focus, meaning the question inside of their mind that they ask about you, about themselves, and their ability to follow through and your process. We want to be able to frame the questions inside of their mind, but before we even get to how we influence them, you need to be a person of influence and understand how your own mind and focus is influencing you to show up powerfully or not. And so you see here at the bottom, there's focus on yourself. And so for a lot of you that have asked questions, and I love your questions, by the way, I wonder about my story, or I've done my talk a bunch of times, or I wonder if they'll like me. I wonder if they'll value me. Who are these people focused on? And this is just part of the natural self-preservation process. When we have uncertainty and fear, a lot of us end up focusing on ourselves. So right now, like I'm looking at this little black, camera right here. I see myself over here sometimes. Usually I take the camera off myself because I have zero focus on myself. There's an energy and the certainty, and I'm speaking to you. And the whole outcome of what I'm doing, I'm not here trying to get through my presentation. That's why obviously we go long sometimes, because my outcome isn't to get through my presentation and get through a certain amount of time, because I got the whole day with you. My outcome is not to get through the presentation, it's to get the presentation through to you. But when you're focused on yourself and you make it all about yourself, when you're focused on yourself, the feeling you have is fear. You are self-conscious, conscious of yourself. It's all about yourself. So when you're focused on yourself, the feeling you get is fear, and the impact you have on your audience is concern. They look at you speaking on stage, they look at you speaking on video, and they have concern. Like, is she okay? Is he okay? Do I need to get that dude some water? Man, is he okay up there? He's suffering a bit. He's so focused on himself, and you kill the connection that you have with the audience, and you certainly kill any chance of influencing or changing their life. So at the bottom of this equation, we have focus on self. Do not focus on yourself. From there, we have the next highest level. Somebody say intuition. Intuition. And intuition's a good thing, but you don't want that to drive your focus. And when people are solely in this place of intuition, they're just kind of doing what feels good. And some days I've seen speakers that are really, really great, and the other days they bomb. They're all over the place. They're just I'm just gonna go with the flow. And there's parts of you that you want to be in flow, but it's gotta follow the right structure, because that's what a business is. A business is a system that provides value. And if you're just kind of winging everything, going on the feel, there is a portion of your life, your business, your journaling, that you want to be creative, but consistently just being driven by intuition is not how you build a business. And when you're just relying on your intuition, what comes to you in the moment, well, you're gonna have a lot of confusion. Did this work? Did that work? You have no system. And when you're just relying on these feelings that come and go and this intuition, you're gonna be confused, and the audience isn't gonna be clear, what is the offer? What do you guys do? I was inspired by your story, but I don't know how you can help me. What do I do with this? Do we book you on stage? That was really good. It's motivating, but what do I do with that? And so when you're focused on your intuition, the feeling you have is confusion, because you don't know what works or what doesn't. And then audiences don't know what to do with you, and it's indecision. And if they're not clear, they can't buy. So from there, and this is where we begin, just so you guys know what you're going to be rating yourself on. So these 4 areas, there could be 5 areas here. I'm going to add one. But right in the middle, the focus becomes on structure. So I'm going to briefly go over structure in this and the next section, where you can have a base structure. There's always things that you can do to refine it. We have a really advanced process that we teach, but you need to know that when you have a structure, you get clarity. It's like somebody learns how to dance, and initially they're waving their hands in the air, they just don't care. They're kind of running all over the place on the dance floor. They dance with somebody, they're stepping on somebody's toes, and somebody says, no. You need to learn the basic steps. There are steps and a rhythm to a presentation. If you're all over the place, you kind of just might having some fun, but you're not going to be leading somebody. So once you master the steps, you can dip the girl and spin and do all the crazy things, and you can lead somebody. You can lead somebody, but all of that, even when you see a masterful dancer and they're spinning and flipping and doing all these crazy things, they still land on beat. So they've mastered the structure in such a way unconsciously they can do all these crazy things. Whether you see a great speaker or dancer or athlete, it seems like they're just kind of going with intuition, but it's intuition that is based in structure, where they still unconsciously have the discipline to follow the steps. So when you have structure, you have clarity, and clarity is power. When you have structure, the impact the audience has is they see you as credible. Oh, they have a signature process. They have a story that I connect with. They have a signature solution. I see how what they offer in 3 to 5 steps can help me get from point A to point Z, because you have a process. So when you have this clarity and you have this level of structure, you become credible and people actually respect you. From there, your structure. So let me ask you this. Here's what we're gonna do. In your structure right now, so say you had to get up in front of 100 people or 200 people tomorrow, and you were gonna have a structure. Scale of 1 to 10, where is your structure right now? Do you feel like a 10 would be the perfect structure? A 1 is you have no structure and you have no idea what you're gonna talk about in what order. Scale of 1 to 10, how well is the structure of your presentation? Got a 9, got a 7, got a 5. Awesome. Sue, nice to see you. David, Gert, 3. All right, so definitely some need there. 0. All right, so structure. So we need to work on structure. From there, the next level is stagecraft. Somebody so put it in the chat, stagecraft. I want to make sure you guys are here. Stagecraft. So I mentioned this several times that we cannot bore somebody into buying from us. And so we're gonna, in the next section, after this section, we're gonna actually do some work with some of you, and I'm gonna show you different things that I've been doing with just my tonality, my cadence, and my voice. And so tonality, body language, gestures, eye contact, movement, how you emphasize the words and take people on an emotional journey. How you create emotional anchors. This is the NLP, this is the framing. All of this comes down to stagecraft. And this isn't you trying to sound like me or like anybody else. Once you understand the principles of stagecraft and understand, once you're not focused on yourself anymore, you'll be able to feel into your audience and you will do things to increase the engagement. Even when you're speaking to somebody virtually like this, we have things that we teach inside of our program called agreement amplifiers and attention generators. So you might be speaking for a few minutes and you'll say, here's the thing. Bottom line is this. This is one of the most important things that I'm going to teach you all day. This is one of the biggest mistakes I made. And if you get one thing today, it's this. So I'm priming your attention. These are attention generators with tonality and style. And so I'm not all just one note where I'm yelling at you. I'm not all one breathy, earthy, grounded voice. I am changing things and I'm dynamic in my flow, and the movement and the rhythm makes me more engaging, because again, you cannot bore people into buying with you. And if they're going to take a journey with you for an hour or 2 hours or 5 hours like you are here today, there needs to be some variance in the delivery and how you move them emotionally with your voice and your gestures to do what we call stagecraft. When you have this and it feels aligned for you, you feel more confident because it's dynamic and it's moving. And what it creates in your audience is more engagement. Let's put it in the chat right now. Engagement, right? Engagement in the chat right now. I want you guys engaging with the word engagement. Double engagement right there. Yes, Candy. Yes, Ben. Yes, Andreas. Emily. Engagement. So you see, if I had just been today, I am going to talk to you about how you can present powerfully and move people to emotional states where they buy. After 5 minutes of that, you guys would leave. But I'm doing some things with my voice and my eyes and changing direction and calling your name and using the attention generators or using agreement amplifiers, using things that we can teach you. They're going to create unconscious commitments and engagement emotionally as we pull people to an emotional place where they want to go further with you, called your offer. Is this making sense? Wave at me if this makes sense. Stagecraft. And it's a little bit different for all of you based on your own style. We have a whole process we call $100 million Stagecraft Secrets, where we teach you everything it takes to become a dynamic speaker. It's amazing. But you just need to understand for now that you need it. And now it is check-in time. Scale of 1 to 10. 10 is you're the most dynamic speaker in the world. Tony Robbins is like, wow, I need to be more like that person. Like that's like level 10 stagecraft. 1 is a corpse on a stage. How engaging are you when you communicate on video or on a stage? Put it in the chat, scale of 1 to 10, where are you at? 7, 8, 6, 4, 1, 8, 6, 7, 8, awesome. So for most of us, some area, Dragon 9, definitely. Gabriel 10, awesome. Tony Robbins is taking advice from you. All right, that's good. So that's stagecraft. Next from there is a giant jump to where your focus needs to be on your audience. So again, I said this before, when you're focused on yourself, you're self-conscious, but you need to realize also whether it's your story is never about you. I told a story right at the very beginning. It's my real story, and I've got other stories to tell you, but when I tell you my story, I know my story is not about me because I'm focused on you. And I know a lot of you relate to me through my story through universal experiences. I spent most of my life unknown, hiding, not self-expressed, feeling indecisive, not feeling worthy. Guess who else has felt that way? Everybody. So I share these things because I'm focused on you when I tell my stories, because I know I'm creating connection through you through relatable experiences, but that are true. But I'm focused on you. I'm not focused on making myself look good or sound good through my story. Your story is never about you. And when you're focused on your audience, like really focused, in this section, I'm going to take you through a process where we get deeper into what's actually happening when you connect with your audience. But you think about the people that you're uniquely designed to serve. Remember we wrote them down earlier? Like these are your people that only you can serve. You need to care about these people. And there's a lot of different programs out there where they talk about doing market research. It's not about manipulating people, but how do they speak? How do they think? What keeps them up at night? You know, getting really associated to who are these human beings. They're not just numbers, on like your marketing spreadsheet. These are human beings. And so when you really think about like, who are these people, their lives, their families, their kids, like when they wake up in the morning, what's the first thing they think about? What are their fears? What keeps them up at night? Like really get connected to this. And when you really focus on these people and you know that you are called to serve them, you can't help but to have a feeling of compassion, like true compassion, like genuine concern for these people. And when they see that you have compassion for them and you really care, and they sense that you care because you're truly focused on them and you're speaking to them, the impact is you're gonna have a sense of connection with your audience. I've seen so many people speak on stage and they're even really like famous people, and it's all about them and they have no connection with the audience. Or even like motivational speakers, listen to me. I did this. I got up at 2:30 this morning. I saw this guy get up at 2 in the morning. I started getting up at 1 in the morning. I was like, this is dumb. This is just dumb. Whole thing's just about them. And it's like, this is not motivating me at all. Like, this is just dumb. And I'm just like, what is this guy doing? He's like trying to prove something. And it's kind of inspiring, but those motivational speakers that do that, they don't sell anything. The reason they don't sell anything is because nobody would buy. Because people don't feel a connection there. Like, don't make it all about you and your struggle and all these things and how much better you are than people. Like I've done so many events, and when I first saw Tony, there was like Donald Trump and Robert Kiyosaki and Magic Johnson, all these famous people. And people do these big events, they'll often hire like a really famous person to speak because they get butts in seats. But those people, they can't sell anything. They get people want to hear the story, but the story's all about them. And rarely ever do they create a genuine connection. That's not their outcome, and that's not why they're there. But for you and I, this is our outcome because we're not super famous. You're not The Rock or Arnold Schwarzenegger or, yet at least, where you can just, people will pay you for your story. And even people that do have these great stories, like they climbed Mount Everest, it's not relatable. Most of us are not going to climb Mount Everest. Most of us are not going to win a gold medal in the Olympics. And there's nothing wrong with that. But these people that do it, it's just not relatable. And it's all about what they did, and it's inspiring, but it doesn't create conversion. So I just want you to realize this. It's not about, lying and people start saying all these things they do to make them position themselves as better than the audience, or they've done this really extraordinary thing. It's not relatable. But if people sense that you really care and you've done the homework and you've got like really associated, like, why does this matter? Like, who are these people? Why do I care? What do I love about these people? If they sense that's inside of you, they will take that journey with you more than if you're like some famous person selling some widget. So I just want you to recognize that. So right now, as far as how well do you know and connect with your avatar, your audience, the person that you wrote down their character traits, how well do they feel like you're connected to them, your audience, when you speak? If you were to get on that stage right now and speak in front of 100 people, and you were to tell your story, and you were to show your framework, and you were to have it to talk with them, scale of 1 to 10, how much connection do you think they'd have with you? 10 is like, they'd want to marry you, and 1 is they're like, get me out of here, I don't feel connected to this person. Scale of 1 to 10, how connected is your audience to you? All about connection. Boom. Awesome. 7, 8, 6, 5, 6. Amazing. Put it in the chat. Everybody make sure. I better be seeing a lot of answers here. 5, 9, I don't know, 7. If you don't know, this might not be a 7. All right, I'm messing with you. 7, 5, awesome. And the last one is this. We touched on this a bit. When your focus is on your purpose, and that's the whole design of this, you have to go through these sections. You have to go through all of this. You need the structure, you need the stagecraft, you need the audience, but ultimately at the end of the day, you need a purpose that is bigger than yourself. This is your mission. And when you have this mission on your heart, like you're really aligned with that and you've conditioned it, the feeling that you're gonna have is conviction, and people are gonna buy into you. The impact is gonna be conversion. Just like when I saw Tony, or you saw whoever inspired you, like Oprah, I saw this person and I was like, give me some of that. I want some of that. I was drifting in my life and I saw a person with a mission, and I didn't feel like I had a mission, and I borrowed his mission until I made it my mission. Then I created my own mission. And so that's what you need to be for those people. When you have a mission and a purpose that's bigger than your fear, that's when you show up. And the impact of that is conversion. So scale of 1 to 10, where would you rate the clarity and power and focus that you have on your own purpose? We got a 7, 10, awesome, love it. 10, 4, 8, awesome. So here's what we're gonna do now. There's one more that's not on here, but it is your story. So the second thing we do inside of our program, we give people some one-on-one coaching sessions. And the second thing we do, I'll share this with you. Eli and I joined, my business partner and I joined a program, a $55,000 mastermind. It was great. The speaker was really, really amazing, but we felt like there were some things that were missing. There was no structure. He was really great at doing what he did, but he didn't teach anything. Like, you just saw what he did every time, and it was good. So it was more of a mastermind. And there was a gentleman inside of his program called Mish. We call him Money Making Mish. And he had an offer, and he had done 2 challenges, 2 5-day challenges, did them, 0 sales. Both times, because he had no structure. We were at one of these mastermind talks with this gentleman who I paid 55 grand. There was a bunch of us there. And Felicia, I think she was there. I started saying, well, because people had all these questions, they're like, I feel bad asking, but there's no structure. And I said, well, I'll teach you guys, like on the next break. And I started showing people the structure in the hallway at this hotel. And before I knew it, there was 80 people from the event in the hallway. And I showed them some of the same stuff I'm showing you. This guy, Mish, he joined up for our program. He had just done 2 challenges that bombed. And his very next one, we just made a couple tweaks based on some of the frames that you're understanding here today. And he made $75,000 with just a couple small tweaks. One of them was to his story. And so having the right frame, knowing like why you're doing what you're doing is absolutely key. And so this last question I want to ask you is this: your story. You can look at Les Brown or Tony Robbins or even Grant Cardone, great storytellers, so charismatic. So where would you rate yourself? Scale of 1 to 10, 10 being you're the most amazing storyteller of all time. You're like Will Smith, you're like this famous actor, this, you're a world-class speaker, storyteller, and one, you're the worst storyteller in the world. How well do you tell your story? By the way, connection story, conversion story, big investment story, expert positioning story. It's about 4 to 5 different stories that you need to have, but at least one, the most important is your expert positioning story. And in that, for a podcast, you need like a 2-3 minute version. For a stage talk, you have to have like a 5 to 10 minute version. You have to have different versions of your same story. And remember what I said from Carl Jung, if you are not sharing your mission and your story with the world is making one up for you or telling you what your story is. And so you want to have this. So how well do you tell your story? So as you guys see, we have structure, we have stagecraft, we now have story, we have audience, and we have purpose. So these 5 areas. Right now, you've rated yourself scale of 1 to 10 on these 5 areas. So you have a possible 50 points. Go through, it doesn't need to be exact, but I want you to average where you at right now. If you average those 5, say you gave yourself a 5 on all 5, you would be 25 out of 50 possible points. 50 possible points. Lucy's a 37. That's pretty good. Patty is a 6. We got a 30. We got a 33. We got a 4. So you're higher than that. Allison, 24. So scale of 1 to 10. Okay, so some of you guys did percentage. 70%? Okay. So let me ask you this question. Is there some room for improvement for each one of you? Yes or no? And so remember this. You're not improving just for the sake of improving. If you improve, remember the quality of your life, the quality of your communication. If you can improve the quality of your communication and the capacity for you to get clear on your mission, share that message systematically over and over again, master the style in which you do it, multiply by taking this talk, getting in front of many audiences, and then monetizing. What would it mean to you if you were to get to that next level in your own communication? What would it mean to you financially? What would it mean to you emotionally? Write down those 2 things. How much more money would you make? Now you're clear on some of your gaps. Could be your story, could be the structure, could be your purpose. Now you're clear in what you need to be focused on today, what absolutely must change before you go to bed tonight, what commitments you must make today to close the gap so you can make more money and make more impact. This is called the Stage Impact System. By closing that gap, by committing today to close that gap, what would it mean to each one of you financially? Put down first, how much more money would you make in the next 12 months if you reached your potential and your ability to captivate and connect with an audience at scale? Write down dollar amount, how much more money would you make? Dollar amount. And people are always scared to put down numbers. If you're scared to talk about money, people will be scared to give you money. 300,000, 99, 1 million, 100x, million, 1.2, 150, 100,000 extra dollars if we close that gap. So here's what I want you to do. First thing I want us to do is this, because this section, we're really giving you a framework now. And now, in the rest of this section, we're going into mission and we're going into message. So really simple structure here. But first, as we go into mission, here's what I want you to do. I believe that the things that are really inside of you that are going to change your life are often inside of your own unconscious. I said that earlier. 2 things need to happen. Something new needs to come into your life. Something new needs to come out of you. I believe the process of coaching is really about discovery. And discovery means uncovering what's already there. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to take a moment and I want you to close your eyes, and I'm going to walk you through a journey for about 3 minutes. And so close your eyes. I'm going to go ahead and close my eyes as well. So we all got our eyes closed. No cheating. People will see if you're cheating. So close your eyes. I'm going to close my eyes as well. And I want you to take a deep breath. And I imagine that you and I are about to take a journey. We're going to take a leisurely hike up a mountain. And this could be in your favorite city. This could be in Hawaii. This could be in Colorado. It's a beautiful day, the perfect climate, the sun is out, it's crystal clear blue skies. It's just one of those magical days where you feel like something special is in the air and everything is happening for you. And we're taking this walk and we're walking up. And as we get higher and higher, our viewpoint changes. There's more of the world through which we can see. And you and I started having a deep conversation about the mission and the message that you are here to share. We have this conversation. You're feeling empowered. And there's a moment where I break off. I've given you some advice and some wisdom, but we break off and I ask you to go up to the top of the mountain by yourself based on the conversation we've just had. And now you're at the very top of the mountain. You're so high up, and from this viewpoint, you can see all of the problems in the world. And I want you to really connect with every person in the world and think about what is the biggest problem, pain, challenge in the world that you would like to see go away. And to have absolute certainty that the moment you speak about this challenge, that problem would go away. If you believed it 1,000% and you believed in yourself as the messenger, that problem would go away. What is the challenge? Is it somebody's health challenge? Is it an emotional challenge? Is it a financial challenge? What is the problem that you want to see solved? Now, everybody open your eyes. Did you get an insight? What would you like to see changed in the world? And the thing is this, people looking for their purpose and their passion, a lot of times just end up searching, but here's what I want you to think about. As far as your message and your mission, a lot of times people are waiting to get started. They're like, I need to find my purpose and then I'm gonna do it. I want you to really think through this process and reverse engineer your life. It's like they say, you can't connect all the dots moving forward, but if you were a ghost at your own funeral, floating above, what would you want people to say about you? That you were really successful, made a lot of money, or that you really cared, that you really showed up, that you shared your heart, that you did everything you could in your short amount of life to help more people? What is it that you'd want to help them with? That is your mission and your message. How you get that into the minds and hearts of other people is going to be through the syntax we're going to go through in the next session, but also your story and your style to engage them emotionally. And you're going to put together an offer that we already went over in step 2. It is easier than you think. You are closer than you think. You are ahead of more people than you could even imagine. You're already where you need to be. You already are a public speaker. Now we just need to make sure you get paid for it by having the right system. So I'd love to interact with some of you and find out, what do you think your mission is? For me, and I'll share this with you, I said I spent so much of my life easily influenced, so much of my life at the effect, victim mentality, not clear on anything in my life, and having opportunities to show up, whether it's to be in a movie or to be on stage or to ask a girl out on a date, but instead of actually doing something, I was hiding. And so the whole ethos behind what we do is to be wildly influential and expressive and real and raw and authentic in who I am, so that I can touch, move, and inspire other people through authenticity and power. And I truly believe this: everything you and I want is on the other side of influence. How you influence yourself, how you influence one-to-one, how you influence one-to-many, which is what we're talking about today, and how you influence at scale by putting your beliefs and values in a people and process. And that's how you build organizations that change the world. Steve Jobs been gone for about 13 years, but when people say Apple computers, they still think of Steve Jobs. Why? Because his whole value system was around innovation. He put the value of innovation into people and process. And now, 13 years after he's gone, Apple is considered the most innovative company because a man put his values into people and process. You, from the front of the room, you in your coaching program, you in your company, you are not just giving people tactics and what to do, they're learning from how you show up. Your beliefs and values are a positive example right now for people to follow you as you are their leader, or right now how you live your life, your beliefs and values are a warning for what not to do. So every day we have to choose, do we want to be an example of possibility or a warning of what not to do? And all of you are worthy. You need to have the right structure, and you need to consistently, powerfully show up with this message on your heart. And when you do that, you will be the positive influence, and people will be drowning in waiting to be infused in your mission that is going to affect them not only consciously but unconsciously to show up more powerfully in their life, because they saw you and your purpose and they said, I want some of that. Not just because you're a fancy structure, because of how you connect and how you persuade and how you influence. That's what we're doing here. So I'd love to hear from you guys. What do you feel like your mission is, or who needs some clarity for it? Does this make sense? Awesome. Sue, give it to me. What is your mission?
You know, I've always struggled with this purpose mission thing. Like, I honestly just never got there. And I can't believe that in 3 minutes you got me there. And it's just like, it's really landsliding on me. I think that my mission is to take the struggle out of life, particularly take the struggle out of business. And that used to be my tagline when I first started coaching 24 years ago, was taking the struggle out of business. And that's, I mean, I love speed. I love fast. I just want to get people results. And that's one of the things I really struggle with in a way, because various coaches are over the years have, you know, kind of try to push me in a different box, but I'm so concerned about my clients getting the results. Like, I feel like I have an extremely high integrity that if my client doesn't get the results, I just feel broken. And I know that I can't take it on. It's the client does the work. I get all that intellectually, but there's a piece of me that just so wants to see everyone succeed at an incredible level and to just stop fucking struggling. So yeah, I just, like, as I said, like, I've always kind of like, what's my purpose? What's, you know, what rock is it hidden under? But I really, you connected the dots for me today. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. You know, and it's important as we go on this speaking journey. And I know you speak, you have your master, you have your system, but to be a leader, not a savior. And, you know, there's the analogy of, you know, if we're saving people from drowning, you know, we can throw out a lot of life rafts, but we can only carry so many people on our back. And, you know, a lot of times too, that mindset, we're breeding dependency in people.
True. And you said that earlier today, and I'm like going, yeah, I've got to watch that. But I really think the thing is, for me, is I just want people to find the shortest path to their success. I think that's what I really want to help people do. And that's what I've done. I mean, all the thousands of clients I've coached over the years, it's always about getting them from X to Y. And whatever that Y is, it's like, you know, or not Y as in WHY, but, you know, A to Z kind of thing, Y. But it's about getting people out of where people usually come to coaching or come to me because they're stuck on something. And that's really where I get the most joy, is when I see them transform that and move into more success. Whatever their version of success is, it doesn't really matter. It's their version.
Amazing.
But I think that's really it. I don't know quite how to frame all that, but I think it's really about removing struggle. There's just something about that just keeps coming back to me, is I think that I shouldn't say everyone, but I think that a lot of people, you know, they struggle at making money. They struggle at having a successful, profitable company. And I did too. In my first business, you know, an employment agency, I struggled greatly. And that's how I got into coaching, because I thought, well, shoot, if I went from struggling and having, you know, running a business with, you know, 7 credit cards and kiting money, and then turning it into a multi-million-dollar company and selling it, it's like, I know what it feels like to struggle, and I also know what it feels like to succeed. And that's why I started coaching, was I wanted to help people to go from that struggle mode to having a profitable, successful company and the lifestyle they choose.
Yeah. And
I've lost track. I haven't put that into a why, because that didn't sound like a good enough why somehow. It just sounded a little.
That's great.
But
yeah, the thing is too, when you go to most companies, they've got some mission statement that no employee or anybody is connected to emotionally. It doesn't mean enough. But that's what makes, you know, in the book Good to Great, that's the chasm right there. It's that capacity to have people, and you know, Tony Hsieh talked about it. Raving fan clients come from raving fan culture, which comes from raving fan employees. It's a top-down phenomenon to raving fans and all that. It's a mission that's real, that the leader, which is you, is associated to, fully associated to. And that's what we're about to dig into.
Yeah, and that's one of the comments that I hear the most from my clients is that the degree that I care for them. That's one thing I think that is a common theme that I get feedback on all the time. My clients really feel like they're not alone in this journey, that I care. You know, I hold the space for them to get through their journey.
Amazing. Yeah, you're phenomenal at it.
Thank you. That I can't believe that you did that in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm in this section right now, just for time's sake, it's going to be short, but there's 4 things that I focus on before any time I speak. I did it today. I'm about to take you through that process as well. And I think it'll really be impactful for all of you, because a lot of times too, whether you're speaking, and I think Dragon's here, some other folks that I'm friends with have seen me speak, or, you know, we do the same thing, but this is how I grounded myself. It's these 4 things we're about to go through, and huge for me, because there's the structure. And I know some of you asked about the structure. Structure really simple. There's a way that you acknowledge the audience. There's a way that you create a connection story. There's a way that you frame, maybe challenge them, or participation. We've done all that, so you've seen that. There's a way you tell your story. There's a way that you introduce your signature solution. There's a way you teach content. There's a way you transition. There's a way that you do activities. There's a way that you do seeds. There's a way that you tell stories. There's a way that you create connection within the group. And there's a way you make an offer and a re-offer. So that's the structure right there. Now, how to do that is a little bit beyond the scope, but just all tactically, that's what every speaker program is. It's that. But literally, what every sales course, what every speaker program, what every training out there has failed to mention is what we're going into today. I have joined so many programs for like 30, 40, 50K, and how to put together your signature talk and like everything driving it was literally like 1 45-minute session. And so we're going deeper today, but what makes somebody really real and powerful and authentic at a high level of scale where they're a leader is what we're doing today. The structure for how to do anything is relatively easy, but the art and how this really makes something matter to you, that's what people are buying. That's what's real. And the simplicity of the system that you already went through with the Freedom Multiplier is how you're going to make huge money for each one of you. It means 1 million, 100,000, 200, 300,000 this year, but it's keeping it super simple and making it real for you. Yes, you need some feedback. Yes, you need some coaching, possibly on making it more refined, but this is the base level right now, just to understand how simple it is to make sure that you don't get in your head, to make sure that you're not overwhelmed. The 4 things that, I'm going to answer one more question, and then we're going to finish up this section, and then we're going to take a break. But let me go ahead and go with Aaron. Aaron, you had a question?
Not a question. You asked about the mission and purpose, so I was going to share that unless we don't have time.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you a little bit about the why, and then I'll tell you the what. And so when you look around, the statistics can be pretty depressing that over 70% of Americans are unhappy in their careers. Only 20% of college graduates actually use the degree that they got. 80% of New Year's resolutions are toast by February, and 92% of people fail to accomplish their goals. This kind of obscure unknown guy that nobody's ever heard of called Tony Robbins says that the 2 greatest fears in life are the fear of not being good enough and the fear of not being loved. And so it's those fears that cause us to not do the things that we want to do and settle for less than we deserve. And so my mission and purpose, very simply stated, is to raise the baseline of the human experience, because needless suffering and wasted potential is a fucking tragedy.
Amazing. I love that. Dude, I felt your power there. And it was great meeting you last weekend.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah, everybody give it up for Aaron. Powerful. He is a statistician. That was a lot of statistics. So in this section right here, as we close out this section right here on mission and message, as far as you getting your message out there, the structure is the structure. I know a lot of you had some questions about the structure. It's really basic, but how we help you refine it and make sure that it's powerful is where the feedback mechanisms come in and we install all the NLP frames. It's a little different for each one of you. That's deeper into the mastery where we'll touch on next session. But for now, as far as your message, it begins before you even get on stage. I'm going to go through these relatively quick. There's 4 things that you need to have inside of you before you ever go on the front of the room. First, write this down in the chat. The first is belief. Belief. Belief is so key. You need to get up there, first of all, a belief that the talk's not about you. And I always say when 2 people meet, the person that is more certain will influence the other person. I did an event a few years ago with Jordan Belfort. You guys know Jordan Belfort, Wolf of Wall Street guy? Somebody asked me right before I got on stage, they're like, Eli, are you nervous? There was 1,200 people. I was speaking right after a super famous person, but they asked me, Eli, are you nervous? My automatic thought was no. I said, if anybody's nervous, it should be all of them. I'm the only one who knows what's going to happen. I'm the only one in the room that knows what's about to go down. If anybody's nervous, it should be them. Because I was so certain, not just in what I was going to say, but the message I had to get across. And I had certainty in it, and I knew that it was for them, not for me. And I knew it was designed to challenge them, to get them to think, to really have a different perspective around sales and mindset and influence that was totally different than anything they would ever experience without me sharing it. And so I knew that it was absolutely like going to be a gift to them and it was going to make an impact, but there was no seed of doubt in me. The doubt that you have is what creates the doubt in the audience. You can't transfer that which you're not feeling. I can't give you $1 unless I have $1. And if you have something inside of you called uncertainty, they're going to feel uncertain. And so what you're doing is always transferring this belief. So 1, you have to have a belief that you cannot fail. You cannot fail. That's why I said it earlier. Michael Jordan had this belief that he's never lost a basketball game. He only ran out of time. I believe every single person in the room, I can change their life. Now, it might take me more time with some people, and I might not have the desire, but I know that it's possible. I know that it's possible. So the belief is there. I believe that I cannot fail. I believe that I'm going to win. I believe that every no person has a yes person inside of them. I just need to trigger it. I believe that what's going to happen here this day has the capacity to completely change their life, but it's a 2-way street. So I have strong beliefs that are guiding me in this process. And again, I said this, when somebody has true belief, there's an animation to the face, to the eyes, to the voice, something you can't fake. And we can help you with the mastery and the stagecraft and all of it, but it's got to be connected to a message and a sense of mission and purpose behind what you're doing. Most people don't have belief. They get up there, they believe the talk's about them, they believe they're there to get something, they think that they're there to do a good job or to be liked. It can't have any of that. You need to believe that what you're there to talk about, you have a true passion for, and that if somebody if they don't understand what you're teaching, their life could be destroyed. They can never achieve exactly what they're meant to achieve in their life unless they fully get what you have to teach. It's a big deal. So if you don't have strong belief about what you're teaching and why you're doing what you're doing, it's going to fall flat. But it's an internal thing. You could see 2 speakers, and I've spoken on stage with so many people that were really, really good at what they did, but that day they didn't fully show up. They weren't fully associated. They thought the talk was all about them, or they'd had some kind of catchy talk or whatever it was, and it didn't connect. And I came up there and I had this belief and this certainty that this is the biggest thing in your life right now. And the way that I was just but I truly believed it. I was like, if they get this, their life is going to be massively better. And was my whole entire tone really big like this? No. There was funny moments, there were soft moments, but even if I'm whispering and I'm here and I'm funny, you can see that I'm up to something. I have a strong belief that I want to convey to you that is real. So you need to get really connected, really associated to what you believe about your audience, what you believe about yourself, and what you believe about the offer that would make their life better. That it's simple, that it's easy, that it scales and can change everything for them. So if I'm a health coach, I might say influence, health is the most important thing. If I'm a relationship coach, I'm like, money and wealth is whatever, but none of it matters without love. Whatever is your thing, your thing has to be the thing. I don't care what the thing is. It's not a comparison. I think everything's influence. I think whether it's health, Relationship, you got to influence yourself. You got to influence another person. Money, you got to influence other people. So everything's influence. And nobody can argue with me once they get into my container that influence is not important. But from the front of the room, your thing has to be the thing. Does that make sense? Are you guys with me? Put a 1 in the chat if you're with me. Your thing is the thing. Your thing is not an accessory to life. It is an absolute necessity. Like, you've got to own it. Like, if you don't believe that 1,000%, it'll be really hard to move people to part with money that they don't have sometimes, to do things that they feel uncomfortable doing. If you're kind of like, yeah, it'd be pretty good. And so it doesn't have to be as animated and as big and powerful and loud as I am, but it's got to be inside of it, where there's like a conviction, where you can say it very matter of fact, just in a different tone, but it's got to be real through your style. Does that make sense to everybody? Wave at me if that makes sense. You guys with me? Step 2 is physiology. And I've stepped on so many stages, even with like really amazing speakers, but they get on stage, and if you've been to like a ClickFunnels event, you'll see some people when they speak or they're on Zoom or whatever, they'll waffle back and forth. It's nervous energy, or they're doing weird things, or they plant and they're stiff, or they're hiding behind a podium. From the front of the room, this is more for being in person, but even as I'm sitting here, you can see that the reason I can like do things with my voice and I can connect and I can be bigger or smaller is because I'm not tight. A lot of times you're tight, if you're restricted, you're contracted. There's an energy of contraction, but life is about expansion. So for some of you, your mind is affecting your body in a way where you've got that little voice, the voice of limitation, the voice of I'll do it later, the voice of I'm not smart enough. And that voice, that mindset affects your nervous system, sending messages to you to retreat, and you contract. Realize this, your true voice is never the voice of limitation. Your true voice is never the voice of contraction. Your soul, your life, you're here to expand. And your example of expansion is to liberate other people to expand. Like, that's the whole thing that we're doing. The whole process of seeing people shrink in their life, trying to hide, Eli will hide, is completely contrary to every law of spirituality and growth and advancement. And so we live in a constant fight with the spiritual battle around what truly needs to be for your soul to evolve. And so that shows up a lot of times in people's physiology, called nervousness, wasted energy, or just contraction where they get stiff. And so that affects, so it's a physiology pattern in your voice. If you're nervous, it comes through in your voice. If you're like kind of, like stressed out, it comes through in the eyes. And you'll see people like they strain and they get really tired at the end of the day because they're like here, or they're doing things where they're wasting all this energy, this anxiety. But when you're really, really connected and aligned, and you have a dynamic, powerful physiology where you don't plant, but you prowl, and there's a movement inside of you, you become that much more dynamic. And people can't take their eye off. And that allows you to have a more physical and emotional range where you can challenge people and you can pull people in. So physiology, how you move, is very, very important. And so first, we have belief about what you're doing. Second, we have the physiology. Your body is where you generate the energy to carry your presentation through. But the third thing, write this down, is your outcome. The outcome is the target. So say you have a really great belief about what you do, and you have great energy about what you do. If you don't have an outcome for your communication and your presentation, you're going to be all over the place. So never communicate without an outcome. So in this presentation, I have clear outcomes about you. I have outcomes, what I want you to think and believe about yourself. And so I know you're not going to remember everything I say here today. It's like Maya Angelou said, you're not going to remember everything I said, everything I did, but you're going to remember how the person makes you feel. So I have clear targets, just like you do. You need to have clear outcomes for different parts of your presentation, what you want them thinking, feeling, and believing. Because I realized this a long time ago, all actions, if somebody acts on your offer or doesn't, there are clear patterns. There are patterns of thought, belief, and feeling that buyers take. If somebody acts, what precedes all action? Beliefs, thoughts, and feelings. So I got really clear a long time ago. I was like, if they're thinking this, they're feeling this, and they're believing this, they buy. But if they're thinking this, feeling this, and believing this about themselves, about the offer, or about me, they don't buy. So in the next section, we are going to break down the trust trinity. But for now, know that you need to have an outcome. It is very hard to hit a target that you can't see. And your outcome cannot be just to get people to buy. If your outcome is trying to make a sale, people will feel that. It's called commission breath from my friend Brad Newman. He calls it commission breath. If your only outcome is to get a sale with your presentation, you might get some, but you're going to lose the connection. Your outcome cannot to be a good job, not to be liked. If that's your outcome in doing your presentation, and you do some like canned presentation, you might be admired as a speech maker, somebody who does this rhythm and this rhyme and this motivational thing. They might admire you as a speech maker, but you will not be a person of influence. At best, they will clap for you. You'll get claps, not conversions, but you won't be able to change their life. At worst, they'll hate you for wasting their time. I believe that people are in my audience. I believe you're here because you want your life changed. I believe that in order for your life to change, you need to reassociate some pain to what you're currently doing versus what you need to do. As in, right now, it might be painful for you to get in front of a room of people and talk. You might call it fear, anxiety, stress, but doing that for a lot of you and sharing your message or charging somebody 4 times more, you're not doing it because in some level that's painful for you. I want you to walk away from this training realizing how painful it would be for you not to do that. To look back on your life, oh, I coulda, I woulda, I shoulda. It's more pleasurable for me to stay where I am. So we need to flip the script. And information doesn't change your life, experiences do. And I've said this before, say you have a certain kind of alcohol that you love, like tequila, Jägermeister, whatever, and you love it. It means party, it means fun. And then one day you have an experience called getting really, really, really sick. And now you smell Jägermeister or tequila and you say, I can never drink that again. What was once pleasurable is now painful. Or for you, it might be a person in your life, a lover, a best friend. You hear their name, Susie, Bobby, Charlie. You hear their name and it's like, oh my God, that's my best friend. And then one day you have an experience with this person called cheating, lying, stealing. Something happens, you have an experience, and now you hear their name and you feel anger, sadness, disgust. Same stimulus, different response. I want you to be so positively conditioned and have a positive, powerful belief and response to sharing your message and impacting the world that it all feels good and you are pulled in a direction instead of being pulled down by your thoughts and fears and insecurities. And so we need to step out of ourselves. As I said, life supports that which supports life. And some of you might not feel supported by life financially, mentally, emotionally, in a relationship because you're not going first. You're not supporting life. You're not sharing your gifts with the world in a powerful way enough. Think about it like this. Imagine a young boy wakes up, he's 6 years old. He wakes up Christmas morning and he runs downstairs and it's so excited for Christmas Day. And he goes down there under the tree and he opens his first gift and he recognizes it's the same gift he had last year. And he's like, oh, this sucks. And he opens another gift. Same gift as last year. Opens another one. Same thing, same thing. He opens up all these gifts and he says, Mom, what's going on? These are the same gifts you gave me last year. What gives? And she says, you've not used your gifts yet. Until you use the gifts that you've been given, you will receive no more. And so I think a lot of us, when it comes to this whole sense of having an outcome, your outcome should be to share your gifts in a way that inspires other people to share their gifts with the world. So that's your outcome. And you're gonna have different outcomes at different moments in your presentation, but you need to have targets. Without that, you're gonna be all over the place. Step 4, this is the 4th thing you need to do before you connect with people. This is rapport. Rapport is power. So many people talk about rapport. Rapport is not trying to get people to like you. Rapport is trust and responsiveness. And we always say leaders, they don't go 3rd or 5th or 8th or 96th, they go first. And so in order to get something, we must give something. And so I give rapport first, and I ask myself these questions. I ask these questions about each one of you today, this morning when I read through your questionnaires. What do I respect about these people? What do I love about these people? Why do I care about these people? What am I so inspired to connect with each one of these people individually? And I made it real for me. And I do it somewhat in a selfish way. Here's what I mean by selfish. Yes, people need to feel that you care about them. But I don't care about you so that you can think that I care about you so that I can sell you. Like, that's not it. Part of the reason I care about you is for my own selfish reason, meaning I realized a long time ago that this sales and speaking and influence thing, like, I'm gonna do this the rest of my life. Probably like 60 hours a week, the rest of my life. And if I'm gonna spend like a third of my life with people, I wanna care about them. Like, it's gotta mean something to me. Even if you're making like millions of dollars, but you don't care, like, I want to care. Like, I need to care. Like, I need to care about you. Like, I need to care about what I do. I need to care about where I spend my time in my life. And so the side benefit is people actually sense that I care and they want to buy from me, but that's not why I do it. I care because I want to care, because I want to care about where I spend my time in my life. Like, I put so much, Eli and I put so much work into our program because we actually care. But we care that we care because we care. Because it's good to care. It's good to care about how you spend your time in your life. Regardless if people pay you or not, you need to care more about what you do. It needs to mean something to you. And if that's real for you and you condition it, like, people will just, they'll want to connect with you. But leaders don't go 82nd or second, they go first. Does this make sense? So this is what I want you guys to understand as it relates to mission and message. I'm gonna bring Austin back on and answer any questions. Then we're gonna take a short break and we're gonna go into the next session 4 after this. But what questions do you guys have for me about anything? Mr. Austin, did you have any questions for me?
No, man. I don't know why my spotlight got removed. What's up, everyone? No, man, this is really, really good. Am I on mute?
Nope, you're
no. I'm just taking notes and thinking about my own signature talk and stuff as we're going through this really, really great stuff. So guys, got any questions for session 3 here about your mission and your message before we get into the mastery? Any questions? If not, that's cool. Deb, what's up, Deb?
Awesome.
You want to come on and give us your question? You're on mute.
Debian. Devane?
You still on mute?
We'll wait another few seconds. If not, we'll take the next question. Anybody have any questions or takeaways or questions based on what we just went over?
Zach does.
Zach, give it to me.
What's up, guys? Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to just, give my little 2 cents about when he made us close your eyes. And it was funny, I was actually had to do an errand, so I was out driving. So I was like, I can't close my eyes, but I was like visualizing it and just being at the top of the mountain, thinking about the purpose. And it's like, that's it. It's like the biggest problem is everyone having that purpose and having that mission. And it's funny, I wrote this down the other night, just my own business is
mission over money.
So yeah, I appreciate everything so far, and that was just such a huge hammer home. And then yeah, I think Jamie asked it too. It was belief, physiology, outcome, rapport. Is that right?
That's it.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Zach, real quick, how did you get to that mission over money? How did you come to real?
Okay, so yeah, super quick. So basically, I'm an artist. I've been an artist for a very, very long time. I've had a lot of success. I've had hundreds of millions of streams, played huge festivals. But because I kind of started doing something that wasn't completely in line with what my artistic vision was to make money in the vein of trying to be that full-time artist, I really lost my love for creating music. And after 20 years, I decided to, basically solve my problem. My entire coaching business as an artist coach is what I would tell artists to do, myself 5 years ago. And it really just comes back. I have a whole artist constitution I make my artists sign. And it's really just why are you an artist? I know everyone wants followers. We all want streams. We all want to be successful and be the next, name the famous person. But it's why are we doing artists why are we an artist in general? It's our mission. It's our purpose. It's as an artist, it's our duty to go through pain and put that into expression. And that does help people. So it's my whole mission as an artist coach. And it's funny, as I started, I was really thinking about, the money, what's my price per month. And then as I kind of got through some clients and kind of, was working on my sales and even working on what my offer actually is, I had to follow up with a bunch of artists, and I realized like, I need these results. I need these client testimonies. And I really, really hammered home the other night, like, I don't even care what the price is. Like, I let a couple clients, like, I had my minimum of what I was going to take, but I let a couple clients lately, I was like, you pick the price that you feel like is the value, because at the end of the day, I was like, Zach, you want to help artists. So don't let the money right now get in the way of actually like working with the people that I really want to work with. So that's why the other night I'm kind of a crazy person. I have like 1,000 green sticky notes with a lot of stuff, and in the bathroom too. But that was one that it just changed everything for me, to just keep remembering like, dude, what's the mission? The mission is to help independent artists be successful without having to feel like they have to sign to a label. And in my mind, you like sign to the devil. We all see what the music industry is in the entertainment business at like a large level. So it's like, my mission is to get back to music one day, but a part of my process is like, dude, I want to be that guy. I want to be the guy who, literally helps as many independent artists as I can be sustainable without a label. That's the name of my company. It's Sustainable Creative. And it's, my purpose is in the name. It's like, have artists, people who, what they have passion about, like, be able to create a purpose and a vision and an income, but all based in what their purpose is, and it be authentic to who they are, not what the world thinks or what a label thinks they should be. So yeah, thank you guys for listening.
Amazing. Awesome, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Zach. Everybody give it up for dude. Awesome mission, awesome message. Trivia?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
What is up? How are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you. This has been so super fantastic, and I love how nuanced it is. So my question for you, Eli, is you mentioned in one of the earlier sessions about a through line. Would your through line be the same as your mission, and would you weave it in throughout?
Yes. The through line here, just to be quite explicit, unknown to unstoppable. And you're what? What kind of speaker are you? Unknown or unstoppable?
Oh, unstoppable.
You're unstoppable.
Yeah.
So we're, the whole through line is for you to be an unstoppable speaker. For Carissa, who does the events with Tony now, I coached her a bit on it. UPHW is her thing. We created the through line. It was the unstoppable woman. So we're creating, when Russell Brunson, the new through line was for the linchpin, was connected to their offer. But his whole thing is they're indoctrinating you in identity. Be a 2 Comma Club, be a $1 million speaker, be a this. So people don't just buy products and services, they buy results and states and identities and status. So it's indoctrinating people in a process attached to their identity. That's the through line. For Tony, creating your own economy. So pain attached to what's currently happening and pleasure attached to this identity, which you can only get inside the offer. So there's the product. So in the next session, I'm going to just show you a snapshot of what we take people through in our program, our Trust Trinity. It's the most, in my opinion, we bought everything. It is all the framing. Like, even if Tony Robbins saw this, he'd be like, this is more clear than what they've done in their company. But I have all the syntaxes for the last 20 years. Well, now Tony's run every single program that have literally done like $1 billion. And so there's a syntax that would be overkill for all of you, but we've simplified it down to 6 major steps inside of 3 steps. Trust Trinity, how people create connection with you, how they get belief in themselves. Because a lot of people, when they see you speak and we're indoctrinating them, they're connecting with you through your story and your style, and you're going to be selling them your process that they buy into before the product. But the thing that we've really mastered is this middle piece where we get people to trust in themselves. Because a lot of people say, hey, Trivia, works for you, but you're you. I believe your process, you got these great case studies and testimonials. I believe it does work for those people, but not me. Everybody's got this special snowflake, I'm broken type thing inside of them. 20% of your audience is a superior mindset where they think they can do it, but they can do it without you. 80% of your audience thinks that, yeah, other people can do it, but I'm not good enough because I'm broken. So you simultaneously want to be able to sell people. This is what's called the sweet spot, where people believe that it's possible, but it's only possible through you and your process.
Gotcha.
And your process needs to save them time or money or both and help them align with an identity. Does this make sense? I know this is
Yeah,
high level.
no, it
but
does
that's
make
what-
sense.
So what do you sell? What do you sell?
I'm a general life coach, and so what I'm selling is identity shifting.
Yeah, I'll introduce you to the framework so you'll see what it is, but we've got a lot that we do. A lot of it's framing, a lot of stuff that Tony taught me one-on-one. Same stuff that he taught Oprah, because I asked him, like, we opened the conversation. I was like, what did you coach Oprah on? And we had this whole conversation on identity shift, and it was so powerful for me. It shifted a lot in how I coached and what we're ultimately doing, because I was all about tactics, like a lot of you. Like, do I say this, like, doesn't matter what I say? And Tony's like, you know, here's an example of what I did. And I was like, that's different. And so it's a different target that relates to the outcome. But with this through line, it's getting really clear on somebody's point A to point B, and then opening the door to their point C. Could be deep within themselves. You know, it's like even for you, each one of you here, we're taking you from where you were. And if you notice in this section, one of the things I always say is no gap, no sale. So not only do you need to be clear on where you are, but also where you're going and what's possible, and you need to be clear on what's in the way. In this section, I demonstrated for you the gap. And then quickly, I got you to tell me how much money it was costing you to not have that gap closed. I am going to make you an offer here today at the end, and the money that you said it's costing you is much more than the amount the offer is going to be today. And so I'm making it explicit to you because I'm training you in this. I want you all to see it. This is one day together, but once you see the entire process and you see how it all comes together, whether it's selling at the back of the room, we had a process at Tony's events, over half the sales come after the event or on the phone. You need a process for all of it if you really want to hit 6-7 figures a month or more. There's a system for it. And so all the process, if you're an army of one or you got 10 people on your team, it's the same process.
Okay.
It's the process is how you scale, and you starts with your mission and your values, putting it into people and process, but it starts with you. And that through line is being really clear in where you're taking people. Because that's the energy that carries you through the presentation. Belief is what carries it through. The outcome is what you hit. The energy is the physiology that comes from inside of you and the connection that you feel with the audience and rapport. So those are the things that must be anchored and conditioned.
Okay. Thank you so much.
It's probably a juicier answer than you were
Such a
expecting.
thorough answer. I love it.
I'm not holding back. I told you.
Real quick, what was Krista Mayshore's through line? Because I know you helped her with her talk, and she spoke on Russell's stage. And
she spoke on Russell's stage. She spoke on Tony's last stage. You know, and she's done, I think, $1 million a month for the last 45 months in a row. And we cleaned up her stories. So we have something inside of our company called, the story selling system. And we went really deep into the frames. So just give you one really quick. You guys just want one of these NLP frames? You guys want one? We'll just say me, put a me in the chat right now. So there's so many frames out there that Eli and myself have now invented that you can't get anywhere else. Absolutely amazing. Aligned adversary, uniqueness frame, bandwagon frame, all these different frames, but specifically, and I've said this one all the time, you've even heard me say this today, what every sales and influence and speaking course has failed to mention is this. Remember I said the pre-frame is more important than the thing. So this is called a category of one. Somebody put in the chat, COO, category of one. Many of you have fitness offers or relationship offers or speaking, whatever you have. You will be seen as a commodity unless you create separation. So in one sentence, what every sales course failed to mention, what every speaking course has failed to mention is this. And the reason they have failed to mention it, now I'm creating a reason, now I'm making it a stronger argument for it in your mind. These are called agreement amplifiers that we're adding inside of it. So without showing you everything, because it takes a while to explain it, but once you see it, you can't see it. So I'm gonna give you as much as I can in this time that we have. But what every sales course, what every speaking course has failed to mention is what I'm about to share with you. And the reason that they don't teach it to you is, one, because most of them just haven't figured it out. Like they just don't know this stuff. Or two, they know it, but they don't want you to know it. So you keep on acting on what they do and you never get access to a complete system. Notice my hand, like complete system, because who has the complete system? So I'm anchoring myself, the person with the complete system. They don't know it, or they just don't want you to know it. And so this is so powerful though. It literally took me over 10 years to figure out, over $1 million in coaching and mentorship from a guy that you would have to pay literally millions of dollars to get coached by. All of that is what it cost me over the last 17 years, over a decade of my life, and millions of dollars of my income, and about $1 million of my income realistically, and direct coaching from Tony Robbins. It is so powerful. It can change everything for you. And most people would charge you like $250,000. And I have clients that I've charged, $50,000 for this information. And they went on to sell the same information I taught them for 250 grand. That is true, by the way. It is so powerful that people spend all this time and all this money to get a piece of it. But I know this can make such a difference for you. So I just want to give it to you right now. See a category of one, what every other blank courses failed to mention, meaning you can't get anywhere else. And the reason they failed to mention it is because they're dumb, they don't know it. Or two, they know it, but they don't want you to know it, they're unethical. This took me time and money to get it, but it's so powerful, I want you to have it, so I'm just gonna give it to you right now. Reciprocity. So I spoke through 5 frames there really quick to set up the next piece, and I haven't taught anything. I haven't actually said what it is yet. But now are you hungry to get that piece of content? And that piece of content is gonna be something unique based on my signature solution that doesn't exist anywhere else. I'm gonna give it a unique name. Now you cannot deny the fact that you can't get it anywhere else, which makes it that much more valuable inside of your mind. We've got about 50 of these. So when people get their base talk, which is just what I told you, we start slowly absorbing these frames. And every time you add just one of these, your conversion goes up. For the Hermosis of the world, for the Kales, for the Ed Milet's, for all of the stages that we've been on in the companies and all the companies that we're coaching right now, this is what we do. So there's more there than we're going to teach here in this section, but I want you to know some of it is really advanced. So you want to get a really good solid foundation, and then you interject these with feedback from us coaching you on it week after week, month after month, and there's no way you can't get better at everything you do. Does this make sense? Are you guys getting this? You guys getting it? If you're getting it, put in the chat, I'm getting it.
I love this so much because it causes, when you do the frame, it causes me to lean in and pay attention more and desire whatever you're going to talk about, and creates more desire in me wanting the thing, since you have the secret method. I love it. It's awesome. Love these frames. All right, Jamie, you want to come on real quick and ask your question, and then we're going to take a break and get into the next session.
Yes, and I'm definitely getting it. This is fun to watch masters at their craft, so thanks you guys. Eli, I was at the Rudy event with you last week. So my keynote is called Catalyze Your Confidence, and my mission is to empower women to ditch doubts, speak up, and achieve the careers they deserve and desire. And this comes after 20 years of experience in heavy technical industries where I was often the only female. And so my keynote, it's tactical. It's 3 tools to catalyze your confidence. And I tell stories in there, but most of them are not my own, because I worry, because I have stories for all of it, but I don't want it to turn into the Jamie show. But figuring, balancing that out with the rapport and letting them into who I am. I just wondered if you have any advice or suggestions of how to strike that balance.
So you have stories that are not about you or about you. What's the specific question?
So how do I guess the opening story has to do with me. And then throughout there are stories, as examples for each of the 3 tools. And then here's how this is applicable. But the story is not necessarily about me. It's about my client, Rachel, for example, or there's one that's about Derek Jeter. Do I, in order to really develop the rapport, should there be more stories about what this did for me, or is it okay to use other people's stories as the example? Does that make sense?
It doesn't matter. There's so many story frameworks, and so there's connection stories, big investment. There's lots of stories, but even for like a mini story, is basically context, conflict, response, result. Here it is. It's October 14th. I'm experiencing. I set the scene, and then this thing happened. The response to it by me or the client was this, and the result was that. And so there's frameworks for all of this, but regardless if it's about you or somebody else, the story is ultimately about the end listener, and they need to find themselves in the story. Something I do a lot, like even when I told part of my story earlier, I'm in it, and I'm telling some about a vulnerable moment, a pit moment, a dark moment for me or somebody else. And I don't know if any of you ever felt like you're not good enough, or like you didn't have a voice in the world. But that was me.
Yeah.
So connecting my vulnerable moment to you in the story. I don't know if you've ever had a time in your life where you felt like you weren't good enough, or somebody told you that you don't have what it takes. I told you the story about my ex-girlfriend. I said it in first person, not she said. I put it in quotes. Why don't you see you the way that I see you? You're special. You're capable of so much more, but you have to value your worth. I said that in the story, but it's a direct command right to you. So it's basically, think of it in quotes. So if I say somebody, like I talked to Tony Robbins and he said, Eli, pause. You need to step up. There's decisions that you know you've been putting off right now that if you don't act on are going to completely destroy your life and everybody in it. But I'm saying it right to you. So the story, so that's why the style and some of the things we teach around framing, like Tony Robbins is telling personal stories and stories about other people, but the way that he does it, he's got you. And he's taught about a half a dozen people in the world, specifically what he's doing line by line. Fortunately, I'm one of them. And he's not going to do this forever. So about a year ago, Eli and I said, well, let's start teaching this other people. So that's what we do. And we've got frameworks and feedback, and then we help you master this stuff. And I know literally nobody else teaches this stuff. And so we geek out. And literally, once I got a hold of this stuff, that's how my sales really exploded, by these fine little tunes that create more connection to the audience. So it's one thing to have the intention to care and rapport and to go first, but how do we get them to buy in and connect? There's moments like I just did called a bounce. And I don't know if any of you felt like you were capable of more, but there was something keeping you stuck. Maybe you have that little voice inside of your head that says, I can't do it. Listen, that voice, the voice of limitation, is not your true voice. The true voice is the one that wants you to expand. How many of you have like 2 voices inside of your head? 20 voices, 30 voices? We all do. And right now, if you're thinking to yourself, I don't have a voice in the head, guess what? That's the voice. Right now, you have a voice inside of your head. So I'm getting inside of your head right now. So you see what I'm doing?
Oh yeah, it's brilliant.
I'm doing it very slow so you see it. And we got, so we actually coach on this type of stuff, but we have like endless of this stuff, and it is endless. So you don't need all of this. It gets pretty advanced, but we have a simple framework where all of you can make money fast and then go as far down the rabbit hole as you want. And so the base thing is those 4 things. It's super simple. You don't need all of the artistry that comes with mastery over years. But I tell people, and this was my thing, once I saw some of this stuff, I was like, I'm obsessed with it. Eli and I, my business partner, we'll watch talks, and we have talks with clients too. We break down like second by second things they're doing, and we hop on the call with some of our clients and say, oh, you missed this. You could have done that. Do this instead. And then they do it and they make more money. So it's all about how far down the rabbit hole you want to go.
That's awesome. You already helped me tweak one thing in my keynote just from that. So thank you so much.
Very, very cool. Awesome.
Percentage, right, Jamie? That's a percentage.
Show is.
Every frame is a percentage. So awesome. Thank you, Jamie. All right, guys, we're gonna end this session, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna come back, and I believe, Eli, did you say you're gonna walk through the Trust Trinity, and then we're gonna get into the Mastery next session?
It's the same. mastery and Trust Trinity, all like the next couple sections all together, mastery and multiply. So we're just gonna shove it all in there because there's a lot in this next section. So we're gonna do a brief overview. I'm gonna show you the Trust Trinity, what it looks like, and we're gonna do a fun little exercise, and that's next section.
Awesome. All right, guys. See you back in 10 minutes from now. And Seth, go ahead and cue up the testimonial video. See you guys soon.
Yes.
Eli Wild has been incredible. I knew him from the surface, and I really came here to see that. I'm so impressed with his integrity, his genuine caring, and he is a master, absolute master at the craft of teaching everything there is about effective sales and how to speak effectively and move people.
And so coming to this weekend was like stepping into like a dream. Like I've been like a huge Tony Robbins fan for a while and had these like fantasies about stepping onto that stage and really inspiring people. And what I got out of this weekend with Eli is A, he's like Tony reincarnate, but it's almost even better because he's stopping and explaining all of these amazing tools and techniques. He's reinforcing them, giving us the frameworks. But I think what's most important is that he does it with a soul and the real intention of caring about people. And I think that's what sets him apart from other folks is A, his ability to really deliver compelling performances, but also break it down in real time, explain it to you so that you can implement it yourself. So I've got so much out of this weekend that I can't wait to implement, and I'm really excited about everything that I've got. So if you're on the fence, you're thinking, I want to speak, but I'm not sure where to start, or if this is like for me, check it out. You'll learn so much. You'll really enjoy it. It'll be really worth your time and money.
Eli is the best in the world at what he does. Not only how he actually presents and teaches and influences, but also how he is able to break the concepts down so simply that we get to ingrain it into our nervous system while we hear him present and speak.
This is actually my second time coming because the first one was so good, and I'm actually in his coaching program, but the content is so rich and so powerful. And being someone that's already doing corporate trainings and keynote speaking, the level of mastery that he teaches is like nothing that I've ever seen nor invested in.
How do you put a value on your own belief? How do you put a value on figuring out that you're not here for yourself, that you're really here to help other people transform? The value's been infinite. It's unlimited for me to be able to reach into this pool of potential that I know I have and my ability to really give back to other people.
The small investment that I made with Eli is at least worth 10 times what I paid today. Why? Because not only did he showcase the strategies and the tactics, he demoed it for you and then gave us a chance to practice and see it in action.
If you're selling coaching or you're selling anything from stage or you're trying to get on stage, having the confidence of having that structure, is invaluable. So, especially if you're selling any programs, 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, I mean, you can quadruple the investment with one sale. So I don't know how much more it's worth, but that one investment made here will pay over and over and over and over and over and over.
My biggest takeaway was really having an outcome is really bigger than having somebody like you. Realistically, having the outcome of influencing them means that you might be firm sometimes. You might be mean to them sometimes. They might not like you, but you're helping them out. And that was like a really big shift for me.
I was having a hard time in really realizing my potential, my capabilities. I would hide and not show up for Zoom calls, making excuses, allowing the obstacles I had to really get in my way. And being here with these incredible people and Eli and his way of helping you see your greatness, helping you see beyond all the limitations, and how, for me, I was taking myself out and not showing up fully for me and therefore the incredible women whose lives I'm going to change. And all of that changed at this event.
So over 2 days, I got the answer to the question that I was seeking. And that was for me to connect deeper to my purpose and my why and feed my audience from that place. That way they know that I got what they need and I'm absolutely here to serve. And it's all because of Eli. So if you're thinking about coming to this program, don't think, just do it, because whatever you're looking for, the way you want to take your message and your soul and give it to people to make the world a better place, he has a formula and a strategy and a framework to help you do that. So just say yes and sign up.
Had the pleasure to spend 2 days here with Eli Wild and his entire crew going over influence and sales, and specifically speaking from stage. Honestly, coming here is one of those things I really wanted to have an open mind, try to get a lot out of it. Biggest thing for me though was really, I wanted to make sure that I could find a way to take a topic that's generally not sexy and make it sexier. And by far, I would say that everybody in the room said at the end of the day, it was much sexier. Biggest takeaway though, truly is going to be prepping and not winging it for your conversations. Even quantify this. This is something that's easily going to produce well over $500,000 for me over the career of my life and everything like that. So highly recommend it. Can't suggest enough. Eli and team are amazing and definitely worth the investment.
Just being in that environment helps out alone. And then I learned the sales, how to speak, positioning, body language, vocal tonality. There's so much things on top of that.
I knew he would completely over-deliver, which he has. He blew my expectations out of the water, and I knew he was my next mentor. I am hanging on every word. My brain is so happy right now with information. They really care that I'm getting the information and I'm able to use it and that I get the help that I need, and that is perfect.
I've been a great asset to many companies because of Eli and Eli. They have helped me massively in my professional career, all the way to being a very confident sales professional that can even lead and teach other sales professionals.
A lot of deep information. Eli knows his stuff. There's all these amazing people that are doing really well with their businesses, and the fact that I get to meet them and also befriend them, and we were just like sharing each other's secrets.
After working with both Eli's and the team, I've been reaching a new level in my clarity of my purpose and my vision for my company. I really, now that I have these skills, feel empowered to go out there and make a difference in a whole different way.
I got more value out of this 2 days than I've gotten out of paying $50,000 and more for a course. It was just unbelievable. I mean, so much information, really useful, valuable things that I can implement in my business right away. These are tools that I can tell that when I just start implementing them into my sales strategies, my public speaking, it's going to make a massive impact on my business. So I am just like stoked to put it into use.
Eli is one of the greatest salespeople that have ever lived, one of the greatest human beings that I have ever interacted with in my entire life. There are going to be infinite dollars that are made from this, because these are principles that I will use for literally the rest of my life, both in one-on-one sales calls, one-to-many stages, and just in day-to-day life.
It's a blessing that the event even exists. I would live with so much regret if I would have never came, and I couldn't imagine continuing life without the information that I received in these 2 days. It's a totally different experience to witness it live. I cannot put it into words, the gravity of seeing the mastery that Eli has in person.
I would say it's the holistic package. You get to understand first fundamentals, you get to understand very deep concepts, but you get to understand the why and the how. Being around someone like Eli, who's put in the work for decades to become a master at his craft, can not only shorten the period of time that it takes to get to anywhere near his level. It's something that has drastically changed my life financially, relationally.
Eli has this God-given talent and desire to take everything that's in him and literally pour it out into you in a way that's digestible and in a way that's actionable.
I love how genuine he is, and the fact that he cares. Like when he speaks to you, like he speaks from his heart, you feel that type of energy and vibration. So it connects to the soul. He's here like to teach you. He wants to like change your life.
So clear to me, looking at Eli, working with Eli, hearing him speak, hearing him break down what he did, that he had true brilliance in the basics, not only in him doing it,
but in his ability to teach it. And that has been transformational for my business.
Eli himself was absolutely phenomenal. When you are working with someone of that caliber, it's kind of natural to be almost hesitant, but he's super chill, super unattached, and that's what makes him so different, is that he's only doing things and asking you to do things that are truly in your best interest.
If you're someone that loves people and somebody who wants to communicate better, get your message out to the world, you absolutely need to not walk here, but run here as fast as you possibly can. Get moving, get your butt here. If you have a message that you want to get out to the world and you want to be a better communicator, you need to get here. You need to run, you need to get here as soon as you possibly can.
The ability to get on stage, to impact, to influence, to be able to move them emotionally, to be able to put them in a position where you can actually change their life. He knows what he's doing. He's done this for decades alongside the best of the best. It was just a no-brainer to learn this skill.
I've been speaking for 15 years, and I think at that point you sometimes get jaded, like there's nothing else that I can learn. But like there was so much that I got out of the past 2 days.
For one, he's brilliant in the game of sales, but I think also he's just a constant student of the game. And I feel like the amount of people that look up to him in his craft, he is the expert in his space, something that's definitely admirable.
Just coming here and it was just seeing that there's so much more to what he teaches in all of the online trainings. You know, it helped us go from making 20,000 a month for being stuck and not closing sales to recently hit our highest ever month. We did 400K a couple of months ago.
One of the biggest things that I took away was how to have a bigger tonal range. And something this weekend clicked, and I realized that if I want to have more tonal range, I need to have more emotional range. And the moment I had that thought and that belief, it all just came so naturally.
And what Eli shows you how to do is not only make your speech compelling, but you're getting them to move emotionally.
The people that are in the room are phenomenal as well. And so not only just learning from Eli, but then learning from everyone else for the past 2 days has been phenomenal.
If you're interested in leveling up your game as a sales rep, getting better at sales, definitely have to be at this next event for Eli. It was a total game changer for me, and it's going to change your life as well.
So if you've been thinking about learning the skill of influence, of speaking from stage, of selling from stage, then don't hesitate to sign up for Eli Wild's Influence event. Trust me, it'll be one of the best decisions you've ever made.
All right, what is up, everyone? What's up? Let me see your faces. If you're here right now and active, please turn your cameras on. I want to see where everybody's at right now. Guys, I want to know, how are you guys enjoying this half-day super workshop with Eli Wild about speaking, selling, and scaling? Put a 1 to 100 in the chat. Let me know what you guys are liking so far with this event. We got 100, 100, okay. He's doing pretty good. We didn't get any 99s yet, so that's good. All right, 100. Oh, Aaron, Aaron gave you a 99. I don't know why. But 1 million, 10 million, 100. All right, guys, here's what we're going to do real quick. Before we get into the next session, which we're going to talk about this trust trinity, and we're going to talk about mastering the stage and all this great stuff that we're going to talk about with increasing your signature talk, I want to do a little competition right now, all right? Who's up for a competition? Okay, we got a couple people up for a competition. So what I want everybody to do real quick is I want you to stand outside, or I want you to stand. I got my standing desk, so this is gonna rise up here real quick. I want everybody to stand real quick. And here's the competition. Seth's gonna play some amazing music in the background, and we're gonna give the top dancer. Can you guys dance for 20 seconds? That's all I'm asking. If you can dance for 20 seconds, the top dancer, whoever Eli says is the top dancer, is gonna win $100. Sound cool? Ingrid's already dancing. She's ready to go rock and roll with this. All right, so Seth, cue that music when you're ready. We're gonna be looking for the best dancer in the house and get some energy flowing back up. Just stretch out.
Go.
Here we go.
It's a dance.
Oh my gosh, I haven't heard this song forever. All right, I see you, Gabriel. I like that.
Go, Jamie.
All right, Seth, turn it up.
Yeah, buddy. Take it.
Girls be looking like that.
This is getting going.
To the beat, walking down the street and my new the freak, yeah. This is how I roll, and I'm control. It's Red Bull with the big ass bra, and like Bruce Lee, I got the clout, yeah. Girl, look at that body. Girl, look at that body. Girl, look at that body. I work out.
I see you, Ben. Ben's wife is like, I'm not participating in this.
I work out when I walk in the spot. This is what I see. Everybody stops and staring at me. I got passion in my pants and I ain't afraid to show it, show it, show it, show it.
Thank you.
I'm sexy and I know it. I'm sexy and I know it. Yeah.
All right. Who was the best dancer?
It's a tough one. And Zach was killing it. So many of you guys killing it. Lucy and Ingrid were going a little bit next level though.
I like what Ben was doing. Ben was like dancing around his wife, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, I take this."
We danced a little bit. We hung out in Mexico together. I think we're gonna go with Lucy.
Eli, if you did it, I can rip this in half, and then I can just,
Yeah,
there we go.
Lucy was shaking it the most. She got away from her desk. She was doing it. We're gonna go with Lucy. That's the
Lucy. All right, everybody give it up for Lucy. You guys didn't know you're going to learn how to dance today. All right, Lucy, just send Seth your PayPal or your Venmo. We'll make sure we get that to you guys. And actually, we're not going to do any ahas, just this one, because I want to go ahead and get into it and get into the content and make sure that we have some time for Q&A right after this one. And then, guys, we're in session 4 right now. Four. So we're already going about halfway through. Glad you guys are getting a lot out of this event. Eli, let you take it away, man.
Awesome. I remember this too from, Myron. He said something really powerful one time, that there's not only 4 levels of value that Austin gave you, but 4 levels of teaching. And so the levels of teaching is 1, tactics. That's what to do. Next level is strategies. This is what and why you do what you do. It's the sequence, it's where things are. And so the worst thing that I can do, and the worst thing that you can do for your people as leaders, is to overwhelm them with tactics. So I'm going to give you a few tactics here today in this section. We did in the last section, but the worst thing I could do is give you lots of tactics that would overwhelm you. Then you go out there and you try to use the tactic and it doesn't work. And you're like, oh, this doesn't work. The tactics work, but you need the right context and the right strategy. And even more important than that, what we really want to anchor inside of you today is the next 2 levels. Even more important than the tactics and the strategies are the principles. The principles are the laws that govern what you're doing. That's why 2 people can have the same strategy, same tactic. Some guy or girl can come up to you on the street and say something to you, a tactic, NLP, frame, pattern thing, but it might not land unless the principles and the energy and the law that governs their communication is aligned. So principles, strategies, tactics. 1 level above that, and this is the most important thing that drives all of it, it's the essence or the energy. When I saw Tony, or when Oprah saw Tony, or when you saw somebody out there that you bought into, you were like, there's something there. So it's the energy. And when we do drills inside of a program, when people come here, they present right in front of me, we take them line by line through some of the tactics, and we give them feedback on exactly how to do it. It's like, you go, I go, you go, I go, until they get it. But they have full understanding of why they're saying what they're saying. And we teach speakers and salespeople, and I can't tell you how many people have great scripts, or they use great tactics and questions, but they use them the wrong way at the wrong time, or they use some tactic and they don't get the right response, and they don't know how to reframe the same question or same cool, because their goal, their outcome was to say the bit or say the question or say the story. The outcome, as I said earlier, is always an emotional one. Because you might say something and it doesn't land. You might ask somebody a question and they might not give you the right answer. Not that there's a wrong answer, maybe they didn't understand. So tools, strategies, stories, questions, frames, all of these are tools to put somebody in an emotional place. And sometimes you'll need to re-ask, you'll need to redo, you might have them repeat it to make sure they're not only listening to your presentation, but there's a representation, a re-presentation. they represent your presentation to them. Because right now I'm speaking to, we got 69 of you here. I'm doing a presentation, but you're representing this presentation to yourself based on your beliefs and your values about me, about time, about money. We talked about money here. If some of you have really bad money beliefs, no matter what I share with you, you have a belief that it's not possible because you're a special snowflake and nobody likes you and all this stuff. So your own beliefs and perceptions will get in the way of the reception of the presentation. So sometimes you'll have things that you emphasize even more based on who your audience is. That's why it's so important to have an outcome. And this is what takes you out of being a speech maker to a person of influence. You're taking what's inside of you. And now that once you have the framework and we give you feedback on it to make sure it lands, you understand the principles and the energy that has to drive it. And you understand it's an emotional result that we're after. And the tactics and tools, the worst thing I can do is to overwhelm you with tactics and tools where you use them in the wrong way. And then you begin to doubt yourself. Oh, I've tried everything, it didn't work. No, you just didn't know why you were saying what you were saying. And so for this section though, it's in mastery. And mastery is where I'm breaking down for you what we do. And I'm going to show you the tool that we use. There's basically the 5 parts that you need in all of you to be able to make more money. It's getting really clear on the message and the mission that's inside of you, having the right syntax. And many of you have seen like different structures out there, open, story, all of that, and they can be fine. But we're going deeper here and we can show you the framing, but I want you to understand with what we call the trust trinity, how all of this comes together. And regardless of what your presentation is, I used to go into companies all the time and this is what I'd say to them. I can take any of your scripts and I can say the same thing in the script and I can outsell your people, even though I don't know what the offer is. I can say your words and I can sell more than you with your offer because of this. Or I could say something totally different. I understand the framework and I know how to connect. And that's 80% of it right there. And so it's more simple than you think, and doing too many tactics and tools all at once. If your outcome is to be perfect and get the outcome right, you might be great as a tactics speaker and even say it really good, but you won't be able to influence people. So I want to make sure that distinction is there for you. I am going to introduce you now to one tactic that I think is going to be really powerful in this section, but also hammer home as I show you the trust trinity, what makes this work at the level of mastery. That's where we are here in this session, is you getting feedback. Feedback is the breakfast of champions. Many of you saw the testimonial reel that comes by here. Part of our program is you do 2 events here at my house. This is my house here. And you have to present in front of me. So we take you through a process where we train you so that you have some insight as to what you're going to talk about and getting feedback and micro changes in how we read what you're saying, what you're not saying, what your physiology is saying that's different than your voice and all of that. And you'll see based on the feedback, that's how you get to the level of mastery, and that's where we are. Now, with that said, I am going to share my screen. Are you guys good with me sharing my screen? I know I don't like to share a lot of slides because it takes away from the connection, but this is really powerful. This is the framework that myself and Mr. Eli Sanchez created that I want to make sure you understand. I've alluded to this thing a lot here. And so I'm going to bring this up, slideshow. And can you guys see this? See this right here, Trust Trinity? So any talk, people say, what is the perfect syntax? And, you know, whether it's, I just mentioned the biggest names, Grant Cardone, Tony Robbins. There's things that Tony does that I think are really unique and advanced based in NLP, but NLP isn't like a process he's using. NLP is the science of excellence in human communication. So anytime you see somebody doing something really amazing, the whole understanding of NLP is basically everything is a system. Everything is a pattern. Everything you do in your life, you have patterns of thought, feeling, emotion. There are patterns, things that you do habitually, unconsciously, that are creating results in your life. So we look at the results in your life, your speech, whatever that we want to change. Some of it can be in your process, some of it can be in your psychology, but we need to understand, I want you to go into your, like the way you look at your life today, I want you to understand that everything is a system, everything is repeatable. There's a system for everything, even how you think. And I believe for each one of you, there's $1 million, $1 billion version of you out there. And if we could download the thoughts and beliefs and mission from that version of you into the current you, you would get better results. So you have to believe that it's possible. if you listen to what I'm saying and you're going through the filter of, oh, that works for Eli or this person, but not me because there's something wrong with me or I'm broken, that thought is what made it broken. That belief is what made it broken. There's nothing wrong with it. There's people out there doing amazing things. And so this whole process that I'm taking you through right now is the trust trinity. And then after I take you through this really briefly, we're going to do an exercise where I pull some of you out. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready to go. Awesome. And so the trust trinity is simply this. I've alluded to it several times. I'm going to go through it. One is getting them to trust into you, the speaker. And so the first step is your style. This is the exercise I'm going to take you through in about 10 minutes from now. But first, we take you through what we call $100 million stagecraft secrets. And so when I've gone into companies and there's been other speakers and all of that, initially when I was young, starting out, I believed in Tony. I believed in what I did, but some other speakers kicked my butt because they were doing things where they were framing the audience in a way, or they had a different style than me, and they sold more than me. Whenever I saw somebody that was selling more than me, I didn't get angry, didn't get upset. I paid them as much money as I could to have them teach me what they know. And they did, and I've been doing that since I was 27 years old. I'll be 46 next month now, getting old, so this has been my journey. But $100 million stagecraft secrets, tonality, body language, movement, the agreement amplifiers, a little bit of patterns and understanding the hypnotic aspect of communication. Even now, as you're listening to me, that's a pacing statement. Even now, as you're listening to me here on this Saturday, you're sitting there, you've been dancing around, you're watching me, you're having a great time, and you're beginning to wonder, how do you put this all into place? So I'm pacing, it is Saturday, you are watching me, and you're beginning to wonder. Leading statement. So pacing and leading. So these are things that I'm doing all the time. You want to get a hold of these skills in your tonality, framing, pattern interrupts, all the stuff that we've been mentioning. This becomes your style. It's a new style of communicating, not that you change your style, but we add things to it to make you more dynamic. And for some of you, you might be a bit monotone. I'm not saying to jump up and down like Tony Robbins, but for all of you, we're going to take you through an exercise here today in this section where we expand your range of connection. So I don't expect you to be, jumping up and down and doing all these crazy things, but I want you to expand a bit. And you're going to see the process I take you through in just a bit. But $100 million stagecraft secrets is how people become more connected to you where they want to listen to. Again, you cannot bore somebody into buying from you. The second step to get somebody to buy into you, the speaker, is your story. With Krista Mayshore, who's done like a bajillion, Jared, like all these people that we work with, and you've seen some of these testimonials. One of the big things that I think, I don't know anybody that doesn't need this. It's the capacity to tell stories, specifically your expert positioning story. Inside this story, you'll need to have some connection points. We talked about that. I don't know if any of you have had a time in your life where you need a strong decision. In my story that I often tell from stage, I talk about going to this event. I talk about struggling. I talk about some bad things that happened, and it led me to a decision. I had an insight. There was a catalyst. I saw this guy on stage speaking, really connected with me. I saw him connect with a woman in the room. He turned around a suicide, and I had this light bulb moment. If this dude can use some process to turn around a suicide, I wonder if I can learn that process and use it to turn around sales. Turns out you can. Turns out that man became my mentor, a man named Tony Robbins. And now I've used that process I'm going to break down for you today to sell over $100 million in coaching services. And so right now, if you're listening to me, right now, if you're struggling, right now, if you want to serve more people, I'm here to tell you that sales and speaking does not have to be transactional. It can truly be transformational once you understand the process. How many of you would like to learn the process? Expert positioning story. I had a decision, I saw something, and I created a process that's inside my story of how I got there. And it's my ordinary, I was struggling, my extraordinary, but it's not because I'm special, it's because of the process. Because you're going to be selling a process. Do you guys understand how all these begin to connect together? The story, your style, the process, the product, because now we're aligning with the process. And when they get bought into the process enough, then we get to the product. As Travia, that's what we were talking about. So you'll see inside of it. So regardless of what your talk is or the script, like I said, I go into companies and I'd say the script doesn't matter that much. I can use your words, but I understand what's happening. I understand the journey they need to go through. And so things can move around a bit. You might have a 15-minute talk, you might have a VSL, but this is the layer of influence. This is what makes you as a speaker powerful. This is what creates buy-in and credibility. And this is how we shift the mind and the beliefs and perspectives of the listener to buy into the process that they can do it, but they need you and your process to do it and do it faster and better and cheaper with more safety. That's what we're doing here. Does this make sense? Are you guys with me? Yeah? Wave at me if you're with me. Boom. So story selling system. There's so many story processes out there. We make it super simple, but you need to be able to master your story. Meaning, you need some repetition with the story. Inside of our program, that's one of the things we spend more time with, is making you a better storyteller. And when should you share stories? Facebook Lives, webinars, podcasts. Like literally, you need to tell your story everywhere. Like a big part of your brand and how you become memorable, not a commodity, will be your story. Think about all the webinars you've been on. And think about all the case studies and testimonials. You don't remember any of them unless you emotionalize it with a story. John was really struggling with this, almost given up on. It was name, date, year, time, season, create the place, make it real, connect the struggle the person went through to the audience's current experience, anchor to the system, talk about the aftermath or the result, and emotionalize it by linking it to their values. Now, not only does John have more money, he's freed up his time in a way where he's got able to spend more time with his family, and they just took a trip to Disney World. Here's a picture. How many of you would like to do more things with your family where you live life on your terms? Make it real for the audience. Master the connection point of stories. Are you guys with me? Like I said, I don't want to overwhelm you with tactics. I'm going to give you some, but the worst thing I can do is just dump tactics on you. But I want you to understand it needs to follow a system where there's anchoring to the through line. It's a process. It would be beyond, what we go through today, but I just want you to understand they're using a system. The next part of the system is simply this: getting people to trust in themselves. And so we have to have a gap. Like we said earlier, no gap, no sale. It's one of the things that Tony's masterful at. The gap process. I took you through an example of a gap earlier. You not only told me that you had a gap, you told me what it was costing you not to close the gap. And yes, I'm going to show you a process today where you can close the gap. But now you've told me, if I tell you that it's costing you money not to close the gap, you could doubt it. But if you say it, it's true. Does this make sense? Are you with me? So your gap is your gap. So getting people to trust in themselves, here's the process for that. So we have two parts here. We call this the identity shift framework. Before people see your offer, they're going to have objections. I need to talk to somebody. I don't have time. I don't have money. I'm here to tell you, most of those objections are garbage. They're all uncertainty-based or fear-based. People run races that don't have legs. That's a fact. Some people, doctors telling them that if they don't walk 2 miles a day, they're going to have a heart attack, and they say, I can't find time. It's always a question of motivation. What is possible for people is absolutely amazing, but how people often live is usually pretty disappointing. So we want to be a catalyst for change. I've said many times, in order for your life to change or improve, something new needs to come into your life, but also something new out of you. And so people have internal resistance, and here we are planting belief seeds that precede, get it? Precede the offer with belief seeds. There's certain seeds they need to have belief about time, about money, about what's on the other side, that remove the resistance and get them to buy into the identity of a doer, of an action taker, of somebody who's worthy and able and has a moral responsibility to change. This is how we shift the identity and remove resistance. Second part here is the reasons. We call this the irrefutable future formula. Don't sell the features, sell the future. People do not care about flying to Hawaii and a 747 with 200 seats and a coffee, a bagel, and some peanuts. They don't care about the process. They care about the payoff. If you're selling Hawaii, don't sell the plane, sell the destination. How will it look with the sun on their face? Swimming, surfing, volcanoes. We want to sell the future, not the features. So we've got a large gap to a desired destination, and we must be able to use this to elicit emotion. Make their future desired outcome involve an identity shift. Remember when you guys came here earlier today? You were an unknown speaker, but now you're in the process of becoming what kind of speaker? What kind of speaker? Say it.
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable speaker. And you already know the only thing that can stop you is yourself. So you're here to make sure that you no longer stop yourself. Connect it to an identity. Do you guys understand? Yes? Identity shift. The future, the reasons, get rid of the resistance, and sell the reasons or the future. Next, the process and the product. So the opportunity is, as Travi and I were talking about, first, there's the opportunity. We call this the passing vehicle syntax, or PVS. Why it's needed? Before selling the offer, they must be bought into the method. For you guys, for example, I think you guys already realize that you can make a deeper impact, or you're beginning to impact, if you could just talk to more people. You're already enrolled. You all want to speak more, and you want to do it more effectively, and you know that you're going to make more money if you speak in front of more people. You've decided the price that you're going to charge them, the kind of people you want to work with, a simple 3 to 5 step process to get them a fast result, which is what they want, and you know how much money that you want to make every month, so you know how many people you need to talk to. So we're starting to make it real for you. Key elements. The opportunity should be clearly in the best method for their goal, and the opportunity should have an incentive for speed. A lot of framing around that. We'll get to it. Next is the offer. Smooth offer structure. Why it's needed: the offer isn't properly structured. It will create confusion and delay. So remember, simple scales. It's not about doing a stack with a bajillion things. There are some things that you need, but all those things need to be real for people, and they need to see like, hey, I need that, and be bought into, hey, if I had that, that would not only save me time, but it would save me money, or it is going to cost me money to not have it. Cost of inaction. Heaven if you do, hell if you don't. So this is the trust trinity. And I just wanted to break it down for you in the message section, or the mastery section. This is what you need to master. So regardless, if you're already doing a presentation, once we layer on all of the framing and NLP, and you understand the structure and you layer that on, that's when you really become unstoppable. And so there's what it looks like. It's all of these things here, and we put that into the system. So regardless of what your talk is, we go deeper into each section, but we make sure that it's checking all of the boxes, and that's how it becomes powerful. For this next little bit here in the next few minutes, I'm going to pull some of you out, and we're going to go a little bit deeper into one of my favorite sections around your style. So I'm going to pull you guys out, and we're going to do something around style in just a moment. But first, let me do this. So we are going to go into how to communicate more powerfully from the front of the room. And I'm going to not share my screen for a second. Can you guys all see me? Give me a thumbs up. And so I've talked a lot about movement and tonality and physiology and all of that. But as it relates to the physiology and your belief in your certainty and your outcome, it is so important for you to really master this concept. I touched on it earlier. It's called living inside out, not outside in. You want to have so much certainty and outcome and belief, all the things that are like the foundations of what we've been talking about today. Make sure that's so ingrained in you where no matter what happens outside of you, it doesn't affect your outcome. This is what it means to be clear and certain in your communication. I'm going to break down an example before we get into the exercise. when we work on your tonality, I want to show you an example of what not to do. Somebody who's very famous, who has one little thing happen and completely throws them off because he did not go through my program. It's true, he did not go through my program, but this is like a complete cluster. Does anybody know of a man named Michael Bay? He's the director for like Transform, like really famous director. Have you guys heard of this guy, Michael Bay? Check this out. So I'm gonna hit play. Can you guys see this?
Director and producer, Michael Bay.
It's 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Michael.
How is everyone today? My job as a director is that I get to dream for a living.
Michael, you know, you're known for such unbelievable action. What inspires you? How do you come up with these unbelievable ideas?
I create visual worlds that are so beyond everyone's normal life experiences. And Hollywood is a place that creates a viewer escape. And what I try to do is as a director, I try to, the type is all off, sorry, but I'll just wing this.
Tell us what you think.
Yeah, we'll wing it right now. I try to take people on an emotional ride, and
The Curve? How do you think it's going to impact how viewers experience your movies?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank Michael Bay for joining us.
To put together a system that generates 1 to 2 high-quality dates a week.
Boom. You don't need to know about dates. All right. Thank you, ads on YouTube. So what happened here? What happened? Just fire it up in the chat. What happened? What happened here? Very unprepared. So he was tactically focused on what he was going to say, and he was going to read his slides. Do you realize that, like right here today, we've not used very many slides? Obviously, I know what I'm going to say, but do you realize that whether you're speaking on stage and it's filmed on somebody else's stage or Zoom or whatever, something little can take you off. Sometimes the slideshow may not work. That's why you want to be prepared. I said to you at the beginning of this, right when Tony Robbins called me to do that pitch, they did, all that money, had nothing to do with me. It was because of the system around it. I was fortunate to be able to share some things there that helped, but it was the system around it. But also I needed to play my part. And at that event, it was the first virtual event. It was a cluster. Like there were some moments where Tony was like visibly angry because it was the first virtual event, first one that they did like that. But also everybody was clear in their outcome. That's how you do it. And it was the first one. So it was a bit of a mess. But at the same time, everybody knew their outcome. So there was still a success. Do you realize that if you only focus on what you're going to say in the presentation, it could completely throw you off. And when you get the call or your opportunity, you're going to get it. You want to be as prepared as humanly possible because this is how you make a reputation and a brand and an impact and all of that. This is your message. You want to put as much time, energy, invest as much into crafting this because this is what you're going to present. This is how you're going to present your message and your life works to the world to actually help people. You want to be prepared. Part of that is going to be how you anchor your physiology. And so you can see I'm doing a vocal range and how I speak and my gestures, but I'll be talking sometimes and I'm talking and I feel the energy go up. And I remember I started doing this a long time ago. I created an anchor for myself. An anchor is something that's in your nervous system. Like you hear a certain song, you think of your high school dance. You smell a certain cologne or perfume, you think of your mom or dad or your ex-girlfriend or something. That's an anchor. So there's anchors in you right now, ones that make you feel powerful, but there's also anchors that make you feel sad, depressed, whatever. Or there's anchors, things outside of your control that trigger you to retreat, just like they did for Mr. Bay. So you want to recognize some of these anchors inside of yourself that have you shrinking instead of expanding. Because remember, your true voice is never the voice of limitation. It is always the voice of expansion. You're here to grow and evolve. And so for myself, I'll share with you one of the ones that I did. I'd feel myself, my energy going up. And when I was speaking, I would tap myself like right on the belt. And it would just be an anchor for me to like drop back in. Out of my head, back into my body. And in martial arts, this is called the lower dantian, like all of that. And I just tap myself on the stomach and remind me to get back into my body. Not in my head where I'm talking and my energy's all that. Boom, grounded. And I give myself permission to pause. And if I miss my beat or what I'm gonna say, I don't think it's a big deal. Even if there's 1,000 people looking at me, say, oh, yeah, and I'm right there. Not a big deal. I'm not filling with ums and likes and, like all of that, because I'm comfortable with the silence. I'm even comfortable not knowing what I'm going to say. Being comfortable with not knowing what I'm going to say makes me comfortable with saying the thing I have to say. Not worrying about what I'm going to say, like Mr. Bay. And that didn't mean to rhyme, but hey, boom, there you go. And so, hey, Travis, no yawning. We're all gonna, I see you. Is it that boring? Get this lady a coffee. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. I see you. And so I want to pull a couple of you out and work on something that I think is just a lot of fun. And so when you're here, I'll show you what I'm doing, my physiology, even here, something called spatial anchoring, things with framing, things I'm doing with my physiology and voice to anchor you unconsciously. It's beyond the scope of what we can go in here, but I want you to understand that you can even move people more emotionally by changing your vocal range. So there's 3 types of tonalities. Put a 3 in the chat, put a 3. There's 3 basic tonalities I'm gonna go over right now, and I'm gonna demonstrate them for you best I can with my finger. If you were here, I'd have a whiteboard up, but you just have to pay attention very, very well. Are you guys with me? Yes? Give me a thumbs up. Awesome. So I want you to realize, and as I said earlier when I was connecting with Gabriel, I believe, when I was really young, my mom worked at a country club, and the way that people responded to her was very different than how they responded to some of these very wealthy people. They didn't just respond to them because they were wealthy and powerful, though they were, but it was their presence and how they communicated. When they spoke, as I said, people listened. So there's a vocal range that I want you to understand right now called SAGE. Understand SAGE. Put in the chat SAGE, S-A-G-E. So when you think about a SAGE, so realize this, we are all triggered and anchored, and because the brain is lazy, your brain, my brain, everybody's brain, we make assumptions or what are called presuppositions based on somebody the moment we meet their energy. Like if a homeless person starts walking to you up on the street, you're automatically like, he's going to ask me for money. And he says, hey, how are you going? He's trying to get small talk only to get something. And already, because you recognize the pattern, you already start putting up a wall. Most coaches and speakers and influencers are bumps. Not everybody, but a lot of them out there, they're getting rapport with the audience only to sell them. Just like, so, hey, are you guys from here? Hey, I can't hear you. Guys, you can do better than that. Come on, give me some more. It's like this thing, but it just doesn't feel good. That's why the intention is so important. You can do all the cheesy things, but the motive has got to be there. If you're doing the tactic just to do the tactic, remember, a tactic shown is a tactic blown. People's like, I recognize this before. This person's trying to warm me up to get something. And so I want you to understand right away, even when you open your voice, there's a tonality of sage. When you think of sage voice, I want you thinking about Morgan Freeman, Obi-Wan Kenobi. The way that they communicate, what we're doing is understanding the vocal pattern of a high-powered CEO. Somebody that talks with a rhythm that's articulate and powerful and clear. So there's a rhythm in how I'm speaking right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is where I spend a lot of my time speaking, where there's somewhere in this range where it's clear, there's pauses, there's up inflection, and then there's down inflection, up inflection, and then there's down inflection. So inside of this range is what it sounds like of a high-powered CEO. And when you hear somebody communicate clear, you buy into the archetype that this person is somebody worth listening to based on how they communicate versus somebody yelling or talking really fast or very breathy and embodied. And all of them, there's 3 of them that we're going to go into. All of them are good. I'm saying you need to be dynamic. You need to change. So 1 is sage. I spend a lot of time here. 2, write this down, is warrior. Somebody say warrior. Put it in the chat, warrior. So different range. Sharper, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And so it's like sharp like this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's this. So there's a different range. And then lastly, put it in the chat, lover. Lover. It's where I slow down. And maybe even I do a gesture where I'm more open in my physiology, where I'm open and I slow down. So what you need to realize is this. It's in your moments of decision that your destiny is shaped. Right now is one of those moments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Being able to move somebody emotionally with just the sound of your voice. Regardless of what you're saying and being so attached to trying to say everything exactly perfectly, you need to know that if you change this, you'll be able to connect with that many more people. And they will hang on your every word. Do you understand what I'm doing? Yes, wave at me. So if you all know how to count to the number 15, put a 15 in the chat. If you do not know how to count to 15, all right, so everybody knows how to count to 15. So you already know the words. You already know the words. And so what I'm about to do is ask a few of you to count to the number 15. Again, can you all count to the number 15? If so, wave at me. Awesome. And so first we're going to go with Mr. Zach. Zach, and I know that you're a speaker and a rhythm music guy, so this is going to be a lot of fun. So give it to me. Give me, count to like 15 to 20, somewhere in there. Just count to the numbers, but I want to see, I want to see you change range a few times and play around with it. Have some fun with it. Also, there's one more before Zach goes. There's one more tonality that I want you guys to get, and that is the gesture. So sometimes I'm speaking, and I talked earlier before about a bounce. I don't know if you guys have ever felt in your life, I'm bouncing it out to you. There's sometimes too where things are a little monotone. I do a break, or sometimes there's something that's completely different. That's a break. And I'm doing it with my tonality regardless of what I'm saying. And it makes me more engaging. Does this make sense, everybody? Yeah? Wave at me if you make. Patty, does this make sense? Awesome. So Zach, can you count to 20?
Yeah.
You know the words.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Woo! Everybody give it up for Zach. So there too, even in you doing this and you're a musician, you can feel when you're here and maybe being here a little bit and then dropping back into this and being here a bit and then really making sure that it lands. And so when you understand, especially when you see these speakers on stage and we work with them, a lot of times too, I'll say, look, people won't remember, as Maya Angelou said, everything you said and did, but how you made them feel. And for each one of you, when you get on those stages, remember, you're going to have some marketing pieces. There's going to be some reels. We work with those people when they're on stage. I say, when you go on stage, there's about 45 seconds where I need it to be perfect. Let's rehearse it now. So you have like a Tony Robbins. Guys, listen, it's in your moments of decision that your entire destiny is shaped. Right now is one of those moments. Sage, warrior, lover. And you look somebody right in the eye and you see that person in your audience, right now is one of those moments. and they can't deny it. It's very different than if I said, it is in your moments of decision that your destiny is shaped. Right now is one of those moments. Does this make sense? Are you guys with me? Yeah? Everybody give it up for Zach. Woo! Awesome. And Jamie, give it to us, Jamie. Can you count to 20?
I sure can.
Awesome.
Okay. I thought you said 15, but I'll go for 20. I'm good.
We're spinning you a little bit. We're spinning your range, giving you more to play around with.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Boom! And the crowd goes wild. Awesome. Pretty good up to Jamie. Awesome. Let's do one more trivia. Are you ready? And am I saying your name right?
Travia, long A.
Trivia?
Travia.
Travia. So
Yes.
sorry. Thank you.
You're welcome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Ooh. The crowd goes, wow, good job. This is amazing. And what we aren't going to get to today, physiology, gestures, and almost like I'm thinking, and I'll pull you in for a moment, and then maybe I get an insight, and there's this. And so a little bit of movement to pull people into your world will make you that much more dynamic. And once they see that movement and the engagement, it unconsciously creates a pattern in their brain of oxytocin and dopamine and serotonin connected to your content, connected to your offer. Regardless of what you're doing, if we didn't change anything, but we only made you more dynamic, all of you would make more money. All of you would have more watch time on your videos. All of you have more engagement. All people would stay through your webinar so they actually see the offer so they can buy from you if they're actually involved and emotionally engaged. Are you guys with me? Yes? Awesome. So this is mastery. So once you have a talk, you need to be able to influence, basically infuse all of the influence layers inside of it to get people into what we call the buying pocket, the sweet spot where they're bought into your process. They see that they can do it and they believe they can do it, but they need you to do it. And they're going to want to do it with you because of your story, the connection, the vulnerability, the style in which you communicate, and the fact that they're bought into the process, regardless of the product. And you're selling the future, not just the features. That's not about more stuff, like 100 things on a bonus stack inside of a webinar. People want simple and easy and fast results. That's how you charge the big bucks. More isn't more. Better isn't more. Better is faster and more efficient and quicker and more powerful. And you demonstrate the power of what you have by communicating powerfully with what you have in a dynamic way, and it begins with your voice, just like you have demonstrated to me. Give yourself a big round of applause, all of you, for being here. Awesome. You guys are amazing. So that is mastery. Cliff, I know that you had a question, and I was going through that section really quick. So let's pull Cliff out. You had a question or a takeaway or something like that? Let's get to it before we end this session and get into the last one. There he is.
Oh, you said you were going to pull people up. I was just volunteering. That's all that was.
Well, let's since you were the first one, your hand raised, I don't want to deny you. Can you count to 20 right now?
So do you want me to do all 3 different styles or just count to 20?
Yes. So that's the whole point, to not be monotone, to make sure that you're counting and then you're here and you're here. So all 3 styles.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Woo! Amazing. And so for each one of you, when you do this, the first few times, it's like going really big feels really weird. And going way down here feels really awkward. And so the range is often here. And so I don't expect you to go huge like this and down here like all of that, but to expand your range, wherever it is right now, is going to make you that much more dynamic. Does it make sense? You guys did an excellent job. Give yourself another round of applause. Awesome. Mr. Austin, are we doing Q&A right now based on this? Or are we just taking a break and going to the next section?
Yep. Show of hands, how much did you guys love this session and becoming more of a dynamic speaker, right? So we learned about a little bit of stance, tonality, movement, absolutely incredible. Yeah, we can go ahead and take a couple questions if anybody got questions about being more dynamic in their speaking. And then we'll do a break, and then we're going to be coming back to the last session here for session number 5. So, and if we don't got any questions, that's fine. We can move on. Anybody got questions? Going once, going twice, 3 times? Okay, we're done. So, Seth, go ahead and cue the video. We'll be back here in about 12 minutes. So go grab something to eat. If you need a snack, grab some water, take a bathroom break, stretch, maybe walk around outside, get some sunlight, and then come back to the next session because Eli is going to be bringing the heat and talking about how you can take all this stuff that we've been putting together and actually start multiplying and monetizing off of your message. See you guys here in about 12 minutes. Bye.
Eli Wild has been incredible. I knew him from the surface, and I really came here to see that. I'm so impressed with his integrity, his genuine caring, and he is a master, absolute master at the craft of teaching everything there is about effective sales and how to speak effectively and move people.
And so coming to this weekend was like stepping into like a dream. Like I've been like a huge Tony Robbins fan for a while and had these like fantasies about stepping onto that stage and really inspiring people. And what I got out of this weekend with Eli is A, he's like Tony reincarnate, but it's almost even better because he's stopping and explaining all of these amazing tools and techniques. He's reinforcing them, giving us the frameworks. But I think what's most important is that he does it with a soul and the real intention of caring about people. And I think that's what sets him apart from other folks is A, his ability to really deliver compelling performances, but also break it down in real time, explain it to you so that you can implement it yourself. So I've got so much out of this weekend that I can't wait to implement, and I'm really excited about everything that I've got. So if you're on the fence, you're thinking, I want to speak, but I'm not sure where to start, or if this is like for me, check it out. You'll learn so much. You'll really enjoy it. It'll be really worth your time and money.
Eli is the best in the world at what he does. Not only how he actually presents and teaches and influences, but also how he is able to break the concepts down so simply that we get to ingrain it into our nervous system while we hear him present and speak.
This is actually my second time coming because the first one was so good, and I'm actually in his coaching program, but the content is so rich and so powerful, and being someone that's already doing corporate trainings and keynote speaking, the level of mastery that he teaches is like nothing that I've ever seen nor invested in.
How do you put a value on your own belief? How do you put a value on figuring out that you're not here for yourself? That you're really here to help other people transform. The value's been infinite. It's unlimited for me to be able to reach into this pool of potential that I know I have and my ability to really give back to other people.
The small investment that I made with Eli is at least worth 10 times what I paid today. Why? Because not only did he showcase the strategies and the tactics, he demoed it for you and then gave us a chance to practice and see it in action.
If you're selling coaching or you're selling anything from stage or you're trying to get on stage, having a confidence of having that structure, is invaluable. So, especially if you're selling any programs, 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, you can quadruple the investment with one sale. So I don't know how much more it's worth, but that one investment made here will pay over and over and over and over and over and over.
My biggest takeaway was really having an outcome is really bigger than having somebody like you. Realistically, having the outcome of influencing them means that you might be firm sometimes. You might be mean to them sometimes. They might not like you, but you're helping them out. And that was like a really big shift for me.
I was having a hard time in really realizing my potential, my capabilities. I would hide and not show up for Zoom calls, making excuses, allowing the obstacles I had to really get in my way. And being here with these incredible people and Eli and his way of helping you see your greatness, helping you see beyond all the limitations, and how, for me, I was taking myself out and not showing up fully for me and therefore the incredible women whose lives I'm going to change. And all of that changed at this event.
So over 2 days, I got the answer to the question that I was seeking, and that was for me to connect deeper to my purpose and my why and feed my audience from that place. That way they know that I got what they need and I'm absolutely here to serve, and it's all because of Eli. So if you're thinking about coming to this program, don't think, just do it, because whatever you're looking for, the way you want to take your message and your soul and give it to people to make the world a better place, he has a formula and a strategy and a framework to help you do that. So just say yes and sign up.
Had the pleasure to spend 2 days here with Eli Wild and his entire crew going over influence and sales, and specifically speak from stage. Honestly, coming here is one of those things I really wanted to have an open mind, try to get a lot out of it. Biggest thing for me though was really, I wanted to make sure that I could find a way to take a topic that's generally not sexy and make it sexier. And by far, I would say that everybody in the room said at the end of the day, it was much sexier. Biggest takeaway though, truly is going to be prepping and not winging it for your conversations. Even quantify this. This is something that's easily going to produce well over $500,000 for me over the career of my life and everything like that. So highly recommend it. Can't suggest enough. Eli and team are amazing and definitely worth the investment.
Just being in that environment helps out alone. And then I learned the sales, how to speak, positioning, body language, vocal tonality. There's so much things on top of that.
I knew he would completely over deliver, which he has. He blew my expectations out of the water, and I knew he was my next mentor. I am hanging on every word. My brain is so happy right now with information. They really care that I'm getting the information and I'm able to use it and that I get the help that I need. And that is perfect.
I've been a great asset to many companies because of Eli and Eli. They have helped me massively in my professional career, all the way to being a very confident sales professional that can even lead and teach other sales professionals.
A lot of deep information. Eli knows his stuff. There's all these amazing people that are doing really well with their businesses, and the fact that I get to meet them and also befriend them. And we were just like sharing each other's secrets.
After working with both Eli's and the team, I've been reaching a new level in my clarity of my purpose and my vision for my company. I really, now that I have these skills, feel empowered to go out there and make a difference in a whole different way.
I got more value out of this 2 days than I've gotten out of paying $50,000 and more for a course. It was just unbelievable. I mean, so much information, really useful, valuable things that I can implement in my business right away. These are tools that I can tell that when I just start implementing them into my sales strategies, my public speaking, it's going to make a massive impact on my business. So I am just like stoked to put it into use.
Eli is one of the greatest salespeople that have ever lived, one of the greatest human beings that I have ever interacted with in my entire life. There are going to be infinite dollars that are made from this because these are principles that I will use for literally the rest of my life, both in one-on-one sales calls, one-to-many stages, and just in day-to-day life.
It's a blessing that the event even exists. I would live with so much regret if I would have never came, and I couldn't imagine continuing life without the information that I received in these 2 days. It's a totally different experience to witness it live. I cannot put it into words, the gravity of seeing the mastery that Eli has in person.
I would say it's the holistic package. You get to understand first fundamentals, you get to understand very deep concepts, but you get to understand the why and the how. Being around someone like Eli, who's put in the work for decades to become a master at his craft, can not only shorten the period of time that it takes to get to anywhere near his level. It's something that has drastically changed my life financially, relationally.
Eli has this God-given talent and desire to take everything that's in him and literally pour it out into you in a way that's digestible and in a way that's actionable.
I love how genuine he is and the fact that he cares. Like when he speaks to you, like he speaks from his heart, you feel that type of energy and vibration. So it connects to the soul. He's here like to teach you. He wants to like change your life.
So clear to me, looking at Eli, working with Eli, hearing him speak, hearing him break down what he did, that he had true brilliance in the basics, not only in him doing it, but in his ability to teach it. And that has been transformational for my business.
Eli himself was absolutely phenomenal. When you are working with someone of that caliber, it's kind of natural to be almost hesitant, but he's super chill, super unattached. And that's what makes him so different, is that he's only doing things and asking you to do things that are truly in your best interest.
If you're someone that loves people and somebody who wants to communicate better, get your message out to the world, you absolutely need to not walk here, but run here as fast as you possibly can. Get moving, get your butt here. If you have a message that you want to get out to the world and you want to be a better communicator, you need to get here. You need to run, you need to get here as soon as you possibly can.
The ability to get on stage, to impact, to influence, to be able to move them emotionally, to be able to put them in a position where you can actually change their life. He knows what he's doing. He's done this for decades alongside the best of the best. It was just a no-brainer to learn this skill.
I've been speaking for 15 years, and I think at that point, you sometimes get jaded, like, there's nothing else that I can learn. But like, there was so much that I got out of the past 2 days.
For one, he's brilliant in the game of sales, but I think also he's just a constant student of the game. And I feel like the amount of people that look up to him in his craft, he is the expert in his space, something that's definitely admirable.
Just coming here and it was just seeing that there's so much more to what he teaches in all of the online trainings. You know, it helped us go from making $20,000 a month for being stuck and not closing sales to recently hit our highest ever month. We did 400K a couple of months ago.
One of the biggest things that I took away was how to have a bigger tonal range. And something this weekend clicked, and I realized that if I want to have more tonal range, I need to have more emotional range. And the moment I had that thought and that belief, it all just came so naturally.
And what Eli shows you how to do is not only make your speech compelling, but you're getting them to move emotionally.
The people that are in the room are phenomenal as well. And so not only just learning from Eli, but then learning from everyone else for the past 2 days has been phenomenal.
If you're interested in leveling up your game as a sales rep, getting better at sales, definitely have to be at this next event for Eli. It was a total game changer for me, and it's going to change your life as well.
So if you've been thinking about learning the skill of influence, of speaking from stage, of selling from stage, then don't hesitate to sign up for Eli Wild's Influence event. Trust me, it'll be one of the best decisions you've ever made.
All right, guys. Here we are. Last session, session 5. Super excited. Let me know you guys are here by, let's start raising some hands real quick. I would love to have 2 or 3 of you come on right now and tell me and Eli, what is one thing that you're going to implement in the way you communicate, the way you're speaking, that's going to change the game for you, your family, and your business? We want to know what's one big thing that you're going to start implementing after this event. I'll share mine actually. I'm going to definitely start implementing more of being a dynamic speaker and having different levels to my communication. All right, Zach, what's the one thing you're going to implement that will change the game for you?
How can you pick just one?
I know, there's a lot.
Yeah. I'm like, this whole time, my mind is blown. But I think it was in the product. So opportunity should be clear, but our method should be the best method and the one that's going to get them there the fastest. So I've been I've been putting the most time on sales, the most time on just getting specific, so I'm clearly handling objections and telling them exactly what they're going to get. And I've really been working on this. It's kind of been my biggest area of improvement. So to get super clear about the speed, the methodology, and also just like my signature method, that just I kind of like obviously heard that before in other ways, but just to hammer that in, that's what I'm going to be really focusing on after today. And just, yeah, I mean, it's been to think just one thing, impossible, but that's the first thing that came to mind. But thank you guys so much. This has been so grateful. Thank you to Seth, Mira. Dude, stoked.
No, thank you, Zach. No, dude, the signature process or your methodology is so important because it puts confidence in your customer that you know what you're doing and that they can get the results. And that's why I love the Freedom Multiplier, and I love the exercise that Eli went through, because I got you guys to kind of think about what should that look like. So awesome, Zach. Anything you want to add to that, Eli, before we go to Andrea?
One, having the signature system is so important. And for us, we just started marketing. Some of you, we just started ads. We're scaling this, and I've seen all the other companies out there. So like, we do have programs right now, and me and my partner do the coaching, but within a year from now, we'll probably remove me completely from the process, kind of like a Grant Cardone or a Tony Robbins, have a layer, a C-suite, and I'll show up on podcasts, and my book will come out next year, and we'll slowly remove me. So now I'm digging into people, but I'm also seeding a lot the framework, so that, and I say this for you, each one of you want to be able to reinforce the framework where it's not they're coming to you. So we're putting it all into people and process so we can scale the company. Right now, I'm doing a lot of the coaching, but a year from now, I'll virtually be doing none. So people get me now, and we're realizing the bottleneck in our business. This is what Tony Robbins did. It was all about Tony, and Tony's company is not successful without him. And so that's why it's so important for you to have a process. It is so important to make sure that they're bought in to the process and the product. It is absolutely key, because that's how you're going to scale. And going back to what you were saying, Zach, about pre-handling objections and understanding the communication, it took me about 1,000 presentations before I started to do something really smart. I would go to companies, I would speak, or I'd have a lot of people sign up, or I'd have people that I could see came to my talk, and they kind of had distinct face. Even some of the people that are in the testimonial video, they came here because they heard about this and that. And for some of our best testimonials, they were like, yeah, this guy, I've seen everything, and da-da-da-da. It's like, this is nothing. And for the first day and a half, they were kind of just like this, because I could see they were kind of analyzing me, like, is this real? And they had an experience. But all my events, for about 1,000 presentations in, I started asking people in my audience, people that bought, I'd say, at what point in my presentation did you decide that you were going to buy? Like, what part of you knew you had to take the next step with me? So a lot of you think it's in the offer, but 100% of the time, they were like in the middle of the presentation, or like when you said this, or when you brought this up, that's when I knew I needed to do something. So they were bought into the process before they even saw the product. Does it make sense? Yeah. And it's going to be the same with you. Oftentimes in the opening 10 minutes, realize that even if you have a funnel, what sells the next step is this step. Even in a funnel or a webinar, you see the drop off. It's like it's an infinite funnel that you have. And if people don't buy into you and don't feel connected to your story, or they can't listen to you, they drop off. So you're always open looping and framing, and there's always this thing to keep them to want to take the next step. And it's going to be a moment where they see something and they have a shift within themselves based on the perception of you or themselves or what they think is capable. They're like, man, I have to do this. And so they buy before they buy. Make sense?
So is that something, because, I've kind of been, it's interesting. So I've had some sales close lately where like they still knew they were going to buy and they did buy, but they because I've sold some guys who have experience with sales and who are business people too, but also musicians. So it's like, I've gotten feedback from them. So I'm wondering, just as this process continues, and this is for everybody too, is like, what's the best way to kind of just like ask, whether they buy? Well, I mean, I guess obviously it's like you have to ask people who buy, but what's the best process that you've seen for asking, someone that you close, hey, what was that moment? Are you just asking like right after you close, or the next day, or what?
It was often once they were in my program, or sometimes I had a really strong connection with a company owner, or it might have been a group I spoke to, and the boss stood up or somebody got emotional. And later after, it could have been the same day, but usually it was like a week after, or I had a relationship, or people would send their entire company to the Tony Robbins event or whatever, and I was connecting with some of them, and they'd come up to me and say, yeah, I knew how you should, like, I knew right away about 20 minutes into your talk, I was like, oh shit. And there's so many times where I've done a presentation to other people's Facebook groups, like I'm gonna tell you here in this monetize section that you need to do this. People were like watching me speak, and I would do a 2-hour session or something like that. And about 30 minutes in, people are messaging each other in the chat, and they're like, I don't know what he's gonna sell. I just hope that it's not too much because I know that I need to buy it no matter what. Like, and then some people too, I hope he makes an offer. I hope he sells me something. I hope there's a way to go further with you. And it was before I ever even taught any content. Does it make sense? And so once you find, you know, and you've heard this before, like at the end of your life, you don't remember everything that happens, you remember specific moments, magic moments. I believe it's the same for your presentation. There's key moments where people build trust, or they see themselves in you, or they want to take that journey with you. And so that's basically what the trust trinity is, and the irrefutable future form. It's how do we manufacture moments, but in an authentic way that create this bridge where somebody has buy-in. And it's really, you need to see yourself and your offer as the bridge to get people from where they are to where they want to be. So it's nothing to do with you, but I'm creating it. But what drives it is the authenticity. Like, I really do believe, like, if I work with somebody, and I do believe, like, I can get anybody a result. Some people, I might not want to baby them, but I'm like, here's what it is. And we make it so clear. And I know that if somebody goes all in, they're going to get their life changed. And so it's like, you have to have that same certainty for your thing. And there's moments where people connect, and you can feel it, especially live, but you'll be able to see them. And it's more than I can go into here, but it's understanding some framing and what's really happening. But when people, they focus on what they're going to say, the script, or something takes them off, like Michael Bay, they lose the connection. So you can't lose that.
I love it. I was actually talking to Seth the other night about like the scripting, and because I've been trying to get clear, like with my coach, which just happens to be his older brother, just getting really clear about my script. But you know, I love conversations in general, so it's like, not that I want an exact script, but I've been trying to like think of just frameworks, because some of the feedback that I've got from people that I've sold was like, it wasn't clear in the first time, and I had to kind of resell the second time and get the sale. And the other one was that I talked too much. So it's like, I'm trying to figure out what are those questions where I can get them to talk. And I think because I'm still just doing the reps and going through this process and learning sales, it's like the newest skill that I'm just so stoked about. It's just kind of getting more clarity about, you know, making sure I'm giving them the method up front. So it's just those 2 points of just like, my method's the best, it's going to get them there the fastest. That was just a light bulb. Whether I have an entire script or not, just making sure that like I'm clearly saying that kind of up front, I think just handles a lot of objections later. So thank you.
100%. And realize too, what I'm teaching and what's really different, you know, one of the events, the last event here, the one woman that was here, her husband is the president of the NSA, National Speakers Association, and he's asked to become a one-on-one client. And because they're just like, there's 4,000 people in the association, and they're all speakers. And I basically said to her and him, this is all bullshit. Like, this doesn't change lives. Like, to sound good and have a speech and have an acronym, and, you know, A stands for action, and A, you know, it's like people, but I'm like, what we're doing is influencing. And so it's not, as a performer, I was an actor, you're a performer. We focus on our performance and having the script and what we say and doing it all perfectly. But I'm saying that's not what moves people. And so it's something needs to come out of me. I need to create a safe container where you process and access something new inside of yourself and change the association. So my target, my outcome is an emotional one inside of my audience. And that happens, it's not about my performance, it's a different outcome in you. And that's the gap for most speakers that don't truly connect. It's like this that we're teaching, and I don't know anybody else that does it, like, for real. That's the layer that we do, and that's the foundation of what we do and why it's different and why it's been so much more effective. So yeah, it takes a little while to get it, but I can see you're like right there. Oh, it's landing for you. Boom. That's it. Light bulb. I love it. I love it. Awesome.
Awesome.
Very cool.
Everybody give it up for Zach. Thank you, Zach. Andrea, what is up?
I definitely will take back to speak with my hands, because the people told me you're talking like an Italian, because the Italian in Europe talk with their hands and the whole body. I will take it back. Thank you.
Do it. Yeah. Expressive. And it's like when you're looking at this little screen, even here, just that if something goes like that, it's the mind also responds to movement. Because when we were in the cave 2,000 years ago and there was some movement, we paid attention. It's in our DNA. We're, biologically conditioned to respond to movement. But even if I talk about movement, there's been a lot of changes in the industry and the world, and here's where things are going. So if you've been talking about movement, your nervous system is forced to engage and participate and buy in more as far as your attention. So we're engaging on a different level with your movement, how you move, and what you talk about, and where you're taking people. It's a different level of connection. So keep the hand gestures. Awesome. Everybody give it up, Frank.
Thank you, Andrea. Gabriel, number one thing you're going to implement that will change everything.
I don't know. All of it, but I think the higher levels of value in the value levels, and just as a commitment to those, like the speaking itself, instead of hiding and just getting up and doing it and getting reps in and actually having chances to practice. Because I did speak on a stage about a year ago. I crafted this big long story, but I don't think I had the emotions of what I wanted to transmit embodied. And it felt heady, like maybe a bit like that guy who bombed on stage. Like I didn't feel like the superhero. I felt just the in my headness at the end of the day. So I just need to do it more. So thank you. I'm just, grateful to be here.
Awesome. So yeah, levels of value. It's not about working harder. It's about working higher. Communication and imagination. Taking your vision and your mission, really owning it. The whole process of creation is taking the invisible and making it visible. The most powerful being ever, and not to be all spiritual, God said, let there be light, and there was light. You're taking the dream, and it takes us humans a little more time, but you become more powerful when you quit giving away your power to victimhood. I can't, this or that. Like you can create things quickly, but this is the whole process today, is about being unstoppable. A lot of us have friction inside the mind and the emotions and traumas and all of that, where we keep ourselves from taking action. So this whole day is about being unstoppable, connected to that mission, pulled by a mission, not pushed around by other people's thoughts and ideas and life, to be bigger than all of our challenge, a purpose and a mission bigger than our fears. And when you do that and you communicate from that place, and you know from the top of the mountain what you're here to do, and you're aligned with that, people will start leaning in at a much different level. But we can't stop ourselves. Unstoppable. That's what it's all about. Boom. Everybody give it up for Gabe. Woo. Awesome.
One thing I will say too, one of the scariest things about doing a presentation and you're doing an event in person is not filling the room enough, right? And it's like you book out 100 slots inside of a hotel room, and if you only get 10 people there, it's just kind of awkward. But the cool thing is you can get the reps, you get the speaking reps online. Nobody knows how many people were supposed to be in the Zoom, right? So you can have an audience of 5, 10, 15, and constantly be working on doing the higher levels of value, right? Imagination and the communication. So awesome job, Gabriel. Ingrid, what's up?
Hey, my husband is not with me. So what I take for this is every day I have the opportunity to be in front to hundreds of women. If it is in a Facebook Live, if it is in a video, if it's in a stage. And because I had a I was diagnosed with cancer in 2017, my message has to change. You know, I'm in fitness and in wellness, and it's been like, to me, reminding me that I have to forget, because I'm learning from so many people, and one say you do this, the other say do this, but I think you're reminding me that I had this signature thought, that I had these stories, that is in the first place why 23 million women connect with me, you know, and follow me, and I just take it for granted, because every day when I have to, like you say, I know I have to do the story, but I don't get out every day. Hey. Sometimes I get out, I don't want to be in front of the camera. I hate these live videos, or I hate these webinars. So you're reminding me the value this audience has for me in my life, and what I have to do, in the mission that God gave me when He saved my life and told me, give me another opportunity to be in front of them. So thank you for that. Really appreciate this day. I have to confess to you, I've been doing many of these events, but this is the only one that take me sit down all day long. 'Cause actually, the last one I did with Pete Vargas, I was pissed. I left the place. I was like, I don't want to go back to this. I'm exhausted that people just want my money, and you know, I want to learn. And I thank you so much. I appreciate you. Give us your everything, teach you something, and you know, if it is you offer us something, I'm not mad, I'm happy, because we learned so much. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and today, this section, I'm going to take you through 2 more, monetize and multiply. And then for some of you, I've already asked about the next step, so it'll be there, and we'll let you know what it looks like. If you do want to come here, get some feedback, and you do want to share this message with the world, we are going to see that. But we said that we do 5 hours today. Congratulations to you guys. We've gone, this is now 7 hours. That was the number one thing when we said we were doing this one-day event. People were like, I cannot sit for 4 to 5 hours. I said, and I have a tendency to go a little long because I want to over-deliver for you. And people were like, I can't sit for 4 to 5 hours, but you guys did it. You guys have done it. We still have more to go. And there's a couple things too, you'll see at the very end, that are really the things like behind my mission and why, like, I want to align with you. I want to partner with you. I want to pour into you, because we only have so much time in this world. And I really do want to see all of you succeed. I want to like change the way the world communicates and sells. And it begins with like taking what I've experienced and pouring it into you. So I'm gonna share that for my vision and how it impacts and how we connect and partner with each one of you at the very end. But just kudos to all of you for being here. I know it's Saturday, I know you have kids, I know you have responsibilities. I know it's tough to sit there for 5 hours and all this stuff and listen to one person on a screen, but you guys did it. So just kudos to you. I'm honored that you've taken this time for yourself, because the people need more people that are committed to actually learning and taking things and applying. So we're making sure that you get it. So thank you so much to you guys, and thank you, Ingrid, for the share. Miss Emily, give it to us.
Hello. Thank you. So yes, as my 7-year-old is here patiently waiting, she says, "Mom, it was supposed to be 5 hours. 7?" Thank you. So many great golden nuggets, always listening to you, Eli. And I find myself always just subconsciously, I take in very deeply, and I start doing all these tools that you create very effortlessly. So I appreciate that. And my entire message of bringing presents for my kids, for the kids of the world, for presents for everyone. I have some really great, amazing stories to share, regarding kids, regarding grief along the way. And, you know, the biggest thing that really just keeps sticking out in my mind of what you said today is that when I speak, God is listening. And, you know, that just, to me, it makes me want to get out of the back of the room and speak. So, you know, so I'm here raising my hand at the very last moment and sharing my presence with all of you. But I've grown so much, and when I'm in a room of people and people are drawn to me and I share my story, it's quite incredible to see what I can create by sharing me with.
Awesome. Yeah, time to share it with more people. Everybody, up for Emily. Awesome.
Eli, let's take it away. Let's get into the multiply and monetize and talk about how we can get on bigger stages to share our signature talk.
Awesome. So this last section, I'm going to make this really tight because we've gone really long. But essentially, once you have this mission, the message, and you monetize, and you're really influential, I brought this up briefly, but there's your own event like we're doing now for us. There's you doing webinars, getting on podcast, you doing JVs with other people. Start thinking of Facebook groups or other people that have non-competing offers. Basically anybody with personal branding or marketing, I could say, hey, do you think your people need to sell better? And I can go do a 1 or 2 hour presentation for them where I teach them stuff, and then I typically make an offer. We do this on Clockwork. We have webinars, we have JVs. I'm going to WebinarCon soon, and my goal is to get 100 JVs selling 2 different offers for us. We're gonna make multiple 7 figures in the next year off. It's gonna take me about 100 hours. I'll do 100 presentations, maybe 200, but I love it. Like, I'm doing this all the time, and it's just a process. And we're able to indoctrinate these people. And some of these, when I partner with some of these people, some of these are like really financially big offers. And at the event here, you saw all the people in the testimonial video. It's an awesome video. So many people here, right here in this room, have created partnerships, have created companies that are doing millions and millions and millions of dollars. And so as it comes to multiplying and monetizing, they work hand in hand. Now, at a certain point, you've got a presentation that it converts. They're not just buying into your process, but also you as the speaker, because you're so dynamic and you can keep people's attention. And so you do that, you find, as it relates to multiplying, you have your talk, you master it, you get it, it's relatively easy, you follow our framework, and what happens is you become more addicted. And just like Ingrid was saying, you could do a story and you're like, but once you see these nuances and you'll want to go back and say, oh, I could have done this and that. I said something new needs to come into your life and something new needs to come in out of you. And so it's like, when you see things, it becomes more fun. Like if you just do the same presentation for 10 years, like, I did the same seminar, I did the same presentation 3,400 times, but I made it new for myself every single time. Once you're that passionately engaged about what you do and you truly have the mission and you know that your presentation and your speech and your story is not about you, but it's a vehicle to help people get out of the pain that they're in and buy into a process where they can liberate themselves out of the fear, out of the depression, out of their weight gain, whatever it is, and really stand empowered. And you're just the process. You're the bridge that connects people from where they are to their dreams. And so once you have that, you're gonna want to multiply. And start thinking of, as it relates to this multiply and monetize, think about these 2 questions. Who has your audience? Who has your audience right now? Like, who has your customer? And 2, what problem do you solve? So if I reach out to somebody, like I spoke at Rudy Mauer's event on Saturday, he has basically a company. He's got a $25,000, $50,000, and $100,000 mastermind. I've spoken at all of them. And so all of those people are there focused on marketing. After they get the leads in the marketing, guess what they need help with? Sales. So I get to consistently talk to rooms full of 7- and 8-figure business owners about sales. At every presentation, I make some kind of offer. Do you think we make money off of that? Answer is yes. Only every single time though. Only every time we do that. And so a lot of you have seen this before, but I want you thinking even today about your dream 100. Like 100 stages, 100 audiences, 100 Facebook groups. Like put together a list. And then from there, as it relates to multiply, I've booked myself on thousands of stages. We have mastered the process. How? And we have cold email scripts, we have DM scripts, we have phone scripts, things that you can do or text people where you get on their stage. But I'm going to tell you the main distinction right now. You lead with value. Not, hey, I have this thing, I'm going to talk to your people to sell people into my thing. I know what problem I solve for them. So this is one of the frames that I teach. You've seen it many, many times today. I've not taught it explicitly, but it's behind the communication of everything I do. Put this in the chat right now as I take the sun out of my eyes. It's called best interest frame. Best interest frame. And not only put it in the chat, I want you to write it down somewhere on your notes, because when you write it down in your notes, you're going to be able to go back to it later and then really think about how powerful this is. So what did I just do even right there? I told you to write it down, and then I framed it in your best interest. I told you to do something, and I said, so that you can remember it later and come back to this concept. So I framed it in your best interest, but I just told you to do the thing. So throughout your communication, from the time that you initially connect with somebody, where you tell them to write something down or to think about something, it's always framed in their best interest. And it truly needs to be in their best interest. And if you've done something in the relationship with a prospect or a business owner or a Facebook group owner, and it's 10 times you've talked to them, 10 times you've asked them to do something where it was framed in their best interest, the 11th time when you ask something, they're going to see that every time you ask them to do something, it helps them. This is commitment and consistency, which is another frame inside of a frame. So I want you to understand all of that. But for now, I just want you to understand that when you communicate with people, you can't be a taker. You need to be a giver. When it relates to this talk, you need to give all of yourself. When it comes to your process, you need to give it some time, energy, and attention, because this is the bridge that people need to understand that's going to free them. Your mission deserves a real powerful process to get it out there, and it deserves all of you, I believe. At least for me, it does. I can't tell you what to think or believe, but the people that I see that are making the biggest change in the world and getting paid really well, like they're bought in. They've drank their own Kool-Aid. You know, they're like, they truly believe it, and you have to too. You know, it's like, if you want to have a great relationship with any person, you got to spend time with them. If you want to have a better relationship with your message and your mission, you got to spend more time there. And then it'll just become part of you. And then when you reach out to people, we can tell you what to say, and I don't want to overwhelm you with scripts and all of that stuff. It's not about the tactics here today. The whole principle here that I want you to get is you've got to lead with the value. You've got to find people that as soon as you connect with them, you know what problem that you solve for them. So there's many different ways you can do it. I've done all of them. I've gotten into corporates. There's a process for that. I speak on other people's stages and I get paid, or I do a pre-pitch or a re-pitch and I get paid, sometimes a percentage. There's many ways to do it. I don't think you'll do all of them, but you need to pick one. It could be corporates. It could be doing JV webinars. It could be doing your own event. You initially want to nail it before you scale it. So don't get overwhelmed. You're one signature talk away, but you've got to master your story. You got to master your offer, and you need to understand all of the influence and how you communicate to make sure people have buy-in before they actually buy. Does that make sense? You do that. That's how you multiply. I said this earlier. Remember the term? BAM fam. Book a meeting from a meeting. Every time I do a presentation, some of you are here from presentations I did over the weekend. Some of you are here from that, but guarantee from that presentation, I connected with people in that room and I booked other presentations. It is endless free marketing to high net worth individuals. Not cold webinars and stuff like that, which is fine. And we're going to do that too. And we're doing that right now. But the thing is this, once you have this signature talk done, you book a meeting from a meeting, you get to corporates, you get referrals, there's a process for all of this, but you need to understand you have to multiply. And from there, whether you're making an offer on stage, whether you're doing a repitch, whether you got your own event, once you have this dialed, you will monetize like crazy. There are so many things out there today. TikTok ads, VSLs, webinars, organic YouTube. It's like so much. It's a full-time job just keeping up with all this stuff. But if you look at a Grant Cardone, if you look at a Tony Robbins, they have like a handful of stories and a handful of pieces of content inside of one signature event or one signature talk. They do over and over again. The only thing changes the offer. Every few years, they change some things in their offer, whether it's a webinar thing or a speaking thing or a sales thing, but it's always the same signature talk. Does that make sense? You need to take some time, in my opinion, and I think it is the best marketing tool, the best sales tool, the best positioning tool, the best authority tool, the best like getting the market to know your story and personally have a connection with you tool is the signature talk. And so it takes a little bit of time, but we have a process that we're going to show you in just a few seconds that makes it easier than anything else out there. And not only that, people are always going to say something's easier. Selling you on the idea. This is what the industry does. People want to commit to the least and get the most. It's lottery mentality. You better buy this ticket for $1, small investment, and get like millions of dollars. Life, unfortunately, and I can say this from a lottery winner, my mom won the lottery, like you are gonna have to put some time and energy and yes, money into this, but this is like the most beneficial thing. Looking at the most successful people, it does take some commitment. And if you put as much as you can into this, like mentally and emotionally, the rewards that come from this are amazing. Everybody online is trying to say, hey, here's a process where you can do the least and get the most. I think there's things that you can do that are easier than creating a signature talk, but they will not produce 1/1,000,000th of what this can do. I think being a great communicator, being a great speaker, telling a great story, having a compelling offer and know how to communicate in a way that makes people want to listen to you is the best thing you can do for your business and your brand, hands down. Look at the most successful people like on the history of Earth, and that has been the case. Not some DSL widget, biohacking, retargeting ad thing off some platform that's only been around for 2 years. Like there's principles in communication. And yes, at a point you might do all of that. You might invent some of it. I'm not poo-pooing on it. I just don't think that should be the foundation of how you connect with clients and how you enroll people into your process or how you change people's lives. Because when you speak and speak to sell and speak to enroll and speak to transform, that's when you really stand in mission and that's what people want to buy. People are tired of tactics and tools and all of that. They want to know if you're real, and this is how you become real, like for you, and stand in your power and change lives. Does that make sense? Are you guys getting this? Yeah? Are you guys getting this? Wave at me if you're getting this. Boom. So that is what we do. That is how you multiply, and that is how you monetize. I was on the phone 2 nights ago with Taylor Welch. He was a business partner for a bit, and it's just, he reached out to me. We were talking, and I've mentioned all these famous people the last couple of days. The thing that he said to me, he said, because we have a lot of mutual friends, really famous people that do like bajillions of dollars and stuff. I was just in Canada speaking, and I was there with Dan Martell, Garrett Gunderson. And he said to me, he says, Eli, you have like the best reputation of anybody I've ever met in this industry. And I was like, yeah, it's because I really care. And I think it's like the most important thing. And so he was asking about partnering and, doing all these things again and like getting out there in a bigger way. And so we're doing it all. But this is the thing, you putting the time into your story, really caring, standing, getting clear on your mission and going through this process, you cannot fail. And people, they won't have an experience of you from some marketing widget. They'll have a real authentic experience from you, from connecting, doing events just like we're doing here today. When you do this, anybody can do this. We broke down the money math for you earlier. You talked to 200 people this year. Most of you are going to hit your financial number, whether that's getting 10 people a month, 10 people a week to speak to. Once you see the process and you really master it, there's no way you can't hit your financial goal. It is the easiest way to do it at the less risk of anything I've seen. Does it make sense? Are you guys with me? Yeah? Wave at me if you're with me. Awesome.
Most leveraged time too, for your time.
Yeah. This is it. I've done one talk thousands of times and generated quite a bit of money. But really, my talk and what I'm going to send you, it's a microcosm of what Tony and so many people do at big events. We just took all the persuasive elements and we show you how to put it into one signature talk. That's how you dominate.
Nice.
Awesome.
Give it up for Eli, everyone. You guys feel like you got like a ton of value at this event? Give me a show of hands if you feel like you got all the value today, this half-day workshop. How many of you guys are just like, man, I want more of this value. I want to go deeper. I want to, okay, we got some hands in the room. What was the best content that you guys got out of this in this past, what are we going to? It's like 7-8 hours now. What did we learn about? We learned about the trust trinity. We learned about the 4 levels of value. We learned about clarifying your mission and your message, tonality, and the big one, the big piece of content that a lot of people wanted to know was how to structure the message. So we can all agree by nodding our head that we learned a ton of content during this event, right? And the belief that so many people have, and not you guys, because you guys are super smarty pants and you're here and you're in the room, but the belief that most people have is that if I have enough content or if I have the information, then I can get the result. I'm going to say that again. If I have the content, then I can get the results. And Eli actually said this earlier on this event. He mentioned, I think it was in session 1, he mentioned if that was the case, we would all become rich by just reading books and we'd never leave the library. And then I heard somebody else joke about this too. And they said, have any of you ever seen a rich librarian riding around in a Ferrari? Somebody's like, no, right? Why is that? They have access to all the information. They got the books, they got resources, they got audibles, they got YouTube, but yet they're still stuck. Do you guys see this book right here? This book. This is called How to Climb Mount Everest. And I actually purchased this book on Amazon, and it's a step-by-step guide to climbing the world's tallest mountain. Now, question, I want you guys to put in the chat right now, how tall do you guys think Mount Everest is? I want to know who's going to get this. How tall is Mount Everest? And put it in feet, don't put it in meters. I need to, okay, so 21,000 feet, 33,000, 24,000, 28,000. Okay, these are good numbers. I read online, it said it was about 29,000 feet. Have any of you guys ever flown a commercial jet or airline? How high do commercial jet airlines fly? They usually fly between 30 to 35,000 feet. So that's how high Mount Everest is. So if I read this book, How to Climb Mount Everest, and inside this book, it has all the information that I would need to be successful and climb this mountain. I'm looking at the chapters right now. It says, you know, what are some of the mental challenges that I'm going to have to prepare for? What kind of equipment am I going to need to bring on my journey? What is the risks associated? How do I prepare for this? What are the different paths up the mountain? Should I have, what kind of boots should I wear, right? What kind of rope should I bring with me? What kind of provision should I bring? Should I bring an oxygen tank, right? And it has all the information. And let's say I read this book and I slammed it shut and I decided that I'm gonna go climb Mount Everest. Now put it in the chat, is that a good idea or a bad idea? Is that a good idea or a bad idea? Aaron says very bad idea. You guys don't believe in me? Come on. You don't think I can climb Mount Everest? And now most people will say, no, Austin. It's not just about information. It's about information and action or implementation, right? Well, I read the book. I booked the plane ticket. I bought the equipment. Good idea or bad idea?
Bad idea.
Idea, right? Now, what if I decided to reach out to Tobias Wilson Scott, the guy who wrote this book, and I was like, hey, dude, do you think you could take me under your wing and put me with the other mountaineers who have done this before? And I know you can't guarantee my success, but how much more successful do you think, don't you think I would be 1,000 times greater success if I hired the guy who's done this 1,000,000 times? Yes. Ingrid says, good idea. Why is that? Why is that? Because there's little details that you miss. There's little nuances to all the things there are about climbing Mount Everest. So what I want you guys to realize is that the real people who get the real results are the people who get in the room with other people already doing the thing. And if you guys believe that, then put a yes in the comments right now. Get in the room. So now I know a lot of you guys have the question, okay, what's next? What happens after this event? Is it okay if I share a program or if Eli shares a program that we've developed to help you guys achieve building your signature message and getting booked on stages? Is that okay with you guys?
You expect us to. Awesome. You know, let me ask you guys this. How many of you think that if you really mastered the signature talk, put it all together, got feedback, told your story more effectively, spent, if you want to, a couple of days here with me where we go through all of your stuff, you present, get feedback, would that make you worse at speaking and communicating or better at speaking and communicating and selling and sharing your message with the world? Worse or better? Obviously better, in my opinion. And my opinion has been proven over and over again. So if you guys went through a process that I'm about to share with you, if you really went through this, regardless of what you see in the process, whatever it is, if you really like committed to that process and just, regardless if it's me or somebody else that you think's better or whatever, that's fine. But if you really decided to go all in on you and share your message, if you went all in, you took the next few months and you went all in, do you think that you would be in a better spot a year from now if you mastered this part of your life called your communication? If that's you, if you think you'd be in a better spot a year from now, wave your hand and say, that's me. That's awesome. I agree too. And so now here's the question. How many of you are committed to actually mastering this? And how many of you committed to being in a better spot next year by changing your communication with others and yourself? If you're committed, wave at me again and say, I'm committed.
I'm committed.
Awesome. And if there was ever a time for you to do something to make yourself a better communicator, tell your story more effectively, and really dial in a signature talk that sells, multiplies, and monetizes, if there was ever a time to do that, when do you think would be the best time? When is it? Put it in the chat. Is it next year, next month, 20 years from now, 30 years from now? Best time to plant a tree 20 years ago, second best time? You guys hit it now. So right now, I'm gonna take you through this, and I'll pull this up and just go through what we put here for you. I'm just gonna share with you what it is. But I remember there's been so many times where I've seen speakers. I mentioned Myron a couple years ago. I spent like about 250 grand in a year. And I thought, if I just learned one thing from this person, it'd be worth it. I signed up for a lot of programs, not Myron, where I did not get the one thing and I spent a lot of money. And so I was always with the mindset that if I just got one thing though, it would change everything. And this is basically the collection of all the one things from all the Tonys and it's all the one things that have made the biggest difference for me, that have consistently 100% of the time for 100% of the people that apply this 100% make massive changes, not only their income, but their communication and their life. And I mean how they communicate with their kids, their wife, their clients, the world. And so this is the foundation for everything I've done for I got my first sales job at 23 years old. So it's been 22 years really just focused on this one thing. I don't have kids. I'm not married. This is just all I do. I'm just a dorky guy that's obsessed with influence and helping you become more influential in your life. And myself, my business partner, who will maybe pop on if he's still here, Eli Sanchez, he's been great. And we got a couple of things we're going to share with you. If you do it with me, amazing. If you hate me and you spent this time, you're like, I don't like this guy at all. Don't walk away from this session though without committing to do something, because a lot of times we see something, we're inspired, and we say, oh, I'll do it next time. But all we're doing is conditioning a pattern of procrastination. Get inspired, oh, I'll do that later. And so don't leave today if you've been inspired, and I hope you have. If you see how this can make you more money, and I hope that you did, don't go to bed tonight without doing something to commit yourself to move in the direction of being the person, to standing strongly in the identity of a doer, somebody that's a life changer, somebody with a mission and a message that matters and changes the world, because that's what we need. I would love to be your guide in it. And this is what I'm about to show you. I think this is what you need, regardless if you get it from me or somebody else. I think this is what you need if that's truly what you want and you want to monetize and do it. So this is what we're going to take you through. I'm going to share with you what me and Eli and Austin have put together that's going to take you through a roadmap to get you from where you are to where you want to be, truly making money with your message. So the Unstoppable Speaker Roadmap. And Mr. Sanchez, if you're here, hop on for just a second if you can. If not, no big deal. But we have the Unstoppable Speaker Roadmap. This is basically, it's not a course. It's not like a Kajabi thing. It is all of the frames, all of the NLP. It is the description of the Trust Trinity. There's exercises with myself or Mr. Sanchez doing it, showing it to you, exercises on how to do it, and it's mind-blowing. Mr. Sanchez, there you are. Say hi if you can.
Good to see everyone. Love you guys. Today was absolute fire. Austin, thanks for hosting it, and Eli. The cool part about Eli is worked with him for years, and even now, literally hours and hours every week we work with each other. I still learn new things. Even today, I'm like, oh, that's good. I'm going to write that one down. So awesome stuff, Eli. Let's get into it.
Awesome. So Austin, take us through the roadmap. That is the first piece, and it is not just a course. It is exercises, examples of everything that you need within the program, and this is your foundation. Everything, questions, all of it, but you're going to get access to me one-on-one. We're going to do one-on-ones together. we're going to be in a WhatsApp chat. You will have access for the next 6 months to me digging into you, and we'll just go through it. So step one, curriculum, the stage impact method. That's what we covered here today, but it's all of it within the speaker roadmap. So it's our systems and solutions and scripts on everything. And when you come here to the event, I'm getting ahead of myself, but you're going to come here. I'm going to break down, I'm going to do for you the presentation that I've done 3,000 times, and then show you all the persuasive elements. I'm going to do it, and I'm going to show you why I'm doing what I'm doing. And then you are going to do the same thing over and over again until you get it. So that's what we do here. But for now, curriculum, stage, impact, method, the masterclass, that is all of the content. Next, go to the next one.
Well, let me just say something about that, the stage impact method masterclass. So guys, basically what that is what that framework that we went over today, the stage impact system. And this is where you're going to be able to watch videos and not waste time looking for the right information out there, and just be able to start consuming right away and developing all the different aspects that we talked about during this event, including like, you know, the $100 million stagecraft secrets is in there, the story selling systems in there, correct, Eli?
Yep.
The identity shift framework, all these different pieces that you guys learned today is in that masterclass, so you guys start executing on that right away and putting it all together. The next thing you guys are going to get is this. Oh, go ahead.
Just this really quick. We've had so many people join the program that said, I'll hop on some of the coaching, but I'm not watching any videos in the portal. I'm like you, I don't want to sit around and watch videos all day. I've had people say they're going to watch none of that, and they get the course and they see what we do, and they're like, yeah, there's a couple of videos that I've watched 50 times. And I was like, you don't have to. It's like, it's really simple, but they're just like, it's just mind blowing. And they're like, man, that is like, it's so good. And sometimes it's me doing an overview of everything, and they're just like, that's amazing. And they're sometimes, whether it's speaking or selling, they get the essence of what we do. And if they're in a dip in their life, they go back to that video and they get right out of the rut. And so this will be something you keep forever, and you just go through and you master and you ingrain, and it becomes part of you. And so these are things, that principles you want to come back to over and over and over again. You'll take lots of notes and you'll ingrain it. So from there, group coaching once a week. We have group coaching calls every week. We ask me questions, we dig in, we do exercises and drills. Myself and Mr. Sanchez, we give you drills. We teach the concept. I do it, you do it. I do it, you do it. I do it, you do it. Over and over again, these are drills where you get the frame and the pattern. I've never seen anybody else teach NLP or framing like this, because most people, it's just conceptual. They don't know what it is, but we drill it. When you drill it, you have to get it. Does that make sense? Awesome. Next. Community. This is all of you connecting together. I mentioned like here, Facebook group, what's up, whatever it is. There's people that are doing deals together in JVs because we want you guys connecting together. So some of these huge deals have happened right here in this house, meeting people that are my friends, my network, and you're here connecting with like-minded individuals that are supporting you as leaders. And so you want to make sure that you're around the right people who are also doing things, because as an entrepreneur on an entrepreneur journey, it gets lonely as people don't understand you, your commitment, all of that. So being around like-minded people is so freaking important. And the friendships that are created here, awesome. Next. So with some bonuses, 4 private one-on-ones with me and Mr. Sanchez. Next.
So these are where you're actually going to do the one-on-one sessions with them too, or they're going to submit a video of them doing their signature talk. And then these one-on-one sessions are you fine-tuning the signature talk, right?
It's going to be one of them specifically after you go through the story process. You're going to do your story, put it on video, and then I'm going to help you recraft your story with the framework. So that'll be a longer session, and we pull out all the elements of the story, and then we make it land and connect with the tonality and the framing. So for your offer, so each one of these sessions is designed to make sure that you're really getting it and you're getting feedback on what you're learning in the group sessions.
And this is super limited because you're not going to be doing these forever.
We're scaling pretty quick right now. I'm speaking a lot as it is. I get offered to speak at least every week, sometimes every day. So right now they are with me.
All right.
add one thing to that, the group coaching and the one-on-ones, the biggest mistake we see with other programs is it's just a coach teaching, like a lecture, like we said earlier, for maybe 60 minutes and then you're done. But there's always a gap between the knowledge, like teaching someone something really cool, and then their ability to actually do it.
Yep.
That's the huge gap. People actually being able to do it. So we had to create like exercises and drills and very simple little, just programs that you could take someone through where they can actually do it. But even if someone thinks they're doing it right, they don't know unless Eli or myself actually do it with them. And so that's why we had to create it this way. We realized there's really no way to do it. We could say the perfect thing, watch a video, but there's always going to be a gap between what Eli Wild can do and what you can do. So we actually have to listen to you. So there's that true accountability. I see Jamie wrote that in the chat, accountability. There's that true accountability where we're listening to you. And you go, well, you forgot this word, or try to pause here, or maybe say this, or since this is your audience, I would actually use this frame. And it's the type of things you really couldn't get if you were just watching videos.
Awesome. Well said, sir. Next, 2 in-person events. So based on the community, we'll decide, but most likely one at the end of January and one at the end of March. That gives you plenty of times to get some group coaching, put together your talk, and then I can critique you in person right here. So end of January, end of March, 2 live events right here in my living room where we dig into it. And it is a lot of fun. I'm gonna take you to dinner. We're gonna have a really good time. So those are gonna happen most likely end of July and one at the end of March. So 2 live events right here. You don't have to go to both. It's really designed for you to come to one, but if you want to come to both, you can. But right now you come here and you present and I help you and we dig in and we have a very fun time and you meet other people face to face inside the community. That's the whole process. So come to one at least, come to 2 if you can, but you're not required. They both will be, if you can't make it, they will be in virtual, but ideally you being here, getting in the room, it's going to change your life. All the testimonies you've been seeing on the reel, it's people that I've worked with that are here and they say they got some of the biggest insights of their entire life, even though they went to every freaking program, they came here and they shifted. That's what we do here. So next.
Boom.
Also, when you see Tony doing a big event or anybody, a lot of the sales come at the back of the room or on the phone. So you have 3 main types of talks: a keynote, speaking to sell, or speaking to get leads. A lot of the talks you do initially will go to a phone call, and you'll know how to effectively communicate on that call by understanding our sales process of how you speak on the phone. All of you are probably doing phone sales right now. Jeremy Miner has been a one-on-one client. He's a friend. His company wouldn't exist if it wasn't for me. He's pretty big. Cole Gordon, who you guys probably know, started out in my program. A lot of similarities, but these are people that I've coached. The biggest names in the industry have been my students. And so we have, I think, the best sales program out there. They would say, I think Cole, the best marketing systems around sales. Jeremy, really great with the questions, psychology, mindset, anchoring, really connecting to people. It's similar processes inside of every sales process. They use my words at Salesforce.com, a $9 billion a year company. They use my process, my words. And so the process is amazing. And any of you go through it, I know you're going to make more sales if you go through our sales system and certification. Our process is ninja. It's badass. Everybody who goes through it, even if they're going through every other sales course, it's amazing. And I think the other people are amazing. You might have learned from Grant Cardone or Cole or Jim. They're amazing. I love them all. They're awesome. This is going to be different. This is going to be deeper. And so we've got some unique things that we do. I think you should be learning sales the rest of your life. I'm passionate about sales, but we do some really cool things that I can't imagine anybody going through it based on the people we have. And so they didn't go deeper into understanding influence, not just what questions to ask or memorizing a script, what really influences people. That's what we're the best at. And so we give you access to all of our sales curriculum as well as part of this offer. Because even if you're speaking, especially starting out, you want to be able to sell the back of the room or on the phone. Make sense? Yeah.
This is going to help you sell more of those bookings you get after your signature talk.
100%. Yeah.
Cool. Bonus 4, $170,000 webinar replay plus analysis.
Just to show you, we did, I had a partnership. I decided one day to do my own course. I made a Facebook post for a $97 masterclass. It was 3 hours. I made a $2,200 offer at the end of it. It was 101 people signed up, 81 people bought that day. So I made like 170 grand in what, 3 hours. And I had like an 80% conversion rate. Some people were like, what did you do? So Mr. Sanchez and I took that video of me doing it and we broke it down. We've got even more advanced stuff now inside the program, but you can see me actually doing a presentation and converting at a very high rate. So we're giving you a replay as a bonus, and then one more bonus as well, Mr. Austin. And that is Mr. Sanchez here created a coaching secrets program. This is like all the advanced tools on how to really get deep with your clients. Mr. Sanchez, do you want to talk about that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, Lucy just said in the chat a moment ago, if you guys noticed, she said Eli has really modeled how to keep a ton of people engaged, even over a tough stage like Zoom. For 7 hours, you guys have been here. Possible when everyone has TikTok brains nowadays, right? How is that possible? He was able to do it for 7 hours, where there's some unique things that Eli does, which attention generators to keep your attention, or perception of value, like we talked about. We have a client who was at ClickFunnels. This is kind of funny. They did 99 million. It's called RAIN. They were 1 million away from that big ultimate award, 100 million. They were so close, 99 million. And one of the main things we taught them was the pre-frame. So you have to pre-frame value before you give value. And there's little things when you do that, when you teach, that you have to do. You have to say certain things ahead of time before you give gold. So you don't just give gold, you have to pre-frame that gold. And there's a method to do that. And that's what you get inside the Coaching Secrets program.
Boom. Awesome. And so there is the link. We'll drop it in the chat as well. We want to have a conversation.
You mind if I do this? Okay. So basically, if you guys want to get started with this, you're just going to type in this link. We're going to send it to you via text message right now, and then also we should be dropping it in the chat. But you're basically just going to go to this page. This is an application, so there's about 60 of you in the room, and Eli has committed to only accepting about 20 people into this next program that's coming up. So when you're on this page, you're just going to scroll down here to the bottom, and there's going to be this application right here. You're just going to want to fill out all this information. So it's just some basic information. And then, take a little bit of time just going through each one of these questions. And some of them are, just explaining why you're interested in working with Eli Wild. We want to know a little bit about your business. And we want to know, why you think a signature talk is important for your business, and what it's going to be potentially do for you. We want to know your monthly revenue right now and how much you'd like to make each month. So you guys already did this on the Freedom Multiplier exercise. You're just going to put that amount right there. And then down here, we want to know if you're accepted to work with Eli, you're going to be entering into a space with the community of other advanced speakers. And we want to know how you're going to contribute and give to this community, right? So this is not just a take relationship. This is how you're going to contribute to this community. So when you're done with that, you're going to submit an application. On the next page, there is going to be a booking tab to actually book a call with one of the onboarding representatives. And I will say, and Eli, I don't know if you want to talk about this a little bit, but the program it's not cheap. But we do have financing available. So if you guys need help getting things financed and actually executing and doing the thing, we are happy to help you guys with that process on the other side.
Awesome. Yeah. If you're interested and you want to know all about it, book a call. There's some questions there. But this is essentially the next step, and won't be for everybody. But if this is something that's real in your heart, this is what I wish I had a long time ago. And even after investing 250 grand in a year, a lot of it wasn't that useful. This is all the useful stuff out of all the everything just into one. It's a complete system and feedback from me and Mr. Sanchez. And so at least have a conversation about it, fill it out, and you'll talk to Christian, who's an awesome dude, guy that we partnered with here to be on the team and connect with some of you. Some people on our team will connect with you and answer any questions you have, break it all down for you. And if it makes sense, We'd love to encourage you to take that step. If it's not for you, you can at least find out exactly what's in the program, how we can make it work for you financially. If it's something you really want to do, we'll work with you and we can work it out. But hopefully today you got some value, you got some insight. And I said, don't leave this day, don't go to bed tonight without doing something to commit yourself, to put something on the line to move you towards the outcome that you said you're committed to. If it's with us, amazing. I know I can serve you, but don't not do something is what I'm saying here. And so with that, was that the end of this session? Are we doing one more after this? Mr.
Yep.
Sanchez, was
So we're gonna do one more session. We're gonna do a Q&A all together. Yeah, that'll probably be another 40 minutes there. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna break right now. And if you guys go ahead, there's actually a super cool deal that we put together for you guys for this today. So you're gonna have to put in your application today if you're gonna wanna do this, all right? So go ahead and queue up the testimonial video and we'll be back here in about 10 to 12 minutes. Eli, anything else you wanna say before we go?
That is it, fill it out. We'll have one last little bit before we go. What's the deal? Fill out the application and have a conversation. And for you, Sue, definitely do it. We'll work it out, but at least have the conversation and you can ask all the questions about the program, this and that, about coming here, all the things. It's an all-inclusive package. It's a lot in it, but we want to make sure that you get something to take the next step. If it's with us, amazing. If not, we can point you in the right direction on how you can get more reps or do something outside of this, but we'd love to have you inside the program. So go through it, have a conversation, and do that now. And we might even have some prizes for the first people to sign up or enroll, or at least book an application session call. So do that now, and I will see you in about 12 minutes on the very last session. See you guys.
Eli Wild has been incredible. I knew him from the surface, and I really came here to see that. I'm so impressed with his integrity, his genuine caring, and he is a master, absolute master at the craft of teaching everything there is about effective sales and how to speak effectively and move people.
And so coming to this weekend was like stepping into like a dream. Like I've been like a huge Tony Robbins fan for a while and had these like fantasies about stepping onto that stage and really inspiring people. And what I got out of this weekend with Eli is A, he's like Tony reincarnate, but it's almost even better because he's stopping and explaining all of these amazing tools and techniques. He's reinforcing them, giving us the frameworks. But I think what's most important is that he does it with a soul and the real intention of caring about people. And I think that's what sets him apart from other folks is A, his ability to really deliver compelling performances, but also break it down in real time, explain it to you so that you can implement it yourself. So I've got so much out of this weekend that I can't wait to implement, and I'm really excited about everything that I've got. So if you're on the fence, you're thinking, I want to speak, but I'm not sure where to start, or if this is like for me, check it out. You'll learn so much. You'll really enjoy it. It'll be really worth your time and money.
Eli is the best in the world at what he does. Not only how he actually presents and teaches and influences, but also how he is able to break the concepts down so simply that we get to ingrain it into our nervous system while we hear him present and speak.
This is actually my second time coming because the first one was so good, and I'm actually in his coaching program, but the content is so rich and so powerful, and being someone that's already doing corporate trainings and keynote speaking, the level of mastery that he teaches is like nothing that I've ever seen nor invested in.
How do you put a value on your own belief? How do you put a value on figuring out that you're not here for yourself, that you're really here to help other people transform? The value's been infinite. It's unlimited for me to be able to reach into this pool of potential that I know I have and my ability to really give back to other people.
The small investment that I made with Eli is at least worth 10 times what I paid today. Why? Because not only did he showcase the strategies and the tactics, he demoed it for you and then gave us a chance to practice and see it in action.
If you're selling coaching or you're selling anything from stage or you're trying to get on stage, having the confidence of having that structure, is invaluable. So, especially if you're selling any programs, 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, I mean, you can quadruple the investment with one sale. So I don't know how much more it's worth, but that one investment made here will pay over and over and over and over and over and over.
My biggest takeaway was really having an outcome is really bigger than having somebody like you. Realistically, having the outcome of influencing them means that you might be firm sometimes. You might be mean to them sometimes. They might not like you, but you're helping them out. That was like a really big shift for me.
I was having a hard time in really realizing my potential, my capabilities. I would hide and not show up for Zoom calls, making excuses, allowing the obstacles I had to really get in my way. And being here with these incredible people and Eli and his way of helping you see your greatness, helping you see beyond all the limitations, and how, for me, I was taking myself out and not showing up fully for me and therefore the incredible women whose lives I'm going to change. And all of that changed at this event.
So over 2 days, I got the answer to the question that I was seeking, and that was for me to connect deeper to my purpose and my why and feed my audience from that place. That way they know that I got what they need and I'm absolutely here to serve, and it's all because of Eli. So if you're thinking about coming to this program, don't think just do it, because whatever you're looking for, the way you want to take your message and your soul and give it to people to make the world a better place, he has a formula and a strategy and a framework to help you do that. So just say yes and sign up.
Had the pleasure to spend 2 days here with Eli Wild and his entire crew going over influence and sales, and specifically speak from stage. Honestly, coming here is one of those things I really wanted to have an open mind, try to get a lot out of it. Biggest thing for me though was really, I wanted to make sure that I could find a way to take a topic that's generally not sexy and make it sexier. And by far, I would say that everybody in the room said at the end of the day, it was much sexier. Biggest takeaway though, truly is going to be prepping and not winging it for your conversations. Even quantify this. This is something that's easily going to produce well over $500,000 for me over the career of my life and everything like that. So highly recommend it. Can't suggest enough. Eli and team are amazing and definitely worth the investment.
Just being in that environment helps out alone. And then I learned the sales, how to speak, positioning, body language, vocal tonality. There's so much things on top of that.
I knew he would completely over deliver, which he has. He blew my expectations out of the water, and I knew he was my next mentor. I am hanging on every word. My brain is so happy right now with information. They really care that I'm getting the information and I'm able to use it, and that I get the help that I need, and that is perfect.
I've been a great asset to many companies because of Eli and Eli. They have helped me massively in my professional career, all the way to being a very confident sales professional that can even lead and teach other sales professionals.
A lot of deep information. Eli knows his stuff. There's all these amazing people that are doing really well with their businesses, and the fact that I get to meet them and also befriend them, and we were just like sharing each other's secrets.
After working with both Eli's and the team, I've been reaching a new level in my clarity of my purpose and my vision for my company. I really, now that I have these skills, feel empowered to go out there and make a difference in a whole different way.
I got more value out of this 2 days than I've gotten out of paying $50,000 and more for a course. It was just unbelievable. I mean, so much information, really useful, valuable things that I can implement in my business right away. These are tools that I can tell that when I just start implementing them into my sales strategies, my public speaking, it's going to make a massive impact on my business. So I am just like stoked to put it into use.
Eli is one of the greatest salespeople that have ever lived, one of the greatest human beings that I have ever interacted with in my entire life. There are going to be infinite dollars that are made from this, because these are principles that I will use for literally the rest of my life, both in one-on-one sales calls, one-to-many stages, and just in day-to-day life.
It's a blessing that the event even exists. I would live with so much regret if I would have never came, and I couldn't imagine continuing life without the information that I received in these 2 days. It's a totally different experience to witness it live. I cannot put it into words, the gravity of seeing the mastery that Eli has in person.
I would say it's the holistic package. You get to understand first fundamentals, you get to understand very deep concepts, but you get to understand the why and the how. Being around someone like Eli, who's put in the work for decades to become a master at his craft, can not only shorten the period of time that it takes to get to anywhere near his level. It's something that has drastically changed my life financially, relationally.
Eli has this God-given talent and desire to take everything that's in him and literally pour it out into you in a way that's digestible and in a way that's actionable.
I love how genuine he is and the fact that he cares. Like when he speaks to you, like he speaks from his heart, you feel that type of energy and vibration. So it connects to the soul. He's here like to teach you. He wants to like change your life.
So clear to me, looking at Eli, working with Eli, hearing him speak, hearing him break down what he did, that he had true brilliance in the basics, not only in him doing it, but in his ability to teach it. And that has been transformational for my business.
Eli himself was absolutely phenomenal. When you are working with someone of that caliber, it's kind of natural to be almost hesitant, but he's super chill, super unattached, and that's what makes him so different, is that he's only doing things and asking you to do things that are truly in your best interest.
If you're someone that loves people and somebody who wants to communicate better, get your message out to the world, you absolutely need to not walk here, but run here as fast as you possibly can. Get moving, get your butt here. If you have a message that you want to get out to the world and you want to be a better communicator, you need to get here. You need to run, you need to get here as soon as you possibly can.
The ability to get on stage, to impact, to influence, to be able to move them emotionally, to be able to put them in a position where you can actually change their life. He knows what he's doing. He's done this for decades alongside the best of the best. It was just a no-brainer to learn this skill.
I've been speaking for 15 years, and I think at that point you sometimes get jaded, like there's nothing else that I can learn. But like there was so much that I got out of the past 2 days.
For one, he's brilliant in the game of sales, but I think also he's just a constant student of the game. And I feel like the amount of people that look up to him in his craft, he is the expert in this space, something that's definitely admirable.
Just coming here and it was just seeing that there's so much more to what he teaches in all of the online trainings. You know, it helped us go from making $20,000 a month for being stuck and not closing sales to recently hit our highest ever month. We did 400K a couple of months ago.
One of the biggest things that I took away was how to have a bigger tonal range. And something this weekend clicked, and I realized that if I want to have more tonal range, I need to have more emotional range. And the moment I had that thought and that belief, it all just came so naturally.
And what Eli shows you how to do is not only make your speech compelling, but you're getting them to move emotionally.
The people that are in the room are phenomenal as well. And so not only just learning from Eli, but then learning from everyone else for the past 2 days has been phenomenal.
If you're interested in leveling up your game as a sales rep, getting better at sales, definitely have to be at this next event for Eli. It was a total game changer for me, and it's going to change your life as well.
So if you've been thinking about learning the skill of influence, of speaking from stage, of selling from stage, then don't hesitate to sign up for Eli Wild's Influence event. Trust me, it'll be one of the best decisions you've ever made.
All right, here we are, session 6, last session of the day. Let's bring it home. Hey guys, let's do a little exercise real quick. Those of you with your camera on right now, go ahead, put your arm up like this. And if you got a camera, turn your camera on. We got a couple people not in the room right now. Put your arm up like this, and then what I want you to do is bend it over behind your head, and then I want you to give yourself a pat on the back for staying for the entire 6 sessions. It's been almost, what are we on? We're like 8, almost 9 hours in now, so congratulations, everyone. We're gonna do some Q&A on this session, but before we get into the Q&A, we've already received a lot of applications for the program, and I wanna bring a couple of you on and ask you guys, why did you decide to sign up and what are you looking forward to most? So the first person, I'm just going to see who's actually here right now. David, are you here? David, or did he bounce? David is not here. Leslie, can you come on and share us share why you decided to join the program? Leslie, is Leslie in the room? Leslie, what's up, man? Did I say your name right?
You're muted.
You're on mute. Something happened to your mic. Yes, perfect.
All right. So thanks for the session today, guys. Fantastic stuff. I do a fair amount of public speaking, and it's just those fine-tuning things I'm really looking for to really give me an edge and push me over.
Awesome. What do you speak on right now?
So AI for businesses primarily.
It's big. It's big. We got a guy in our program right now that's doing that, and it's phenomenal. He's LinkedIn. He uses his process for his process, and then enrolls people every single week. He's doing $300 to $400 a month while traveling the world. So
yeah, it's a big opportunity.
Yeah, very cool, man. Very cool. Excited to dig in.
Yeah, man. So looking forward to speaking.
Very cool. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice meeting you. You were quiet on here the whole time. I just now hearing
sorry,
your.
Man, just the kids. They are about the house.
Awesome. All right, everybody, give it up for Leslie for playing for the program. Awesome. Doris Smith. Doris Smith, are you in the house right now? Love to know why you decided to join the Unstoppable Speaker Roadmap program. Doris. Going once, going twice.
Let's call out Ingrid. Ingrid, are you there? I see you. Let's bring her on here.
Yep.
I've been loving how you've been playing full out, and I see all the awards back there. What is your offer?
I'm in health and fitness.
Yeah.
I do info products, physical products, and coaching. So I have the low, middle, and high ticket.
Very cool. Are you doing much speaking now?
I just started, but believe it or not, I'm like starting business because a lot of people want me to teach women how did I create my little empire in the Hispanic community. So that's what I am a little confused what I'm gonna do, and I thought it was a good opportunity to work with you guys because I can see a bigger potential for me to like moving from fitness to business.
Amazing. And where are you from?
Colombia.
Okay. Bogota, Medellin.
I'm from Bogota. I'm from Bogota, and I'm married to a gringo.
All right.
So I got the best of worlds.
Very cool. What's the name of your company?
Fabulous and Fit.
All right. I've heard of that.
Yeah. Thank you.
All of us were just at ClickFunnels.
Oh, yes. We just did that award this year. So it was pretty fun.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, Eli, you have a few people that are doing fitness speaking in your program, don't you?
Yeah, and Mr. Sanchez here still owns 5 gyms, has done 8 figures in fitness sales. And so in my background, fitness, I was a kinesiology major. My first company when I got into coaching about 10 years ago was called 7-Figure Body, 6 steps to a 7-figure body in 8 weeks for entrepreneurs that are destroying their health to build their wealth. And so it was a whole brand around that. And then one of my first coaches was like, hey, you're pretty good at the sales thing. Why don't you just do that instead? But there's a strong like fitness ethos to what Eli and I do. And as far as sales, everybody can relate to having a body, but it's really easy for people to get it. And it's like, I think it's the easiest offer to sell is fitness stuff because there's so many unhealthy people and we can all relate, and people always want to up level in that way. So it's a great offer. You're doing some really great things with what you're up to. So congrats.
Thank you.
Congrats on applying, Ingrid. Super excited to have you be joining. Lucy, what about you? Tell us why you joined. Why you applied.
Obviously, I'm just happy to be here. I've got to tell you, I'm just blown away. I've had some successes, and then I'm back down in the trough again, and I'm looking to climbing myself out of the valley. And I can't think of anybody better to do that than Eli. And I will say one of the things that made me jump on right away was the idea that, Eli, you're building a system that you're going to take yourself out of. So those of us that are willing and maybe able, I don't even know if I'm able, heck, not till I talk to you, but it's better to do it now than later because you're still here. You know, this is a really unique opportunity for us to grab a time when you're still here. So that was one of the reasons for me. And I don't even know what I'm going to sell. I got like 5 irons in the fire. I need some clarity.
Some clarity. You know, it's for me, if like I was in your shoes and somebody had done 9 figures in sales and wanted to show you everything they did, it's rare you're able to have one-on-one. There's this very small handful of people in the entire industry who have. And I don't think you would ever have this kind of access to any of them for less than, like if you hired Hermosi who has, or Tony who has, or Grant Cardone has, it's a minimum 250 grand investment. And we have all the SOPs for everything they do. So as far as the tactical stuff, it's there, but the environment and the feedback, I agree with you. So kudos to you. You're going to get it all.
Nice. Congratulations, Lucy. Everybody give it up for Lucy for applying for the program. Do one more, Aaron Morrison. Aaron, see you there. Tell us why you applied for the Unstoppable Speaker Roadmap.
Well, hey man. So, I mean, look, Eli's Tony Robbins' #1 closer of all time, sold $100 million from stage. I mean, the dude obviously knows his stuff. I've been following him since 2020. Yeah, it was 2020 when I first discovered Eli. I think he had longer hair back then, but yeah, I mean, it's like you learn from the masters. You learn from the guys who are already where you want to be. And if I could, you know, just by proximity and osmosis, learn a fraction of what he knows, I mean, it would amplify my impact and influence tenfold easily. And I already know a lot of the stuff that he's doing, but the way that you're putting it together is just masterful. Like the presentation that I had the opportunity to see, that was 2.5 hours last weekend, fucking beautiful, man. It was just absolutely amazing.
Awesome. Well, you're going to have a similar one very soon. Congrats, brother. Appreciate
Absolutely.
You. Awesome. We're going to give it up for Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron.
Go.
Excited. Andrea. Is Andrea here? Can't read your whole last name here. Let me open this up. Betch Chart. Andrea. Hey,
yes,
Andrea.
Yeah.
Yay, we're so excited. Why did you decide to apply for the Unstoppable Speaker Roadmap?
Because I think I get structure here and orientation. I did a lot of coaching, and I'm now in the coaching where I went from 5 figures to 3 figures. I'm a little bit and because I have no structure anymore and nothing works anymore, and I know I want on stage, so I think it could be the place to learn that really from the basic and have afterwards really a concept that works.
Amazing. What do you sell?
I'm a mental coach, so I sell the relationships on A level.
Okay.
That look inside you and work out of this and feel your emotion, not the emotion of others, and get freedom in living this relationship first with you, then the relationship with the others.
Amazing. I love that. And we all need a good bit of that. So it's beautiful. Congratulations. Looking forward to connecting.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, Andrea.
Awesome.
Eli, we got more applications, but do you want to get in the Q&A or what do you want to do, my friend?
Let's do Q&A. You guys have been rock stars for keeping me here all this time. And I warned people it was 5 hours, but I tend to go long. But I want to make sure, like, for those of you that are applying, that's amazing. Hopefully we'll give you some insights to get all the rest of you to take the next step as us or somebody else, but to make sure you're committed to take action. And so anything from today, any questions that you have, anything that's unanswered about anything in the universe, I will do my best to answer it right now based on the limited knowledge of the universe that I have as far as it relates to your universe and you creating a context inside of your conversations to pull people into your world so they can have their life changed by you being the messenger. So anything we've covered today, any questions you have, let's hear them right now. We'll do a quick Q&A, and then I'll have one more story that I'll share with you, and then that will be the day, and I'll release you into the wild, into the world, to be more wildly expressive and change some lives. So what questions do you guys have? Sue, give it to me.
Yeah, this is probably too big of a question for the time. We'll be here for another 4 hours probably. But I'm this whole concept, like I'm all about conversions, and I love the whole NLP stuff. But about, pre-framing, what more can you share about pre-framing? Because I think that that's such a talent to do.
So specifically, we've got tons on it.
That's what I'm saying. It's another course, right?
It's there, but it's basically one, and I gave you the principle, and I give you some examples of it, but there's a lot of reframes, and you don't want to do the same one every time. You've heard of open loops, nested loops, frames. So it depends on how far down the rabbit hole you want to go. We broke things down, and one of the first things people go through inside the course, we have them. It's the frames that matter, whether it's aligned adversary, new versus old. So I'll put this inside of a story, because there's a lot of them, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'll share the power of this. I mentioned a gentleman earlier named Jordan Belfort. You guys know who he is? Wolf of Wall Street. Like, he's amazing, he's brilliant, he's awesome. But I'll tell you this, and I never like to talk bad about anybody, but at this event, he told a story of Tony Robbins word for word as if it was his story. And I know that it wasn't his story. And it kind of peeved me a bit. And I spoke right after him, which is a dangerous spot for him. And I acknowledged what he did. I would never say anything bad, especially from the front of the room. I acknowledged what he did, and I talked about how what he did was a small part of a bigger piece. And I say, while that's really useful, I want to give you everything. So I framed what he did as a part of my process. So I minimized what he did. Number one, I did that with spatial anchoring in my hands and talking about it. And I said, there's this thing, and I want to give it all to you. So the comparison, it's bigger, and I have a whole system as opposed to his just communication sales thing. And I said, I want you to understand all of it. And I said, because the way things are going, remember we talked about movement? I said, it's so great. And I remember when I started to learn that about 10, 15 years ago, it was so powerful for me. But you guys tell me, so I'm not telling them, you guys tell me, has the way we communicated today changed in the last 15 years? So I'm putting him in a frame called old, cutting edge frame. I said, there's been this thing called social media. Have you heard of it? There's been this thing called the internet. Have you heard of it? There's this thing called text messaging. Have you heard of it? So the way we communicate today is totally different. And where things are going in the next 3-6 months, we have data and research that is going to change everything on how you authentically connect with people. And so I'm using a series of frames around what he did that only he would have noticed what I was doing. And while that's really useful, I think you and I are all here for a much higher purpose. Us versus them. Like, we are different than just salespeople. We're people of influence. And that means not only in a sales conversation, that means with your kids and your family. And I'm linking what I'm about to teach to a higher level of value and aligning it with people's family, health, relationships. I linked it to higher level values to evoke more emotion and connection to my content versus his. So there's a series of frames that I did. There's probably a dozen in total. And those are some of the first things we have people go through inside the course on how you can implement them in your talk, but you've got to understand where to put them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
So
Love it. Yeah.
We have the crucial frames that matter, and Mr. Sanchez and I created that. It's like a whole thing people go through where they see it, metaphors that matter, analogies, all the things that you've seen 1,000 times but never really understood what was happening. We break them all down with examples and exercises.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, of course. Awesome. Everybody give it up for Sue.
Sue, since you applied to join the program, I'll give you one little bonus thing about pre-frames. There's the content, which is the thing you're teaching, but people won't value it. Remember earlier Eli said POV, the perception of value. So the game is increasing the perception of value. And so anytime you just tell someone something, their brain could have 50 different translations of what Eli just said, unless Eli tells you what to think first. So if you, for those of you who are in the program, you'll get the replay of this, by the way. You'll notice Eli many times would tell you what to focus on, and then he would say something, or he would tell you the meaning of something. So if you can tell people what to focus on or what that means, it changes the way they receive the information. A quick example, we did Alex Hormozi's company, Gym Launch, the CEO, Kel. We're in a meeting with him yesterday. One thing he would say is like, guys, turn to your neighbor, tell him how much money you want to make and what that means to you. But that was it. Tell him how much money you want to make and what that means to you. That could flop with some people, it could land really well with some people. But what can you say ahead of time to make that mean so much more? And so we added a couple little things, and there's names to all this, we don't have time to get into it, but we said something along the lines, start with this and then do that. So start with something like, guys, everyone knows success leaves clues, and the smartest people in the world, the people who have the biggest businesses, they always have what? They have goals, they have targets. You can't hit a bullseye unless you know where your target is. So smart people, they always have goals, and so they know what their goals are, but who cares about their monetary goal? Money doesn't matter. What matters is what you do with that money. And some of you want to spend time with your family, some of you want to travel, some of you want to impact the world, some of you want to scale businesses to have high quality jobs for your team. Everyone has different reasons in this room. So in a moment, I want you to, and then they answered it. Turn to your neighbor, tell them how much money you want and what that means. Can you see how that same thing means so much different? It means so much more because of a pre-frame. Now, there's a bunch of little things that you don't want to do wrong. You have to do it based on your avatar and the beliefs and the belief seeds. So don't take that tactic and try to take it exactly, but that's an example of a pre-frame. That's for everyone, by the way, just as a show of hands. Is that helpful, you guys? Can you see how that means totally different? Yes?
Yeah, and it's pre-framing the prefrontal cortex because people, what's on their mind is often what we just put into it. So not yet, but in a moment, you're going to see an application. And when you do, make sure you go through it and make sure you answer this question. So we're leading people to do the thing before they actually do the thing, but now they're more comfortable with doing the thing because they've already seen the process and we've told them what's going to happen. So not yet, but in a moment, I'm going to release some of you back to the room. I see some of you already want to go back there, but here's what you want to do first. So I'm planting a seed, here's what's about to happen, and I'm putting it in their mind. Not yet. And when you do, here's what I want you to be thinking about as you go back there. And they'll begin. So this is all pre-paving the mind, and they're getting buy-in. If they have connection with you, they'll take that journey with you. So not to go too far into the weeds here, but it becomes really fun. And for us, me and Eli, we see people at a really high level, we show it to them, and they're kind of like, they're texting us like, oh my God, that worked like so well. And we're like, not magic, it's based in neuroscience and how people, 95% of the thoughts each one of you had today, well, maybe not today, but typical days are the same thoughts you had before. So there's a way of pacing and leading and redirecting. So the real question becomes, how do we become more impactful? Because that's why you're here, isn't it? There comes a point in your life where you realize if you do what you've always done, you're gonna what? Get what you've already gotten. So I'm priming, and we're digging in there. So we have frameworks for all of this. But yeah, it's powerful stuff. And I tell people, you know, I'm not here to stand on a soapbox of being ethical, but these things can be used for good or bad. But we always say it's like a knife, a scalpel can kill somebody or it can heal somebody. So the intention is really important. That's part of the reason we do the application, to make sure you have offers that are good and we actually want to work with you, because we can help anybody make more money. Because once you get this stuff, it's really hard to not buy if you understand this. Does that make sense? Yeah, it makes anybody more persuasive. You know, even a Jordan Belfort that was selling things that weren't very useful for people. So motive does matter though, and for all of this, karma came back to him, and it comes back to all of us. So you want to make sure you actually have something that can truly help somebody, because they will be more enrolled and they will sign up at a higher rate if you do this stuff. Cool. Everybody give it up for Sue. And we got Cliff next. Cliff, give it to us. What's your question, boss?
Well, gotcha. Eli and Eli both. Just wanted to say I've learned so much from you guys over the years with the sales courses and the frameworks and the training. Thank you for all of that. I still use them to this day. I go back through them to refresh. My biggest question that I have is, you guys started off this one with a low ticket offer into a half day, then you built to the high ticket offer afterwards. Do you typically do most of your offers this way, or do you just occasionally sometimes sell your straight high ticket offer? Which is the way that you see has the best way of conversion?
You know, Austin can probably answer that one, but I'll say this, there's different funnels. You know, there's many different things that we do, sometimes right through a sales call, a 1 day. This is basically like a 5-day challenge all in 1 day. And so that's essentially what this is. And it's a half day, it should be tight. We've gone long just because of my style. I always do more than I should, but I love this stuff. And so does Eli and so does Austin, so we're here. But this whole process too, we're going to be doing a lot of events, different events, and helping people with events, and doing our own events. And we've been doing it. And Austin is a master of this. So I said, let's do one together. So part of the way this came about, Austin and I were connecting. He's got a mentor that had also done Myron stuff. Austin had really mastered a lot of the processes that you guys are in right now, and we were fascinated. So I said, let's just have some fun. Let's just do one together. So this was kind of a result of that. And Austin is killing it. He's been in our program here and all of that too. And I said, let's just do something together so we can have a day to hang out and you can see some stuff that I do. I'll explain what I'm doing. So we're really just having some fun, doing some stuff that we love. Is there a best way? No matter what it is, if somebody says this is the best, there'll be somebody else that does something the complete opposite and have success.
Yep.
So like all of you, you'll run some plays, you'll do some things that you like. But for me, I like doing long events. I've spent countless 16-hour days at Tony Robbins events, TR, like all these guys. I love immersive experiences. And I think like when you're really fully there, it's kind of overwhelming, but I believe that it's like that conscious part of your mind, like you're getting some stuff, but I think spending a lot of time with people really deep is so impactful. And so, I'm going to do that with the people that join the program here. We'll have some long days, but this was just kind of a taste of what they're going to get here and to open people up to the offer, which is what we just presented.
Yeah. And do you need to do a 10-hour thing to sell a high ticket thing? No, you don't at all. I just had a friend who spoke on Funnel Hacking Live stage. He only had 15 minutes. I think he went over to about 20, but as soon as he was done with that presentation, 3 days later, he did $75,000, $25K a pop. So, there's going to be buyers who want to work with you, that have the cash, they see the value in what you do. But then there's other people that they need to spend a little bit more time with you. So, one of the things that I said to Eli, and I say this to my other clients, is that immersion causes conversion. So the longer somebody is willing to hang out with you and spend time with you, the more likely they are to invest and buy into your program.
Amazing. Yep.
Make sense, Cliff?
It does.
Cool.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
On average, they say it takes about 7 hours of somebody consuming your content before they buy. That's been debunked in a lot of ways, but on average, that's what it is. But if somebody's really powerful and does like a 1 or 2 hour thing, or 3 or 4, they're going to buy. And so you basically had like two of those experiences in here. But yeah, it doesn't necessarily take 7 hours, but that is the average. And so you can get it done all at once. It doesn't take 50 YouTube videos and 20,000 Facebook posts or any of that. Ideally, to get them to an experience where they see who you really are, how you connect, how you communicate, and they're thinking like, can I learn from this person? Do I trust this person? Can I listen to this person? And there's people who have programs with really good stuff that I want to learn, but I've listened to part of their webinar or their training, and I was like, there's no way I could listen to this person for 5 hours or 10 hours or any of their course. Like, it's painful to listen to them. And so I can't buy from them, even though I know they have stuff that I would want to learn. Like, I'd have to hire somebody to listen to the course for me and give me the notes, which is kind of annoying. And so I think that's part of it too. Like, you're thinking like, you spend enough time, do I want to be in a relationship, and do I trust this person, and can I listen to this person enough so that I can learn from this person? Yeah. Awesome.
Thank you.
Question.
Hey, Cliff. Any more questions? Anybody got any more questions about anything that we covered in the event? Anywhere you're stuck? Anywhere you want to get a little bit additional help? Any questions about the program? Zach? What's up, man? Are you raising your hand because you want to ask a question, or are you waving at somebody on the street? Oh, okay. Here, I'm gonna unmute you. There you go.
All right.
Listen, now you're in the car. You're a busy man.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I thought it was going to be 5 hours, but it's all good. I love it. I totally see the value. And I think, yeah, man, when you're just in a comfortable spot with people who genuinely care, which I put in the chat earlier, it's like, dude, of course. And the time flies. And the truth is the time's fly today. And I probably joined like an hour or two after, but yeah, I just want to make sure I didn't have time to fully fill it out. If you can fill it out tonight or tomorrow, because you know, I don't know how I can make it work right now, depending on what the offer is. But man, I'm just like so blessed to be here and connect with you guys and everyone in this room, and you and Eli and the other Eli. It's just been like, I have, you know, I really just want to just tell everybody that, like, you know, I quit my job about a month ago, and as soon as I fully stepped into faith and like really focused on the mission with helping artists, like my life has been mind blowing. It's not that it hasn't come with its trials, you know, and picking myself up and staying focused, but, you know, just like attracting to be in this room and hearing the value that I've already heard has been beyond words. There's not enough, you know, there's not enough words in the English language sometimes to, especially as a singer and a lyricist, to fully describe how you feel. But I'm just really grateful. However I can figure it out, I'd absolutely love to work with you, Eli. And yeah, just want to make sure I can fill that out, you know, when I'm done with what I'm going to right now or tomorrow. And yeah, just kind of wanted to give my final, just like, I'm just very, very grateful. Who you guys are and what you do is very evident. And yeah, just really blessed to be here. So thank you guys so much for all the value. It's been, again, just mind blowing.
Amazing. Thank you, brother. Yeah, fill it out tonight and we'll connect on all of that. But, oh, one more question and then a final story. And I'm going to send you guys out into the world wild style. Give it to me. Travia? Travia? I got it.
Arabia. Oh, you're on mute again. Hold on. There you go.
Okay. A quick question about keynote title.
Yeah.
So, like right now, I'm going with the title. I just did it yesterday. It's called Made for More, because I think my through line is, I'm not sure if it's my through line or not, but is this as good as it gets? Because, you know, my mission is to empower and inspire as many people as possible to live the highest vision for their lives without settling. And so I'm trying to figure out if those three things are the way to go. If you could work your magic in, you know, 60 seconds, and you're like, that sucks.
The whole Made for More is really general, which can be good and bad. So often there's like just like a book, there's a title and a subtitle. So you want to have a subtitle, and I would change that subtitle. It would be a working subtitle based on the audience. But the Made for More concept is the through line. And then you want to have, remember the question, what problem do you solve? So it's emotional, process, finding your passion, whatever it is, all those things connect. But specifically, especially when you have the conversation to the company, the person, like being really clear in the problem that this talk solves and what they're going to get as a result of the talk. So selling the future for them, that's going to help you get booked on keynotes. But also this whole idea of Made for More, you want to, whether it's a specific avatar or, you know, like women who are married or corporate business owners or HR directors or whoever it is, there should be some kind of tie-in in the subtext. And now here's one of the assignments I want you to do, you know, from today. Like anything related to books that are made for more, like, or anything with this concept that relate to this concept of reaching your full potential, all of that could be Tony's Unleash the Power Within. Look at some of like the chapter headings and sublines, like, and how they, like, there's certain books that are bestsellers. Like you look at 4 Hour Workweek, whatever, but then there was the subtext, like I forget what it was, escape the rat race 9 to 5 and free yourself. It was it's kind of like 4 Hour Workweek, that's a pattern interrupt. And then there's this subheadline, that's what sold it. That's what sold it. And so these books, and like find some of your favorite books and look at the, like, for really big books, you know, from publishing houses like Random House, you know, these really big ones, they have put a lot of money and research and people that have done focus groups to create these really powerful subtext and titles.